Chapter 931. Putting aside the matter of the engagement, when he saw the wedding invitation that day and saw Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan's names written on it, he had already broken down once. And this matter was his own fault from the beginning to the end. If he hadn't suddenly flirted with Qin Yan during the Taiyuan grand banquet that day, if he hadn't been coincidentally seen by her father, Qin Hai, and if he hadn't been too embarrassed to tell Qin Hai the truth. In fact, he wouldn't have been able to tell the truth. What happened that day was right in front of Qin Hai. God knew how far he could have imagined it. Even if Yun Nuoxing jumped into the East Sea, she would have dyed the East Sea black. It couldn't be washed clean, and it would only get worse. Regarding this, Qin Yan herself also expressed some distress. However, when facing her parents, she also couldn't say anything. Unfortunately, she had been with Yun Nuoxing for a period of time, so she didn't reject him and even felt close to him. Otherwise, how could such an embarrassing thing have happened by the lake that day? Therefore, when the two of them kept their mouths shut, Qin Hai also felt that Yun Nuo planet was not bad. Even for people in their position, it was very pleasing to the eye and felt that it was not bad. Then he hit it off with his wife and sold their daughter just like that. In short, the cause was a misunderstanding that didn't seem like a misunderstanding. It was a huge blunder. Up until now, they were already engaged. At that time, the Qin family didn't know Yun Nuoxing's background, so it was a one-sided engagement. Later, when they found out that Yun Nuoxing was the young hall master of the Nine Deities Temple, they became even more enthusiastic. The two families were already on good terms. And now that the successors of the two families were married, it could be said that the two families were even closer. Anyway, that was what it meant. In short, this matter was passed around between acquaintances. Suddenly, one day, the matter of that day was leaked out. Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, and the others' eyes lit up. They condemned Yun Nuoxing righteously, pinned her down in the hall of the deity's temple, and gave her a painful lesson. They angrily reprimanded her for playing with other girls' hearts and being irresponsible. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded when she heard this. The others who were sitting at the side all nodded and agreed. As for Qin Yan, she was sitting on the other side. Xian held her hands and told her a girl's secret. At the same time, she calmly looked at her future husband kneeling on the sofa and rolling his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. No matter how Yun Nuoxing thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. Other than him and Qin Yan, only Little Moon knew about what happened that day. Qin Yan would never expose such a shameful matter. So, the only thing left was, thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but take a deep breath. He turned his head and looked at Little Moon. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately shrank her little head and quickly shrank behind the sofa like an ostrich. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoxing took another deep breath. He found Little Moon's soul seed in his soul and sent her a message. "Stupid girl, I'll teach you a lesson later." Little Moon was so scared that she trembled. She quickly raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing with an aggrieved expression. Her beautiful little face became delicate and pitiful. "Brother, I accidentally told you. It's all that idiot's fault. She kept pestering me to listen to brother's matters. Who knew that she would spill the beans?" Yun Nuoxing smiled warmly. Seeing his gentle smile, Little Moon's little heart trembled. She also smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that brother wouldn't teach her a lesson. "Just you wait. Neither of you girls can escape." Then his next sentence sent Little Moon from heaven to hell. Her jade-like legs went weak, and she sat directly on the sofa. Mei Mao looked at him with sparkling and translucent eyes. She opened her mouth wide, as if she wanted to beg for mercy. Yun Nuoxing angrily turned his face away, making Little Moon's pretty face turn even paler. He he he. I'm talking to you. Don't pretend that you didn't hear me, okay? You're a prisoner now. You'd better listen to me obediently. Yuan Shi slammed the table and loudly reminded Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He shook his head helplessly and raised his hands. All right, I surrender. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have flirted with girls. But who knew that something like this would happen that day? Your excuses are invalid. I don't accept excuses. What's done is done. Can you bravely bear the consequences like a man? Chu Yingzhan sat on the sofa with her jade-like legs crossed and her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked very aggressive. Yun Nuoshing was completely at a loss for what to do. He could only bury his head and lament his bad luck. After bickering for a while, Qin Yen finally said something to end the farce. Young Master Yun didn't do it on purpose that day. I'm at fault too. If I had broken free quickly, Father wouldn't have seen us. Things wouldn't have turned out like this now. Hearing the main character say this, everyone had nothing else to say. They waved their hands, and the farce ended just like that. Yun Nuoshing, who had been kneeling on the sofa for an hour, leisurely climbed down from the sofa. Then, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, he directly jumped in front of little Moon, whose face was ghastly pale. Wah! Sister Yen, save me! Brother is going to hit me! Woo woo woo! The hall was instantly in chaos again. Princess Jean and the rest looked at the scene in the hall and couldn't help but sigh. Young people, time passed leisurely for another 2 days. The group of people who had returned from the mystic realm finally washed away the fatigue from running around. They regained their usual lively and infatuated spirit. Every day, they looked at the morning sun, cultivated, and learned from each other. Their realms had also completely stabilized. Following that, there was an unshakable worry. People who had ascended to the beginner god level couldn't get rid of the seal. This had nothing to do with one's talent. It was something that was inevitable. To be more specific, the birth of the seal had nothing to do with one's talent. Regardless of whether one's talent was good or bad, once one's ability rose to a certain level, it would trigger the seal. It was equivalent to the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth. Within a certain period of time, one's cultivation would be unable to progress any further until the seal's time was over. However, the duration of the seal was related to one's talent and ability. Oh, Yahua, initial seal duration, 1.5 years. Jining, initial seal duration, 1.5 years. Muling, initial seal duration, 1.5 years. Yuan Shi, initial seal duration, 2 years. The following are 2 years. Nightmare, Shui Xia, Chu Yingzhan, Qin Yan, Huosheng. Xian, initial seal duration, 3.5 years. Ming, godly emperor seal duration, 1,700 years. Bing Air, godly king seal duration, 350 years. At the beginning, it didn't seem like much. However, when the seals were 1,000 years and 100 years, the group of juniors couldn't help but vomit blood. 300 years. Yao Hua trembled as he stretched out 3 fingers. He trembled as he looked at Bing Air. Then he looked at the angel who was pretending to be asleep on Yun Nuoshing's head. 1,000 years. I think I'll suffocate to death. Lei Ming's face twitched. The seal duration is related to one's talent and strength. From this, we can see the actual situation of each person. The Golden Crown Princess clapped her jade-like hands. It's easy to detect the duration of the seal. However, since Ming jumped 2 realms in the Tianxin Taoist sanctum, I don't think this duration means much to some people. After that, she looked directly at Yun Nuoshing, who was surrounded by a group of girls. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. She smiled bitterly and nodded. The so-called seal is just that. The jealousy of the heavens is actually a form of suppression by the rules of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation is also a form of suppression. If you really want to say, the seal is the most special form of the heavenly tribulation, it will not cause a destructive blow to you. It will only make you stagnate for a few thousand years. Since it involves the power of the origin, although it is invisible, it has a form. As long as there is a form of manifestation, there will be a corresponding way. In other words, the seal can be eliminated. In the ancient times, there were many people and gods who studied the seal all their lives. The most common way to deal with it was cultivation. The seal will suppress 99% of the cultivation results, which means that the difficulty of cultivation will increase by 100 times. Some harsher ones might increase it by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. At that time, the result of 10,000 days of cultivation is equivalent to the result of 1 day of cultivation without the seal. If you calculate it this way, it's quite scary, right? Everyone smiled bitterly and nodded vigorously. If the speed of cultivation was slowed down by 10,000 times, it would be even slower than a turtle crawling. Yun Nuoshing smiled. Later, someone created a unique secret method that could slowly reduce the duration of the seal while continuing to cultivate. For example, one could reduce the duration of the seal by 1 minute per day. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In fact, I have not cultivated it, so I don't know. However, the efficiency of these methods is too low. I have the best way to directly eliminate the effects of the seal. What way? Yao Hua and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Even Empress Jean could not help but look askance. If there was such a way to eliminate the seal, all the strong gods in the world would rush over to snatch it. The duration of the seal was too long, especially for high-level gods. One seal could even last for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. If there was a way to eliminate the seal, it was equivalent to saving countless years of time. Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously until everyone could not hold it in any longer. Then he slowly said, "It's a celestial item." It's those magical spiritual things of heaven and earth that are not on the list of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but are not inferior to the top 5 or top 3. It's as if they were born in the distant world of immortals. How many of them can you find in the mortal world? Yun Nuoshing said. After thinking for a while, she said, "It's the pile of medicinal herbs in the mausoleum world that Ming took and distributed. You don't recognize them." This time, everyone said, "Oh, but those are just ordinary fairy things. How many of them can you find in the mortal world?" "I'm sorry, I have a lot of them." So, when Ming and the others cultivated until the seal was released, I helped them to remove it one at a time. Everyone was speechless. Everyone stared. Flaunting wealth. This was blatant flaunting wealth. How could she provoke them like this? If there's such a thing, Yao Hua smacked his lips. Won't it be possible to pile up divine emperors or even gods in one go? You're thinking too much. Empress Jean glared at him and said, "It's true that fairy things can directly eliminate the seal, but you need time to cultivate yourself, right?" Later on, divine underworld and divine sky gods also need a lot of time to cultivate every small realm. However, this method can indeed save a lot of time. It's just that fairy things are difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with. The 9 temples each have 2 types of fairy things. Generations of fairy things were harvested and preserved after they matured, so there's a certain amount of them in stock. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the others' eyes instantly lit up. So the temples also had such shocking things? They didn't know all this time. Suddenly being stared at by the children with eager eyes, Empress Jin's pretty face trembled. She rolled her eyes and said, Don't worry, there's a share for all of you. Other than being able to remove the seal, the fairy things also have a special effect. Don't stare at it. When you receive the inheritance, it will naturally be given to you. Speaking of which, you were supposed to receive the inheritance at the demigod level, but the timing wasn't right, and I let you run away. I didn't expect that when you came back, you were already at the beginner god level. But it doesn't matter. It's not a problem to receive the inheritance now. As she said this, she waved her feather coat and dragged the group of people who were standing, lying, and lying down. With a dry howl, she dragged the group of people out of the hall, leaving Yun Nuashing and the others looking at each other. In the end, they all shrugged their shoulders to express their calmness. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. The 9 floating islands of the 9 temples were very large. The 9 cities built around the 9 temples were about the size of 5-star underworld cities. Moreover, there were many people who were closely related to the 9 temples. It could be said that they formed a world of their own. Even if they didn't communicate with the outside world, there was no problem. Yun Nuashing and the others stayed in this place for 5 or 6 days and had leisure every day. The previous day, Tian Yahua and the other future divine kings, divine sons, and divine daughters of the 9 temples were all thrown away to receive the inheritance of their respective temples, leaving Yun Nuashing and the others behind. However, they were not bored and had nothing to do. Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked for the disciples of the 9 temples every day to spar with them. However, with their current strength, they could only find some old disciples who were hundreds or thousands of years old. Those were all at the beginner god level. Those of the same age were probably still at the demigod level. Yun Nuashing finally achieved her life goal in a short period of time. Every day, she would look at the morning sun, cultivate for a while, drink tea, and read for a while. After that, she would be lovey-dovey with the girls beside her. Yu and Chu Yingzhan ran around the 9 temples every day, and Little Moon would occasionally go crazy with them. Xian and Ming would follow her closely 24 hours a day. After all, the 2 of them really had nothing to do. Bing Er would occasionally show her laziness as a dragon. She would transform into a 1-foot-long dragon and lie on Yun Nuashing's head. Just like Xiao Xian, she was about to be bound to Yun Nuashing's body. Another thing was that Lan Xian had also achieved her wish of cultivating a new body. When she suddenly jumped out and spun around while holding her skirt, Yun Nuashing and the others were shocked. How did this girl manage to cultivate a new body without saying anything? After what Palace Master Tianjin said. And Yishi frequently ran in and out of your soul, Xian, or started cultivating a new body. It's just that a certain someone was too busy to know about it, Ziyi said calmly as she took a sip of tea. Yun Nuashing was speechless. It was only because he saw Yishi moving in and out of his soul that he was not affected, that he made up his mind to cultivate his physical body. From then on, he completely got rid of the form of a lonely soul and could continue to move around in his soul. What do you think my spiritual world is? Yun Nuashing covered her face speechlessly. A place to sleep, the girls replied. Yun Nuashing cried as she rushed out of the main hall. After rushing out of the main hall, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. She rubbed her beautiful face with both hands and shook her head helplessly. Those girls were too indecent. When she turned around and saw that no one was following her, she was a little surprised. She thought that those girls were already bound to her and were inseparable from her. At this moment, her soul also had a rare moment of peace. Kai Xia had also been pulled out by Ziyi. Little Purple Soul had also recently pestered Ming and no longer clung to him all day long. As a result, there was only a pink egg left in her soul. Feng, this girl, she slept for so long. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Yun Nuoshing used her soul power to poke the pink egg and sighed, helplessly. As soon as she sighed, she suddenly raised her head and suddenly thought of something. She slapped her head and hurriedly ran in the direction of the fire god's shrine. He had indeed forgotten one thing. It was neither a big nor small matter to him, but to some people it was a big matter that could change their lives. The last time he returned to the Nine Gods shrine, he brought back a group of people from the small world formed by the elemental stones. Now, he had long forgotten about them. I wonder how they are doing. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuoshing sped up and soon arrived at the fire god shrine at the center of the floating island. He released his soul force and sense for a while. He didn't enter the shrine, but flew in a certain direction. Although he hadn't seen that person for more than a year, he still remembered that person's aura. That person wasn't in the shrine and left a faint trace in the air. It seemed like that person had gone out. Following the direction of the aura, Yun Nuoshing left the city and came to a large area of forest near the edge of the floating island. She found her target on a tall mountain and sniffed lightly before landing there. On the mountain peak, there was a huge rock protruding from the mountain, forming a slender platform. The Nine Gods shrine was originally high up in the sky, and this mountain peak pierced the clouds. Below the platform, clouds flowed, making it look like a fairyland. On the steep mountain peak, a graceful figure was faintly discernible in the clouds. Her snow-white robe was covered with a red robe, covering her beautiful body. However, some of her curves were still exposed. She had long snow-white hair, and a few strands of hair by her ears were gently tied up by a long black ribbon. Then, they fell down and curled up on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, and her long hair fluttered. On her calm and beautiful face, a pair of beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Her snow-white, or even pale skin, did not destroy her beauty. Instead, it gave her a sense of maturity. The young girl, Mei Mao, closed her eyes tightly. After a moment, she suddenly felt an aura that had disappeared for a long time. She was stunned for a moment and turned her head. Yun Nuoshing landed 3 to 4 meters behind her. The surrounding clouds also quietly dispersed a little. Yun, seeing his sudden appearance, the young girl hurriedly stood up. Just as she was about to salute him, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to stop her. "Don't be like that. Be natural. Just treat me as an unimportant passerby. I'm just here to see you. After all, I brought you out from that place." The young girl nodded and looked at him without opening her eyes. This made Yun Nuoshing a little curious. "Speaking of which, you haven't opened your eyes all this time. How did you see me?" Chufen, the two of them casually sat down at the edge of the platform. Chufen slowly recounted the events of the past year. 3 months after you left, Xian, and the others left. They went to the realm of the gods to train. Uncle Lin and the other 2 also went to the realm of the gods to play. Although they left their soul tablets, and I know that they are fine. I don't know where they went. Half a year ago, I went back to the clan and have been staying here to cultivate. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Chu Xian and the others' actions were within his expectations. Compared to quietly cultivating in one place, they seemed to prefer to go out and explore. This made him suddenly think of Lin Sheng. They seemed to be the same kind of people. As for Chufen's choice to stay here, he had nothing to say. Everyone had their own ambitions. Chufen's personality was a little dull, and his health was not good. The Torch Dragon's ability to see through everything in the world came with a price. In exchange for this kind of heaven-defying talent, her life essence was very dim. Even her lifespan was affected. "Well, your body isn't well, so it's fine to stay here. This is a very good place to cultivate your body and mind. If you want, you can stay here forever. Yun Nuoshing shook his legs and said, casually, "That's what the seniors said as well." Chufen smiled. Yun Nuoshing curled his lips and thought for a moment. Then he gently stroked his palm over his ring. After a while, he took out a gray-white branch. The gray-white branch did not have anything special about it. There were no energy fluctuations. Saying that it was gray-white was more like saying that its color had disappeared. It had turned into a dull gray-white. There was nothing special about it. Gently stroking this gray-white branch, Yun Nuoshing's hand seal condensed. His 5 fingers lightly tapped, and 5 drops of golden blood dripped down from his fingertips. They dripped into the branch and quickly dyed it with a layer of brilliant gold, as if the color of the blood was stuck on it. As the color changed, a terrifyingly pure aura of life swept out, creating a small emerald green whirlwind in the area. With just a sniff of that rich aura of life, even one's fatigue would be cleansed. Blood evergreen. Well, the name is a bit strange. However, this is an authentic fairy item. This item can only be activated with blood essence. It can make up for the congenital deficiency in your life form. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, he extended the branch that had turned completely golden. It looked as if it was cast from gold towards Chu Fun. Chu Fun stared blankly and was about to wave his hand when Yun Nuoshing spoke first. Your flame of life is like a candle in the wind. It can be extinguished at any time. You should know your own situation better than anyone else. A smart person should make a smart choice at this time. I'm not giving you charity. I'm just lending it to you for now. I'll ask you for it back in the future. Moreover, this item is not very important to me. In the end, he added in his heart, if it wasn't for the fact that the life force of the Glorieswell tree was a bit stronger. I used 5 drops of blood. Chufan was silent for a long time. After a long time, he opened his golden eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing. He stretched out his jade hand. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuoshing directly took the opportunity and stuffed it into his hand. He said, "Just take it." Feeling the rich life force coming from the mysterious item in his hand, Chufan sighed and nodded. He said, "Then this little girl will accept this favor first." Chapter 932. Yun Nuoshing was only here to check on Chu Fun's situation and chat about their past year and their future. He wasn't worried about this, and it wasn't his place to care. He was just curious. After chatting for a while, Yun Nuoshing planned to leave. He could see that Chu Fun was in a good state and was cultivating, so he didn't want to disturb him. "Yun, be careful. I can see that someone has their eyes on you." Before leaving, Chu Fun's beautiful face was full of seriousness. Facing Yun Nuoshing, that golden Mei Mao opened her eyes a little and said something that made him a little stunned. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. It was not that he did not take it to heart, but this kind of warning was very consistent with his current situation. He was Yun Nuoshing, a spiritual divine body. In the early years, he had inexplicably offended some people and was inexplicably remembered by others. There were many people who were watching him. He was very clear about this point, but even if he knew, he still wanted to sigh. It was true that life did not go according to one's wishes. When one was unlucky, in addition to drinking water and stuffing one's teeth, there was also the possibility of a flying pot from the sky being placed on one's head like a basin of shit. And this pot, he seemed to have carried it for a long time. Yun Nuoshing didn't particularly care about Chu Fun's words, but it wasn't that he turned a deaf ear to it either. It was purely because he knew that this was the case, and if he was reminded again, it would be the same thing. Therefore, he didn't seem to care very much. He only smiled at Chu Fun and nodded. Chu Fun originally thought that it would pass like this, but when he saw that Yun Nuoshing didn't seem to care, he hurriedly grabbed the arm of Yun Nuoshing, who was about to stand up, and hurriedly said, "It's different this time. After coming to the realm of the gods, I also learned a lot about you, but what I saw this time, after opening his mouth for a while, Chu Fen seemed to have choked and couldn't say anything for a long time. Then he tightly closed his red lips. Seeing Yun Nuoshing looking at him in astonishment, a trace of anxiety flashed across his fair face. After a while, he said, "I can't say. If I say it, it will have a great impact, and it will have the greatest impact on you." Hearing this, even Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In Quarter Moon's long memories, he had seen all kinds of deduction and evolution methods, but he had never seen anything like Chu Fen, which made him feel very surprised. "You can actually see things related to me? You should know that there are a lot of unstable explosives on my body. If you casually use any method to see or deduce, you will easily suffer a backlash," Yun Nuoshing faintly reminded him. Hearing this, Chu Fen lowered his head, and a trace of gold flashed across his eyes. After a while, he lightly shook his head and said in a certain tone, "Amen. I can feel that Yun's body has a powerful shielding ability, but what I can see isn't focused on a single object. Instead, what I can see is a short period of time in the future, with an object as the center. I don't look at the object itself, so I won't be affected. If I directly observe Yun's body, I will also suffer a backlash. If Yun has any malice or hostility towards me, then I won't even be able to see the first scene." "There's such a thing?" Yun Nuoshing was also taken aback. She never thought that there would be a way to bypass the shielding of many factors on her body. However, when she heard the last sentence, she felt relieved. It was just that there were still limitations. In the past, Xian Yu also had a lot of attainments in deduction and other aspects. Now that all of it had been passed down to him, he naturally also had it. As for how to deduce and spy on an object that was blocked by a powerful force, he also had his own methods. However, like what Chu Fen said, he really didn't understand and didn't know. Perhaps it was because she was a torch dragon that her innate talent gave her this kind of power, although the price she had to pay for it made Yun Nuoshing sigh a little. Seeing Chu Fen's troubled expression, Yun Nuoshing also knew that existences like her, who were similar to divination masters, had many secrets that could only rot in their stomachs because what they knew was contrary to the laws of the world. They could not speak of it. If they wanted to speak of it, they could only vaguely remind them like this. Once they blurted it out, they would either be suppressed by the power of the laws of the world, or what they knew would be distorted. In the latter case, the degree of distortion would not necessarily be very small. For example, Yun Nuoshing originally planned to drink a mouthful of water when she woke up in the morning, but she was suddenly told by Chu Fen that she couldn't drink the water. Therefore, she didn't drink it. Many years later, it caused the destruction of a large area. The so-called butterfly effect was all because she didn't drink that mouthful of water that morning. Of course, although the impact of this kind of thing was huge, it would take a long time to accumulate such a powerful effect. The incident itself was only a small matter. If Chu Fen told her, and Yun Nuoshing drank it, nothing special would have happened. This was also the result of the laws of heaven and earth constantly adjusting and repairing themselves, as long as it didn't have a major impact, and as long as it wasn't something that was significant enough to distort the laws of heaven and earth, it could be slowly fixed. However, if it couldn't be fixed, the situation mentioned above would happen. All right, I roughly know what you want to say. I also know a lot about the rules of professions like seer, so you don't have to say it. Yun Nuoshing nodded, then habitually reached out her hand to rub Chu Fen's bright white hair. After a moment, she felt that something was wrong, so she quickly withdrew her hand, coughed dryly, and said, "Anyway, I will be careful. After all, there are more than one or two people who are thinking about me, and it's not just a day or two. Even if there is a big movement, I should be able to avoid it. If I can't avoid it, I won't be afraid. However, since you reminded me, I will be more careful. Chu Fun, who had never been treated like this by a man other than his father, suddenly had his head rubbed. His pale face turned slightly red for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and didn't care about this matter. After hearing what she said, she could only nod. She could only give this kind of advice. As for what would happen in the end, and what kind of form it would take, let's leave it to fate. Let the impending disaster happen, as fate wills. The death omen star above my head, twinkle and twinkle. After leaving such a light and heartless sentence, Yun Nuoxing left in a flash, leaving behind Chu Fun with a bitter smile. This guy was too optimistic. When other people found out about the death omen star above their heads, they would probably start preparing their wills. After bidding farewell to Chu Fun, Yun Nuoxing returned to the Golden Temple. When the group of maidservants saw him coming in, they also stood up to welcome him. After they pulled him back to his seat, they didn't say anything special. The few of them looked at each other, as if they were waiting for time to pass slowly. Pass your head. It seems like you're very free now. Then come over. I have something to do. The Golden Princess, who had sent Yao Hua and the others to receive their inheritance, returned. As soon as she came in, she saw Yun Nuoxing lying among the flowers, leisurely feeling the passage of time. Her beautiful face immediately darkened. Without saying anything, she picked up Yun Nuoxing, who was lying lazily on the sofa, and carried him out of the hall. Xian and the other maidservants looked at each other, then looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was constantly howling as he was pulled out of the hall. They silently waved their lily-white hands and said, "Have a safe journey." Yun Nuoxing burst into tears. In the following period of time, Yun Nuoxing was in pain and happiness as usual. In the past few years, because he didn't have the element of gold, wind, or thunder, he only had the 5 elements of light: fire, wood, water, and metal. Although he had learned all the unique skills of the 9 shrines, he didn't learn the essence of some of them, nor did he have the chance to learn them. Jin Jinwang also expressed some regret at that time. Now that he had all the 10 elements and all the conditions were met, how could the Divine King, the Great Elder, and the others let him go so easily? Therefore, Yun Nuoxing's hell came. Apart from the dark element, Yun Nuoxing was now being drilled by the 9 shrines temple masters, the Great Elder, and the others. They dug out all the essences of the 9 shrines and poured them into Yun Nuoxing's head. They called it guidance, but in fact, they poured tons of knowledge into Yun Nuoxing's head, making him feel as if his head was about to explode. It had to be said that the 9 shrines, as the overlords of the remote antiquity age, had a one-track mind of studying only one element, which allowed them to comprehend each element to the point of great enlightenment. The subtleties and all kinds of knowledge were accumulated over a long period of time. Even though Yun Nuoxing had the memory of the God of Heaven, he still felt that he had benefited a lot from the super results that took dozens of eras. After a while, he couldn't help but sigh. How good would it be if the Dark Shrine was still around? If the Dark Shrine was still around, they would have studied the Dark Element for 70 eras. That element was already extremely terrifying. Who knew what would happen if they studied it for another 70 eras? The 9 hall masters were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and whispered into each other's ears for a moment. Soon after, they coughed softly and said, "The Dark Divine Hall might still exist. However, it is impossible for them to have studied it for 70 eras if it is as you think. It still exists. I remember that it was blown to pieces. When they appeared, which was the penultimate battle of Quarter Moon, and the others, the Dark Shrine was directly destroyed. None of the 9 shrines were damaged." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Was there something wrong with his memory? Well, we're not very clear about your memory, but the Dark Shrine might still exist. Shrine Master Jean looked at him and pondered for a while. Then he said, "Maybe it's in the small divine land." "Ah, how do you know?" Palace Master Jean was silent for a while, organized his words, and said, "A few years ago, or many years ago, there was a legend in Little Divine Land. There was a strange and broken black temple floating in the void of Little Divine Land, emitting a terrifying power that could make the heavens and earth tremble. Some people guessed that it was a god relic or even a god palace. There were all kinds of guesses, but none of those guesses were worth as much as a personal experience. There was a peak great god realm warrior who was lucky enough to come across that broken black temple. He was so excited that he didn't think about anything else because this legend had already spread like wildfire in Little Divine Land. People who knew about God Relic or God Palace had blinded his judgment. Suddenly, there was a possible way to enter the God Relic in front of him, and he definitely wouldn't let it go. Then he went in, and after he came out, he went crazy and kept muttering about terror, distortion, and darkness. Others might not know what it is, but we speculate that the black shrine floating in the void might have been left behind by the 10th Shrine Master. No, it was once destroyed, but it wasn't completely destroyed, the Dark Shrine. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard this. His head was a little swollen. This actually didn't shatter. Under such a level of joint attack, it was actually able to hold on and not shatter. Logically speaking, the dilapidated black temple that no one took care of had already left the situation of the present world and entered the void world. There was no abnormal structure that had any aura. It should have dissipated in the void very quickly and been melted by the void. However, it was still standing here with part of its wreckage, and it had become a mysterious legend in the small divine land. Moreover, he had been floating in the void for who knows how many years. This situation made Yun Nuoshing feel a headache coming on just thinking about it. But there was no need for Palace Master Jean to play tricks on him. Yun Nuoshing thought seriously for a while, then nodded and said, "Anyway, I'll go to the small divine land and see if I'm lucky enough to run into that mysterious broken shrine. If it is, I think even if it is, there shouldn't be anything special left inside. After all, Quarter Moon was used to keeping everything in her pocket, and she could just leave when something happened. So, many things, including all the possessions of a divine realm expert, may be kept in the ice realm on Quarter Moon's bones. As for that thing suspected to be the Dark Shrine, I guess it's just an empty shell." Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said helplessly. This topic seemed to be getting further and further away, and the expressions of Palace Master Jean and the others began to become strange. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh dryly and quickly waved his hand, and then continued his cultivation on how to use the elements more effectively. The 9 palace masters and the great elders were so bored that 18 of them gathered around one person to teach him. Unfortunately, this person was once a divine realm expert. Even if he was kicked down from the clouds, he was still an extremely powerful demigod. He had the life memories of a divine realm expert, and his experience and various other things which the palace masters and the others couldn't compare to. "So, don't you want to go to the ice realm?" Princess Jean raised her eyebrows and said, "Now, the bodies of the ancestors are kept at the bottom of the fire god temple in the center. The immortal divine realm crystal perfectly preserved the bodies of the 9 ancestors, and they didn't suffer the ravages of time. In addition, we also made a space for them. Although it's a bit strange to say this, that space is reserved for you. Cough, for the former you, which is the 10th space." Yun Nuoshing's face suddenly twitched, and he shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Then there's no need for the 10th space. I have my own use for that body, and I'll keep it for myself." Although she didn't know what Yun Nuoshing was talking about, and she was also curious, She didn't ask anything. When the time came, Yun Nuoshing would tell her everything. Before he told her everything, she would let him keep this little secret. Anyway, he would be the one who couldn't hold it in and blurt it out when the time came. You can withstand that kind of pressure? Princess Jean glanced at him again. We went together that day. That level of pressure could be felt from far away. We all felt it before. Before we even raised our eyes to look, we felt like we were going blind. Princess Jean still had a lingering fear in her heart when she thought about what happened that day. Although it was a little comedic in the end, with Yun Nuoshing around, it ended without any special accidents. At the same time, they bumped into a guy who was drinking while watching the sunset, and he was so scared that he pissed his pants thinking about that guy. Princess Jean felt inexplicable. That guy who carried the glazed pagoda around every day, if he knew that the glazed god was still alive and in a famous place in the Taiyuan region, what would he think? His hands would probably tremble, and he would simply throw away the glazed pagoda. This thing was a hot potato when its owner was still alive, only when its owner was completely gone, and the guy who obtained a level 12 weapon that was exclusive to the gods could use it with a peace of mind. Even if its owner returned many years later, it wouldn't matter. Not everyone could be like Yun Nuoshing, who could recover many years of memories. Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, "No problem." Hearing him say this, everyone could only shut up. Thinking about it, when he recovered his memories, he also learned some special methods. In any case, they didn't know about it. He had been cultivating for a period of time between the 9 shrines. Basically, he would stay in the fire god shrine for today and tomorrow, and in the light god shrine for the next 2 days. Then, unknowingly, when the palace masters and the great elders felt that they had taught him enough, they let him go in satisfaction. Yun Nuoshing expressed that he was physically and mentally exhausted. Originally, he thought that it was a rare rest, but in the end, he was cultivating every day. After spending more than half a month, he finally settled the strange things in the 9 shrines. Other than his head swelling, he also felt a headache. All right, the rest time is long enough. Looking at Ming Ming lazily sprawled on the blanket, her bright wings spread out in front of her, her jade-like hands unconsciously caressing them. Looking at her lifeless golden eyes, it was obvious that she was in a daze. She didn't even react when Yun Nuoshing spoke. It was only when Yun Nuoshing tugged on her wings that the little girl jumped up with a cry of surprise. Looking at Ming, who was so bored that he was about to fall asleep and whose body was covered in mushrooms, and then looking at Chu Yingzhan, who was lying on the sofa and stretching, constantly muttering, "I have nothing to do but be bored." Yun Nuoshing only felt that his head was about to explode. "Stop muttering, I'm getting annoyed. After resting for a month, it's about time. Let's set off for the Kuan-Yuan region in 2 days." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan also jumped up and raised her jade-like hands. "The Kuan-Yuan region. We can finally go home. Ha ha. Accept this fairy's illumination, mortals. Did this guy pick up something strange and eat it?" Yun Nuoshing was horrified. If they let this guy out, would he bring disaster to the Kuan-Yuan region? She has always been so strange. "Brother, haven't you gotten used to it yet?" Ming said helplessly. Everyone suddenly had a deep sense of foreboding, except for Chu Yingzhan, who was still spinning in circles and laughing like crazy. Chapter 9:33. There were many portals in the 9 divine temples that led to various places in the realm of the gods. The 4 sacred cities of the divine prefecture, the central cities of each origin region, and some cities in special places all had one-way portals in each of the 9 divine temples. Walking through them would be like appearing in that place out of thin air. It would be fine if there was no one around, but if there were people around, they would probably be shocked. As for the way back, whether it was a disciple of the 9 divine temples or someone else, as long as they had the token of the 9 divine temples, they could open a portal back to the divine temples at any time and place without worrying about being tracked down. That spatial passage could not be found by anyone below the level of a god. Of course, the incident with the void beast last time was an accident. The void beast had the authority to travel through the void, and the term authority usually appeared in the hands of a god. In the world, the void was a little higher than space, so those who controlled the power of the void could basically ignore all problems in space. With the help of the 9 divine temples portals, it was very simple to go to the Kuan Yuan region. Basically, one just had to find the portal, walk through it, spin around for a while, and then, yes, arrive. It was almost the same journey as leaving home to do nothing. Before leaving, Yun Nuoshing still greeted the group of adults so that they wouldn't say that he left without saying anything. However, when he thought about how the simple teleportation just now had brought him to an unknown place, and how he could use the token to communicate at any time, he couldn't bear the thought of going far away. It was as simple as going out for a stroll when he had nothing to do. Lingwu City, the city in the center of the Kuan Yuan region. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Yun Nuoshing looked down at the huge city below with his hands in his pockets. A light breeze blew, and his windbreaker rustled and fluttered behind him. A little girl with long purple hair was hanging in front of his chest. Her big gem-like eyes sparkled as she looked down at the big city below with a smile. She opened one hand and grabbed downward while the other was hooked around Yun Nuoshing's neck. The number of people going out was still the same, in addition to Chu Yingzhan, who was half the host, Yun Nuoshing, Xian, Qinyan, Ming, Little Moon, Yuer, Bing-Er, Little Purple Soul, Yuan Shi, and Nightmare made up a total of 10 people. As for the few people in Yun Nuoshing's spiritual world, they did not need to be included, as he had already reached the point where he could go out alone with his family. Where are the pillars of creation? Yuan Shi looked around. Although he knew that the pillars of creation were placed in a very hidden space and could not be seen, he still subconsciously looked left and right, as if he could see the huge pillars from the hidden space. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and smiled. "There's no hurry. Let's send this girl home first." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhen glanced at him and looked up and down. She smiled inexplicably and said, "Actually, you also forgot the location, right? Are you trying to find where it is while you send me home?" Cough, cough. Yun Nuoshing coughed violently. Xian and the others were also stunned. Did he really forget? After coughing for a long time, Yun Nuoshing raised his head awkwardly and said, "It's not that I forgot. I just don't remember how many pillars to activate. Every large region has many pillars of creation standing in the hidden space. The hidden space is very well hidden. Even heavenly gods may not be able to find it. Only those who have mastered a special method can enter." He scratched his head and said, "The great chaos formation of the divine prefecture uses the 9 pillars of creation of the 9 divine temples as support. The saint spirit formation of the Kuan Yuan region. How many pillars of creation were there?" Yun Nuoshing frowned and pondered for a while, then let out a long sigh and said, "I don't really remember. I only remember that one of them is in the spirit state city of the Kuan Yuan region, the other one is in the wind cloud city, the other one is in the water cloud city, the sea cover city, and the dark emperor city. Oh, by the way, these names are based on the current map of the Kuan Yuan region, not based on the divisions in the primordial age. There are also some places in the wilderness." "Little Star, do you still remember the location of each pillar of creation?" Xian asked. When he saw Yun Nuoshing nod, he nodded and said, "Then we'll use the stupidest method. We'll find them one by one." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and said, "There may be thousands of pillars of creation in the origin region, and they are all quite far away from each other. How long will it take to find them one by one? Could there be 9 pillars of creation that support the saint spirit formation?" Yuanshi asked casually. Yun Nuoshing sighed and hesitated for a long time. "Maybe, but other than the 5 locations I mentioned above that are certain, there are 3 more in the wilderness that I know roughly where they are. So there's only one left. I can't remember it no matter how hard I try." Yun Nuoshing looked like he was about to break down. He pulled his long hair crazily. Little Purple Soul also helped to pull his hair into a mess. Everyone spread their hands. "Who can you blame if you can't remember? If it's not 9, then I might have forgotten even more." Yun Nuoshing ran his fingers through his messy hair. He only felt that things were a little bad. "Let's go to the nearest one first." Yun Nuoshing took out a map and looked at it. Then he raised his head and looked at Chu Yingzhan. "Where's your home?" "Song Kingdom. It's on the way." Chu Yingzhan smiled mysteriously, then said, "There's no rush. Stupid father didn't rush me. He told me to go back immediately. I'll just wander around on the road and go back for a bit." Yun Nuoshing looked suspiciously at Chu Yingzhan, who was smiling strangely. After a while, he shook his head. He didn't need to worry about her family. He looked at the map again and said, "The closest one to the martial spirit city is the spirit state city. Let's go there and have a look." He waved his hand and took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. It expanded to 10 feet in size in midair. The group stepped on it without any hesitation and sat down cross-legged or knelt down. Now, Yun Nuoshing's group, other than Little Purple Soul, were all demigods and beginner gods. This lineup seemed to have some weight. If there were no accidents, they would be able to do well anywhere. There was a long distance between the martial spirit city and the spirit state city. Although it was said to be the closest, it wasn't that close. Moreover, even if everyone was demigods and beginner gods, if they didn't have Yun Nuoshing's light element, it would take a lot of time to fly over unless they chose to use a teleportation gate. As the most central city of the Kuan-Yuan region, there was a teleportation gate that led to other large regions. There were also countless teleportation gates within the Kuan-Yuan region. The others were used to it, but Chu Yingzhan was very puzzled. It was convenient and fast to use a teleportation gate. They just had to walk over. Wasn't it a waste of time to fly like this? The teleportation gate has blinded your eyes. If you use teleportation everywhere, you won't know what you'll miss on the way. In response to this question, Yun Nuoshing calmly replied, "We're going out to play. Our ambition is to explore. If we use a teleportation gate, we'll just go from one place to another." Only you can say something like this. Chu Yingzhan was not stupid. He dared to say this because he was qualified to do so. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to run to their deaths without the light element. "Do you think this journey is really short?" Ahem, let's go. Yun Nuoshing coughed softly and waved his hand to control the Netherworld Ruin Sword to fly towards the horizon. Seeing him ignore her words stiffly, Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips but didn't argue. She quite liked this kind of traveling method. When she snuck out of her home, she also liked to wander around. However, most of the time, she would use teleportation gates to travel around. She had never tried flying over without using a teleportation gate. Allowing the Netherworld Ruin Sword to maintain its speed didn't consume Yun Nuoshing's energy. Furthermore, it could reach half the speed of light. At this speed, it would only take them 3 days to reach Spirit State City. However, if something happened along the way, the time would change. Yun Nuoshing also fulfilled his promise. Although no one had made any promises to him, it was purely because of what he said that day. everyone just listened to it and didn't think that he would remember it. Divine grade, king grade, divine grade, emperor grade, divine grade, saint grade, divine grade, divine grade, divine grade, Empyrean God. There are a total of 5 grades corresponding to the later divine grade: king grade, emperor grade, saint grade, divine grade, and the 5th major realm, Empyrean God. The later divine grade experts are collectively called gods. Those who can be called kings among gods are called kings. Those who can be called emperors among gods are called emperors. As for the cultivation method of each stage, you don't need to know this for now. It's still too early. For now, you'd better pass the initial divine grade first. I don't recommend you to learn secret techniques, profound arts, divine arts, and mystic skills. It's not that you can't learn them, but I'm worried that you'll backfire if you learn them. Among you, how many of you have learned divine grade, profound arts, divine arts, and mystic skills? Raise your hand and let me see. After Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, Ziyin was the only one who raised his hand. After that, he was also stunned. When he saw that everyone was looking at him with astonishment, he hesitated for a moment and weakly withdrew his hand. All right, I'm the one who taught this girl. Cough, don't stare at me like that. Then, what's the highest grade that you're currently cultivating? Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. Seeing everyone's increasingly strange gazes, she hurriedly asked, Immortal grade. This was Yuan Shi's answer. Then the others also said all the profound arts, mystic skills, divine arts, and so on that they were cultivating. They're all about the same. The highest grade that I'm cultivating is only a divine grade profound art. Qin Yen said faintly, I say, your identities aren't bad, right? After hearing this answer, Yun Nuoshing was a little dazed. The people sitting here were either divine sons or divine daughters. The other people who didn't have any special identities wouldn't be any worse than this. Why were their cultivation levels so low? Would these big forces nurture important figures? Don't think that everyone is like you, okay? Everyone looked at her faintly and shook their heads helplessly. Their families did have higher grades, even divine grade ones, but those were the treasures of their families. Even if they were divine sons or divine daughters, they couldn't come into contact with them immediately. The profound arts that they cultivated were basically the second-tier profound arts in their families. If they wanted to obtain higher grades, they could only slowly cultivate and come into contact with them. As for the other ordinary disciples and clansmen, they could only rely on their own contributions to their families to slowly accumulate their achievements. Even so, there were some top secret things that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with. For example, Yun Nuoshing's profound arts were all divine grade, peerless grade, and divine grade. Now that she had recovered her memories, she cultivated many profound arts that were above the divine grade. That was a super special situation. Others couldn't even be envious of her. If they wanted to be envious, they had to have the courage to die once and go through reincarnation to be envious. Therefore, when Yun Nuoshing took out some divine grade items and piled them on the netherworld ruin, soared like cabbages, everyone was stunned. Looking at the pile of scrolls and crystal balls, they felt a slight headache. I dug these out from my memories and re-recorded them in scrolls or crystal balls. It took me a lot of effort. Patting the small mountain that was as tall as a person, Yun Nuoshing sighed. It took me a month. There are still a lot of things that I haven't recorded. Take your time. Don't worry. Then a sumptuous feast is right in front of you. Shouldn't you say something? Standing in front of everyone and pointing at the pile of items, Yun Nuoshing said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone looked at each other. Nightmare suddenly jumped up from the ground and roared, "Roar!" Then he rushed into the small mountain. All right, he's so excited that he used his beastly voice. Yun Nuwashing was speechless as she watched Nightmare bury his but in the pile of crystals. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. After Nightmare was the first to rush over, the others didn't want to be outdone. They didn't fight over the treasures or anything. They just slowly sensed them. Although these things were good, they shouldn't bite off more than they could chew. They all knew this. Therefore, they only planned to choose one that was most suitable for them. Then, they would slowly cultivate it. As for when they finished cultivating it, then they would wait until they finished cultivating it thoroughly. Profound arts that were above the divine grade weren't that easy to cultivate. Oh, you're actually so generous? Chu Yingzhan held a crystal ball the size of a head and walked to Yun Nuoshing's side. She looked at him strangely and said, "Don't hold my things and think that I'm stingy, okay?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes hard. When he turned his head and saw that everyone had chosen, he waved his hand and put away the rest. He said, "When you cultivate, think back to the enlightenment that you had in the Tianshan Taoist sanctum. The enlightenment that those golden runes gave you can help you cultivate better. If you really can't do it, stop. I'll explain the Tao to you. Okay. Lord Tianshan will listen to you." Chu Yingzhan giggled and patted his shoulder with her jade-like hand. Then she sat down. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The others also sat down solemnly, holding crystal balls and scrolls. Their expressions were incomparably sacred, as if they were going on a pilgrimage. They looked at the things in their hands with extreme solemnity, and then very slowly they placed it between their eyebrows. Instantly, a huge amount of immeasurable information rushed into their minds like a tidal wave, and the group of people fainted. When Yun Nuoshing saw that everyone had fainted, he couldn't help but laugh. Back then, when I was at the mortal realm, I also felt the same when I cultivated a divine grade, profound art. Now, it's finally on your heads. It doesn't feel good to be washed away by information until you faint. Ha 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 ha. There was nothing special about these scrolls and crystal balls. They were all obtained from Empress Jean. And the others, they had the function of recording profound arts, cultivation techniques, divine arts, profound skills, secret techniques, and some other information. Although these crystal balls and scrolls prepared by the 9 Shrine were specially made, and the preservation effect and recording ability were more powerful, there wouldn't be any change in their nature. They were still used for recording, and those huge amounts of information were recorded into the crystal balls and scrolls using mental strength or soul power. When reading, there wouldn't be a situation where one couldn't cultivate because of language barriers. However, for higher grade profound arts, the amount of information would increase exponentially. Although there wouldn't be a situation where one would be shocked to death by the information when reading a profound art of too high a grade, it was normal to be shocked to faint because of receiving too much information all at once. Only those profound arts of divine grade and above could be able to withstand such a huge amount of information. Yun Nuoshing didn't have any bad intentions when he took it out for them to cultivate, but it seemed to be quite interesting to see them faint. You're so bad. Suddenly, there was a gentle laughter which stunned Yun Nuoshing. He turned his head stiffly, and his neck even made creaking sounds. Then he saw Xian holding a crystal ball and looking at him with a smile. Girl, you actually didn't faint." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. This girl, after enduring the shock of information from a divine grade divine art, the second time will be much better. Isn't this what Little Star told me? Xian smiled sweetly. Her words instantly made Yun Nuoshing speechless. He seemed to have said that before, and the former had already fainted from the huge amount of information when she was cultivating the Heavenly Chasm Sword technique. So this time, she directly endured it? Cough, cough. Go cultivate. You didn't hear anything. Yun Nuoshing coughed, dryly, grimaced, and pretended to be fierce as he said, "Hee." Yin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She stuck out her tongue, closed her eyes, and continued to read the information in the crystal ball. The crystal ball in her hand was a divine grade deity tier 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 deity tier, deity tier, deity tier. Deity tier, 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 deity tier. To seeing that she had entered a state of mind, Yun Nuoshing awkwardly scratched his cheek. He didn't expect that his muttering to himself would be heard, but it was nothing. He just suddenly had a little idea. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt anyone. After comforting himself with this for a while, Yun Nuoshing checked everyone's condition one by one. After seeing that everyone was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. In reality, there shouldn't be any problems, and he just checked just in case. After watching for a while longer, Yun Nuoshing sat down cross-legged and took out the swirling zither from his heart. He placed it on his lap and gently pressed his 10 fingers on the zither's surface. Deep breaths and light exhalations circulated in this manner for a while. Only then did he slowly move his 10 slender fingers and nimbly dance on the zither's strings. Waves of beautiful music were emitted from it, causing the entire space to become peaceful. Everyone's mind, which had been stirred into a paste, was also affected by this zither music. The massive amount of information flowing in their minds slowed down significantly, and the furrowed brows on everyone's faces also slowly relaxed. As the music came out, there seemed to be scarlet and pink flames dancing in the air. A huge shadow hovered in the air, slowly rotating around Yun Nuoshing. It seemed to be a phoenix. Chapter 934. The night was dark, and the 2 moons poured purple moonlight down from the sky. A hazy and mysterious feeling lingered between the heavens and the earth. High up in the sky, a golden ray of light passed through the horizon. It was like a ray of light that did not attract any attention. Looking at the golden ray of light, one could see a huge sword. On the sword, there was a group of people who were cultivating with their eyes closed. Only a little girl was running to and fro among the group. Occasionally, she would reach out and poke their bodies. Then, she would silently smile and sit at the side. At the tip of the sword, a tall girl wearing a spacious black windbreaker was sitting. The strong wind was filtered into a light breeze by the golden barrier, blowing her colorful long hair and making light rustling sounds with her windbreaker. A 6-foot-long silver-blue zither was resting on her knees. Her slender fingers danced on the zither strings like little fairies. Every time she moved, a celestial sound would be heard, and the tinkling sound would reverberate on the long sword. Around him, a scarlet-pink flame constantly appeared and quickly extinguished as if it was an illusion. Beside him, there was a shadow. Every time there was an uncoordinated fluctuation in the zither music, the shadow and the scarlet-pink flame would tremble slightly as if they were about to disappear. It was as if the blossoming zither music had caused them to appear. Ding! A wrong syllable suddenly rang out. After that, there was no more sound. The shadow and the flame had completely disappeared. Yun Nuoshing's fingers were still on the last syllable. After a long while, he opened his eyes slightly. With both hands on the zither strings, he could not help but let out a long sigh and mutter to himself, "It's not working. It's quite nice. Why did you stop?" A teasing voice rang out from behind him, causing him to be startled. He did not need to turn around to know who it was. This voice was mixed with some ridicule and light. Other than that black-clothed man, there was no one else. "Do you think I'm from an opera troupe?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Turning his head, he saw Chu Yingzhan, who was dressed in men's clothes, sitting down beside him. Yun Nuoxing casually sized her up and said, "Why aren't you cultivating? Have you encountered a bottleneck or something that you can't understand? Do you want me to give you some pointers?" Seeing him raise his head and pretend to be arrogant, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but say, "Don't pretend to be so arrogant. You're acting like a little girl acting cute. You're not suited for this, you know?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Chu Yingzhan drew circles on the nether void sword as she casually asked, "That song of yours shouldn't be an ordinary song, right?" "I just played it casually." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said seriously, "Oh, it's a strange song that I randomly played." Chu Yingzhan nodded. Mei Mao looked up at him and said, "Didn't Xian tell you that you look unnatural when you lie? How is that possible? I've always—" Yun Nuoxing said in shock, but halfway through his sentence, he was stunned because he saw Chu Yingzhan looking at him with a mischievous gaze. He was speechless. All right. That song wasn't an ordinary song. How could you tell? Or rather, how could you tell?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. "Because you haven't practiced music before." Chu Yingzhan smiled faintly and said, "You haven't practiced music before, but the song that you play contains the taste of music. Furthermore, you were once a god. Even if you're just a half-baked god who has inherited your memories, it's still easy for a powerful person like you to practice anything. For you to play a song repeatedly for an entire afternoon and night without problems. Have you been practicing?" Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. How did this girl know that he had been playing for an entire afternoon and night? "Oh, I felt it when I was half asleep. Your song had already drilled into our souls. Others should have felt it too. It's just that I woke up from boredom as soon as I finished processing the information." Chu Yingzhan elbowed Yun Nuoxing's arm and said, "What song was that?" "Huang Jia Xian song." Yun Nuoxing looked at Mei Mao, who was as black as obsidian, and said faintly, "Huang Jia Xian song, one of the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs." Chu Yingzhan suddenly covered her mouth and looked at him in shock. Her face was full of disbelief. You actually know about the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs?" Yun Nuoxing was also very surprised. He didn't expect this girl to know about the Huang Jiaxian song, and even know that it was one of the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs. "How can I not know?" Chu Yingzhan suddenly became a little excited. The Immortal Emperor's 9 songs, which have been passed down from very, very ancient times throughout the entire history of the Immortal Realm, are known to exist in the Immortal Realm. Some of them appeared together, and some were the songs of the gods who once cultivated music, or even the heavenly gods. The Huang Jiaxian song is the celestial music that descended when the divine beast Phoenix underwent nirvana and was reborn. It's the most mysterious one. Yun Nuoxing was also shocked. As far as he knew, the existence of the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs was relatively secret. Even in the ancient times, very few people knew about it. Chu Yingzhan hadn't finished speaking yet and continued excitedly, "Prelude to Samsara, Huang Jiaxian song, Myriad Calamity Divine song, 9 Netherworld song, Ling Tian battle song, Immortal King battle song, Silent Death divine song, Great Tao immortal song, Chaotic lingering sound. A total of 9 songs. Look at your knowledge of the ancient times. Are these the 9 songs?" Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while, and then nodded. "It is indeed these 9 songs. Where did you get the Huang Jiaxian song?" Chu Yingzhan came up to him very excitedly, and a fragrant wind blew on his face. Her two big eyes occupied his entire line of sight, which made Yin Nuoxing very surprised. He had seen this kind of fanatical gaze like that of a collector once before. Last time, when she found out that he had the eye of the ocean, she was also this fanatical. So this girl also had a hobby of collecting? Feng, or was born with it. Later, as she grew up, the Huang Jiesian song also slowly became complete. In the end, it took root in my mind. I just didn't pay attention to it. After all, I don't major in music. Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands. This time, he didn't lie. Feng, Her Majesty Phoenix, right? Chu Yingzhan nodded. She didn't feel surprised, but Yin Nuoxing was very surprised. Logically speaking, she was a person from the Seven Elements realm. How could she know so many things that the natives of the divine realm didn't necessarily know? The degree of my curiosity about this world is not something you can imagine. What's wrong with knowing some secrets? When he asked this question, Chu Yingzhan's answer was very matter-of-fact, so he couldn't refute it. As expected, curiosity was the main culprit behind everything. However, young girl, did you know that curiosity killed the cat? Not only could it kill the cat, but it could also kill a god, although he didn't dare to say it out loud. Although I don't know what you are thinking, looking at your changing expression, I feel that you are thinking of something bad. Chu Yingzhan looked at Yin Nuoxing with a dark face and said, Illusion, illusion, I am thinking about the Huang Jiesian song. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly and waved his hand. Chu Yingzhan looked at him suspiciously, snorted twice, and ignored him. After a while, she smiled mysteriously and said, I know of the whereabouts of the immortal Emperor 9 songs. Do you want to know? If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't keep me in suspense. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and said lightly, You. Chu Yingzhan was at a loss for words. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt a bit apologetic for taking his divine grade profound technique, she wouldn't have told him this secret. However, even though she knew that he had this kind of temperament, seeing him looking like he didn't care about it and occasionally glancing over, she was still angered to the point of laughing. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Chu Yingzhan muttered to herself for a while and said, There is a place outside the Azure Emperor's city. That place can be considered as a place of historical interest. Many people know about it, but no one knows what it is exactly. After all, many people have tried to fish in troubled waters to see if they would be favored and obtain something, but they didn't get anything. That place has existed for a long time. Well, seeing that you have the divine grade profound art, I will tell you this information. I think if it is you, you should be able to obtain it, right? Chu Yingzhan muttered. She was still thinking of taking it when she had the strength in the future. Saying it now made her feel a little pained, but after a moment she felt relieved. Who knew if it would be taken away by some lucky guy one day? If she let Yin Nuoxing take it away in advance, she might be able to listen to it. So she confidently made a request. Idiot, if you really get it, even if you are stingy and not willing to pass it to me, it's not a problem. But can you play it for me? Just hearing the first part of the sentence, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but have black lines on his face. He had already taken out a pile of divine grade profound arts and so on, but in the end, he still couldn't avoid being labeled as stingy. Immediately, he was so angry that he wanted to explode. But after hearing the last sentence, his anger more or less dissipated. He helplessly sighed and said, Okay. When I really get it, I will play it for you, okay? Chu Yingzhan smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. Looking at the young girl, who was smiling like a flower, Yin Nuoxing sighed in distress. He calmed his mind and calmed his heart. Then, His slender fingers continued to gently dance on the zither strings. That elegant and mellow melody once again floated out. The scarlet-pink flame and the phoenix's shadow once again hovered around his body. Only the gentle melody flowed, and there wasn't any terrifying power. Beside him, the girl dressed in men's black clothes hugged her knees and looked at him quietly with her head tilted. The purple moonlight shone on her long, colorful hair, embellishing her beautiful face with some mystery. A faint fairy aura was emitted from her body, as if she was a fairy born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Coupled with the melodious and faint melody, this scene was very beautiful, and she was slightly fascinated by it. While she was looking at Yun Nuoshing, she didn't notice that behind her a pair of golden Mei-Mao and a pair of deep purple eyes quietly opened. Just like the former, they were looking at Yun Nuoshing. "Sister Xian, aren't you going to do something?" Ming stretched out her wings and patted Xian as she said in a teasing tone. Xian only smiled and shook her head. She rolled her eyes and suddenly moved to Ming's side. Her red lips were next to Ming's ear, and she whispered something that only the two of them could hear. Then Ming's holy and beautiful face turned red with a bang. Her large golden eyes blinked, and she quickly lowered her head. "This kind of thing was too. Won't Big Brother be angry? I don't think he'll like this." Ming hesitated. Her beautiful eyes kept fluttering as the words Yen had just said kept echoing in her mind. She felt her head heat up just thinking about it. "Don't worry. It's something that someone who knows Little Star very well told me. Ming, you can also, I don't think it's a good idea." After Xian finished speaking, she let out a small cry of surprise, which made Ming roll her eyes. "You've already said it, and now you realize it's not a good idea, and you're actually talking about this kind of thing. I didn't expect that the usually quiet and well-behaved Sister Xian would have such thoughts. However, this kind of offer was very tempting, but she still had to think twice. If this kind of thing failed, she was worried that Big Brother would hate her, although Big Brother was a good guy. "Then, Sister Xian, when are you going to implement your plan? Do you need my help?" Ming whispered. Although she didn't dare to agree with Xian completely, she still thought it was fun. It seemed like a good idea to use this opportunity to give it a push. The sky is full of beautiful scenery. We just have to wait for the right time. Xian smiled mysteriously, which made Ming speechless. She looked up at Big Brother, who was not far away. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and nodded. This kind of offer was indeed very attractive. It just happened to poke at the tip of her heart. No matter what, she wanted to give it a try. On the other side, Yun Nuoshing suddenly trembled and opened his eyes in shock. Under Chu Yingzhan's strange gaze, his body trembled violently. He quickly hugged himself and shivered. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? It's as if someone is secretly plotting against me. Old habits. Are you worried every day like before?" Chu Yingzhan raised her head to glance at him. Then she looked up at the night sky and said, "Calm down. You said it." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yun Nuoshing and the others did not find a chance to stop along the way. The main reason was that they did not find any place worth stopping, so they could only rush past. This made Yun Nuoshing feel a little regretful. In the past, when they traveled, they could always find some unknown things in some corners, or some hidden heavenly treasures, or some places with dense energy, or some dilapidated walls. From there, they could unearth a story. He had to admit that he was a little bored, but this was the fun of traveling. Just passing through the teleportation gate was the choice of busy people. Fortunately, he had the light element, so his speed was not slow. After 3 days of nonstop travel, the group passed through a vast land and finally arrived at the place called Spirit State City. This place was towards the north, but it was not completely close to the northern ice realm. The weather was not cold either. In the Spirit State City, there was a rather mysterious place. This was a legend, and it was very famous. It was so famous that even Yun Nuoshing, who did not pay attention to outside matters, had heard of it. It was something that he had heard of in this era, but it immediately made his memory trace back to the ancient era. The two seemed to be the same place. This place is still very mysterious. In the starry sky, the curtain of night had just covered the world. The netherworld ruins floated thousands of miles high in the sky. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked down at the starry city below. They could not help but sigh at the peace and prosperity of this place. They wanted to say, "Look, this is the life that I once yearned for. Ordinary, peaceful, and worry-free." Unfortunately, they had embarked on another path. This kind of peace was always an extravagant hope. Are we going directly to find the pillar of creation? Yuan Shi also looked down at the densely lit city below and asked casually. He had not forgotten the purpose of coming here. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and put a finger in front of his lips. He said in a mysterious tone, "It's nighttime today." Everyone was stunned. What's wrong with nighttime? The moon still rises every day. It's just that there are 2 moons in total. Isn't it just nighttime? Don't tell me you want to go sleep and rest. Chu Yingzhan tilted his head and said. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. Don't you all know? Even I know about this, but you all actually, you know about it too? Everyone was stunned. When they saw Yun Nuoshing pointing his finger at the sky, they immediately understood. It seemed that this person would occasionally pay attention to external matters. 9 heavens, falling Milky Way, 1 hanger, 1 world. Yun Nuoshing pointed his finger at the sky. Spirit State City, 9 Milky Way. 1 is negative and 9 is positive. Block off all the energy in your eyes and withdraw it back into your bodies. Then seal off your spiritual energy and soul energy. Use the eyes of mortals to look at the sky with Spirit State City as the center. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and pointed at Spirit State City below. Then he raised his right hand towards the sky. Everyone was suspicious, but they still did as he said. They withdrew all the energy in their eyes and then tried to use the eyes of mortals to look at the world. It had been a long time since they had tried this. Ever since the day they started cultivating, their nature had gradually deviated from that of mortals. They used different senses to feel the world and used different eyes to look at the world. Thus, until now, when they lowered the energy concentration in their bodies to a certain level and restored the intensity of their eyes to that of mortals, they couldn't see the colors of the energy that filled the world. Their vision was slightly dimmer. The place that was originally filled with energy was very bright. Now, when they looked at it, it didn't seem any different from the surroundings. However, when they all raised their heads, everyone was stunned. In the sky, 9 silver light screens fell from the starry sky and descended below the starry sky. It was as if streaks of aurora were neatly arranged in the sky. The silver light screens were like soft curtains as they swayed and shone in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight turned into decorations that densely covered the silver light screens. It was very beautiful and incomparably brilliant. Come, let us head to the Milky Way. Chapter 9:35. The brilliant silver curtain of stars hung in the sky like a long curtain of aurora. The moon, which was the size of a millstone, emitted a dazzling light. Starlight dotted the surroundings, and it was exceptionally beautiful. It was as if they were really walking in the Milky Way. Even though they had walked in the Milky Way before, they still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when they saw this scene. Under the night moon, the The silver curtain seemed to sway with the wind in the sky that was overflowing with silver light. The bluish-purple river was like the Milky Way that was dotted with starlight. When the boat passed by, it created one or two waves. The Milky Way was still the same, and there were no changes. This was a boat that was traveling on the Milky Way. The boat was 30 feet long, and it didn't seem crowded even with 10 people on it. Yun Nuashing stood in the middle of the boat and bent down. Half of her body was over the edge of the boat, and she reached out to touch the Milky Way that was constantly moving. Her fingers fell into the Milky Way, and a mark was left behind as the boat moved forward. However, the Milky Way didn't change at all. It was ice cold where she touched it, and it was even colder than seawater. It was filled with the aura of the starry sky, as if it was really a Milky Way that flowed through the sky. Unbelievable. I've heard about the 9 Milky Way in Spirit State City. I didn't think that we could still make it here. Chu Yingzhan had been dumbfounded since they came in, and she kept looking around curiously. Only now did she come back to her senses. She looked at Yun Nuashing and couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing raised her head. The silver-white curtain of aurora fell on the bluish-purple Milky Way, standing on both sides of them. The other 7 silver curtains of stars were blocked due to visibility issues. They could only see that they were sandwiched between 2 silver curtains of stars. There's nothing strange about it. There are quite a few people who know about this place, and only half of the people who know about it know how to get in. Even the slightly famous forces know about this place. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said, "But when we rushed up just now, it still gave me a fright. I thought that these 9 curtains of light couldn't be touched." Yuanshi smacked his lips and looked around. "I didn't expect to come to such a magical place. Although I know about it, I have never been here before." Xian was also looking around curiously. When she turned her head, she saw Yun Nuashing's faint look of reminiscence. She was slightly stunned. "Little star, is this place also related to the ancient times?" "Ah." Yun Nuashing was pulled out of her memories by a soft call. She looked up and saw that everyone was looking at her. She couldn't help but chuckle and nod. It's a magical space inside. It has existed since the ancient times. The terrain of this place attracts the power of the stars in the sky, forming a magical space here. When the 9 Milky Ways appear together, the flow of the power of the stars is at its greatest. This scene can only be seen by mortals, and cultivators can't see it unless they treat their eyes like before. After the 9 Milky Ways appear, the magical space inside will expand to its greatest extent. In the ancient times, this place used to be an inn and a restaurant. People from all over the realm of the gods gather here. Except for a small number of people who entered by accident, many people came here because of its reputation. This place has the most intoxicating scenery. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. "Isn't it beautiful to enjoy the scenery under the starry sky and drink to one's heart's content?" "Of course, I didn't say that. I heard it from others." Seeing that everyone's expressions were gradually becoming strange, Yun Nuashing quickly waved her hand. Everyone knew that she didn't like drinking. The 10-meter-long boat carried everyone forward in the bluish-purple Milky Way. This boat wasn't carried by them, but was formed by the power of the stars in this place. It carried them to their destination. In this place filled with the power of the stars, those who weren't good at interacting with the power of the stars would easily get lost. They could only safely reach their destination by taking a small boat. Not long after, a bright light suddenly bloomed in front of them, causing everyone to habitually squint their eyes. The aura of the stars rapidly gathered around them, and transparent illusionary scenes directly appeared in their minds. The boat under their feet also gently shook and slowly disintegrated. The weak vibration only lasted for a short while before it ended, everyone once again felt that they were standing on solid ground. Many people shouted and roared in their ears. They slowly opened their eyes. What appeared in their line of sight was a place that was still rich in the power of the stars, like a paradise. The 9 rivers of stars transformed into 9 turbulent long rivers that quietly flowed through the sky. The ground was made of hard earth and stone, and it had been rearranged into the shape of a street. On both sides of the street, there were large and small houses, some of which seemed to be shops, some of which were palaces and lofts. From time to time, there was a rich aura of the stars gushing out of the ground, turning into a cloud of mist that dissipated in the air. It made this place look a little foggy. On the street, in the palaces, and in the lofts, many people could be seen chatting loudly. All kinds of divine birds and strange beasts flew past here, and their powerful auras made them involuntarily look sideways. It seems that after so many years, this place has changed a lot. Yun Nuoshing chuckled and said softly, "It wasn't so prosperous in the past. There was a lively atmosphere all around. From time to time, some ferocious-looking strange beasts flew past in the sky. They had 2 horns on their heads, and their fur was like steel spikes. They seemed to be made of metal, and they were running away on all 4s. There was a strong smell of blood in their ferocious auras. That's a blood Kirin beast, right? The one with a little bit of the Kirin bloodline." Yuanshi put his hand on his forehead and looked at the huge creature flying past in the sky. He then looked at the various demonic beasts and magical beasts that were crawling on the ground and even pulling carriages. He couldn't help but sigh. They are all rare divine birds and strange beasts. They are just like the streets here. Those who can come in and out of this place seem to be people of status. Naturally, they wouldn't lower their status when they go out. Nightmare could tell at a glance that this place wasn't simple and said softly, "The space here goes from 1 galaxy to 9 galaxies, and it keeps getting bigger. When the 9th galaxy appears, the space here will be stable for a long time, and then it will slowly shrink back to 1 galaxy, and then it will start over again." Yun Nuoshing looked at the 9 silver rivers in the sky and said, "The 9 galaxies will last for a long time. You don't have to worry about this place suddenly shrinking. Even if it's going to shrink, there will be signs in advance. So you don't have to worry. I don't really care about that. Anyway, you are here. Even if the sky falls, you will be able to hold it up." Yuanshi scratched his head and said, "I'm just curious about what you are looking for." "Huh." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Everyone saw him widen his eyes with a look that said, "How did you know?" They couldn't help but sigh and say in unison, "Although you are a little playful, you didn't realize that you had a serious expression when you came in. It's like you are constipated. It's like you are looking at something that you don't dare to look at." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He poked his face with both hands and said, "Is it that obvious?" Everyone nodded helplessly. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. After a while, he couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, all right, you win. But don't worry, it's not a big deal. I once left a question here. I wanted to see if anyone could answer it after so many years." Question? Everyone was shocked. It was a good thing to have a question. There was nothing wrong with that. However, when the person with the question was a divine master, then it was a little big. What kind of question was worth a divine master staying here for thousands of years? Moreover, it even made the divine master himself feel a little uneasy. Well, they felt that they were thinking too much. However, when they saw Yun Nuoshing's uneasy look, they couldn't help but think more. When had things that involved this guy been small? They didn't stop to rest on the way. Everyone rushed straight to the place that Yun Nuoshing had pointed out. It was the center of this fantasy space. Even if the Milky Way shrank into a single line, this area wouldn't disappear. The things that stood here were also quite heavy. We have seen so many palaces and pavilions along the way. No matter how I look at them, they don't look like they were built quickly. Will the space here really shrink? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask as he looked around. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and said, "If you give enough materials, you can make those pavilions and palaces rise from the ground with a wave of your hand. When you want to leave, you can just put them in your pocket and take them away. Why do you need so much effort?" The buildings that stand in the center of this area are all supported by powerful forces. The other spaces that will change due to the changes in the Milky Way belong to other forces. Unfortunately, the 9 divine temples aren't interested in meddling here. Therefore, there are no people here. As they spoke, they walked straight into a black area. The entire ground suddenly turned black. It wasn't right to call it black, because they could see spots of starlight on the ground. Above this black ground, there were transparent balls of light the size of a head floating in the air. They could vaguely see that there were some things in those balls of light. These balls of light were all left behind by people. This is a free exchange area. The things left behind can be a problem or an item that you want to exchange for. Others can also come here to solve the problems raised by the predecessors or complete the transactions left behind. Well, impatient people will probably go directly to the auction house or the trading area. Things that can be left behind to trade here are not ordinary things. Things that can be seen in ordinary markets definitely won't appear here. You can take a look for yourselves. When everyone heard this, they also picked up a ball of light out of curiosity. There was a line of words written in the ball of light and an item placed inside. It was obvious that this was the item used for trading. However, whether it was the item placed inside the ball of light or the item described in the ball of light, they had never heard of it before. Sure enough, things that can be placed here are not ordinary things. Yuanshi's face turned green. Aren't they afraid that they will be stolen by others by placing them here? This area is jointly protected by many powerful forces. If you don't want to end up being ganged up on by dozens of emperor gods, it's better to be honest, Yun Nuoshing said lightly. Everyone laughed dryly. Yun Nuoshing went directly to the center of this area, and everyone hurriedly followed behind. In the center of this black area, there was a black pillar. It was 10 meters tall and less than 10 feet thick. There were golden words flowing on it, and many of them were ancient words that no one could understand. This is used for some special people to leave messages. Some of the languages have spanned countless years, and some may only be a few 100 million years old. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. Special people. Of course, everyone knew that they were special people. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, they scanned the black pillar with curious eyes. Those golden words contained a very special rhythm. They were very profound and couldn't understand them. Of course, everyone felt that the problem was due to the language barrier. However, if they used their soul power to sense it, they seemed to be able to understand it. After all, there was a rhythm left behind. Naturally, people who spoke different languages wouldn't be unable to understand it. If that was the case, there would be no point in leaving behind a question. From this, it could be seen that the language of the soul was the universal language. After so many years, they could still use their soul power to sense it directly. There was a distance between the golden words. Some of the words that were close to the golden words were smaller. They seemed to be answers to the previous questions, and some answers were also written in golden words. This meant that the questioner and the questioner were both deities. Below some of the questions, there were many different answers. Moreover, there were many different kinds of words for the answers. It seemed that these were questions that spanned countless years. All of them searched slowly, and Ziyan instantly saw a line of extremely familiar handwriting at the top of the list. That's the question left behind by Quarter Moon. It used to be left behind. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and pointed at the line of words at the top. Everyone also raised their heads and saw a very unique line of words. It carried a majestic power as it emanated from the golden words, causing everyone's expressions to turn serious. However, it was a pity that there was no answer below the majestic golden words. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. However, they saw that Yun Nuoshing's expression didn't change at all, and he didn't show it. Although he didn't say it, his heart must be empty. That question was so profound that no one could answer it. What's at the end of existence? What Xian Yue left behind was in the language of the primordial era. It was a question that had been hanging there since the primordial era. It must have been seen by countless people, be they gods, deities, or celestial gods. However, no one could leave behind an answer. This question left even celestial gods at a loss. Had they reached the end of the road? It didn't seem to be. This empty answer wasn't out of Yun Nuoshing's expectations. He just waved his hand and pulled everyone out of the gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. They laughed to divert their attention and left the black pillar. This is a comment area. It's not as secretive as other places that deal with secrets. Be it questions or things left here, they can all be seen by others. If the person who asked the question comes here, they can make it disappear. Similarly, those who are waiting for the transaction here will disappear after the transaction is completed. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, he looked at the light orb beside him. He took out something from his pendant and put it in. After waiting for a while, the light orb lit up slightly, as if it was confirming something. He then took out something that was originally in the light orb. Although the things placed here can't be seen on the market, they aren't so secret that no one knows about them. If that's the case, there's no point in putting them here. The things placed here are very rare and precious items that can't be seen in auctions. Overall, the transaction can still be completed. After Yun Nuoshing completed the transaction, the light orb gradually sank and fell to the ground. This also meant that the task it represented had been completed. There were many such light orbs on the black ground, waiting for the owner to come forward and confirm it. Other than that, there were also some balls of light with some items inside. From the looks of it, it seemed like a bounty. There were also some questions that didn't have anything in them, just words. There were actually quite a few people who answered them, and most of them answered seriously. Unlike Yuan Shi and the others who had malicious guesses, there weren't any graffiti. Are there any remaining members of the glorious Holy Church from 300 million years ago? How do you cultivate the myriad lightning scripture? Where do you find more 9-colored divine stones? Is there a strongest among the various stages of cultivation? If there is, how do you reach the strongest? Looking at the questions one after another, for some reason, everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted. More and more black lines appeared on their heads. Unlike the listless looks of everyone else, Yun Nuoshing felt that it was very interesting and wrote down the answers seriously. When the light orb made a ding sound, the things inside it would fall out. Then, the light orb would sink to the black ground, as if it had completed a question. Once someone writes down the answer under the question, the person who left the question will sense it. If he feels that there's no problem with the answer, or that it's okay, then it's considered completed. Yun Nuoshing said, when you write down the question, leave behind a wisp of soul light. This way, you'll be able to know the answer you want at the first moment. The person who answers should also write with soul light so that the person who left the question can't sense it. Well, some questions are also very nonsensical. Back then, Quarter Moon liked to come here to play very much. She looked at the pile of questions and wrote down the answers leisurely. She gained quite a lot in one night. In short, seeing that Yun Nuoshing was having fun by herself, everyone didn't want to disturb her. They could only wander around this black area and look at those questions and answers. They treated it as increasing their knowledge, and they did indeed see some very strange questions and answers. Question: how do you defy the heavens? Answer: find a place to lie down in the middle of the day after eating your fill. Answer: which family's little doll is letting his imagination run wild again? Cultivate properly. It's not your turn to do this kind of thing. Everyone was speechless. Did lying down in the middle of the day mean that they wanted him to daydream? This was such a serious place. From the lowest gods to the highest heavenly deities, there were strong practitioners of various stages who had left messages here. Was it really okay to ask such a strange question now? And there was actually someone who answered it. Could it be that they actually had nothing better to do? Chapter 936. This was a tranquil place. Dense, dark green trees were neatly spaced apart in a certain area. The celestial pond overflowed with colorful light, accompanied by specks of starlight, and illuminated the lakeside. A circular pavilion stood on the side of the lake, and a long corridor extended from the shore to the pavilion. There were 2 or 3 people sitting in the pavilion, and melodious zither music drifted out from the pavilion, drifting along the lakeside, sparkling with celestial light. Groups of 2 or 3 people stood there, either chatting or drinking merrily. The people gathered here all had outstanding temperaments, and their life auras were extremely vigorous. Any one of them, if placed in a crowd, would be as bright as a star in the night sky. They stood out from the crowd. Whether it was temperament or strength, they were the best. These were all people of the younger generation, but they gathered here today to chat merrily. Most of them, or rather, Yun Nuoshing didn't recognize any of them. Not to mention her. Even Yuan, she didn't recognize any of them. Nightmare and Qin Yen also shook their heads and shut their mouths. Although they were all people of the younger generation, the realm of the gods was too big, and it was normal that they didn't recognize each other. Even if some of them were very famous and their characteristics were known, they might not be able to recognize them, even if they were floating in front of you, or even if they were standing right in front of you. They are all young people of the Kuan Yuan region. Not many of them have reached the initial divine level, and some of them are already over 100 years old. There's one there, Yun Nuoshing said, pointing at the pavilion in the middle of the celestial pond with her chin. In the pavilion, a woman in green was gently stroking a zither, and the melodious zither music was drifting out from her. The melodious zither music, coupled with the young girl's excellent looks and the celestial light and starlight descending, was really pleasing to the eye. Idiot, why don't you disguise yourself and show off your skills? I'll dress you up. Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile and pointed at the pavilion with Mei Mao as she said this with ill intentions. I'll beat you up. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. How could she come up with such a bad idea? After playing in the black message area, the group of people strolled around and were attracted by the melodious zither music. The main reason was that they didn't know where it was fun. Yun Nuoshing also hadn't been here for a long time, so she didn't know where to go. She walked in just like that, and no one stopped them. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing beside this huge immortal lake. Wonderful, wonderful. As expected of Fairy Qinyu, just based on her musical attainments, no one in the younger generation can claim second place. At the end of the song, someone at the lakeside praised. The person in the pavilion chuckled softly. Her jade-like hand stroked the zither as she said, "You must be joking. The God world is vast. There is no lack of great powers that don't come out into the world. Among them, there are naturally true musical geniuses. Everyone thought that she was being modest, but Yun Nuoxing could see a complicated expression in Qing Yu's eyes. It seemed that she wasn't being modest. Fairy, is the song you played one of the immortal emperor's 9 melodies? Qing Yu sighed softly and put down her hand. She shook her head and said, the immortal emperor's 9 melodies has been lost for a long time. It was taken away by great figures in the past and disappeared from the world. It's hard to find it again. How could I possibly possess such a divine technique? Chu Yingzhan and the others looked at Yun Nuoxing quietly. The latter shrunk her neck and hurriedly waved her hands. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. I've heard that in the immortal King Valley outside the Azure Emperor City, there is an inheritance of the immortal emperor's 9 melodies. As for which song it is, countless people have stepped into that place. Even god emperors have personally gone there, but I've never heard of anyone obtaining anything from it. The melody lingers in the immortal King Valley. It's like weeping and complaining. It has been going on for tens of thousands of years. The expert who once said that the inheritance of the immortal emperor's 9 melodies was passed away with the wind. It's just that we don't know if it's true or not. Everyone sighed. Even god emperors have personally verified it. It shouldn't be wrong. As for how he obtained it, he might have been mistaken all along. How could it be so easy to uncover a divine technique left behind by an expert of the past? At the lakeside, the sounds of discussion suddenly stopped. It was as if everyone had thought of something. They all turned their gazes towards a single person. He stood alone at the lakeside with his hands behind his back. He wasn't very tall, but he was very slender. His long brown hair fell to his waist. He had a scholarly face, but his eyes were filled with majesty. His black pupils gave people a strange feeling of oppression. In the space around him, there was a strange energy circulating. Even the starlight was distorted because of him. Brother, Emperor of War, you're one of the 6 dark generals of the Kuan Yuan region. You should be very clear about the matters of the Kuan Yuan region, right? Just like the 9 kings of the divine land, the 6 dark generals of the Kuan Yuan region were just a title for the younger generation in this large region. However, the younger generation here wasn't limited to Yao Hua's age. Those who were as young as 20 years old and as old as thousands of years old could all be counted in this generation. Because the span was a little too big, people divided the younger generation into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generations. Yun Nuoxing and the others belonged to the 3rd generation. Most of them were at the demigod realm. The 2nd generation might have just entered the initial god realm. As for the 1st generation, just like this Emperor of War of the Kuan Yuan region, their cultivation was already at the ultimate god realm or even the divine king realm. The 2 words Emperor of War were just a code name. Sometimes a code name was more widely known than one's real name. This was especially true for those who were on the young sovereign list. The 4 words Emperor of War of the Kuan Yuan region were always more widely known than one's real name. Take Yun Nuoxing, for example. It would take a long time for people to connect the dots just by saying his name. However, when the words divine body of spiritual reception were mentioned, almost everyone could understand it. The Emperor of War was already an expert at the level of divine king. He was the young sovereign of the Kuan Yuan region and one of the 6 dark generals. This position, as well as the positions on the young sovereign list of the other regions, would probably not change for a long time. This referred to the 1st generation of the rankings. The 2nd and 3rd generations were another matter. At this moment, when he heard the crowd mention him, the Emperor of War slowly turned his head and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That's right. The elders of the Emperor of War Palace have mentioned that there is indeed a type of immortal Emperor 9 tunes hidden there. Moreover, it should be a type of tune that is good for war and killing. The rhythm that comes from the immortal King Valley is full of fighting spirit. Only experts at the level of gods can resist it. After that, the Emperor of War said again, "This is not a secret. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. Maybe you will be lucky enough to inherit it." There was a hint of mockery in his words. Everyone smiled helplessly. Since ancient times, countless people had coveted that war song. If it could be obtained so easily, it wouldn't have been left there for so many years without being taken away. Battle tune? Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and murmured in a low voice, "In the immortal Emperor 9 tunes, there are only Heaven Battle Song and Immortal King Battle Song. That place is called the Immortal King Valley. Could it be that the Immortal King Battle Song is there?" Seeing that he was deep in thought, Chu Yingzhan also said, "Why? Are you not interested in the battle tune?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. She shook her head and said, "If it's a battle tune, yes, it's more like a battle tune used to assist a group. It's used in war. The two battle tunes have their own unique background stories. They were both born during the war. They were the natal divine tunes performed by the divine musicians on the battlefield at that time." The scene suddenly quieted down. Yun Nuashing and Xian, who had stopped talking, were also stunned. They looked around and found that many people were looking at them. They were slightly stunned and then felt a little embarrassed. The strength of the people here was quite high. Even though they had lowered their voices, it seemed that they were still heard. "Fairies, you seem to have seen something. I wonder if you can share it with us." Some people stood up one after another and cupped their hands. They could see that Yun Nuashing and her group were not weak. Even the Kuan Yuan Emperor of War looked over with great attention. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Xian and the other girls gave her a look that said, "You deserve it." She said, "Who asked you not to speak in your soul?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and shook her head helplessly. She casually returned a bow, and her clear voice slowly floated out. In the past, at the beginning of the primordial era, around the 623rd era, the war between the god world and the demon world spread across the entire god world. No one in the world could stay out of it. In the primordial era, the rules of heaven and earth had not weakened yet. There were as many god realm experts as there were sand in the sea. The war between the god realm experts and the demon world became more and more intense day by day. It was also a high-level battle that decided the fate of the god world and the demon world. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and organized her words. The demon world was not smaller than the god world. There were tens of thousands of races in the demon world, but because they were not united, they fought both the god world and the demon world at the same time. It was a very chaotic place. However, the chaos there also gave birth to many super experts. In terms of peak strength, the god world did not have as many god realm experts as the demon world. Therefore, the god world side was defeated by the god world side. Just as the god world side was about to be completely defeated, a god realm expert named Immortal King appeared. He was a heavenly music god who specialized in music. He sacrificed his god life and used his heart and soul to play his life song. The Immortal King's battle song reignited the blood of the god world's heavenly gods. They retrained their swords, burned their god blood, and fought the demon world's heavenly demon gods. They did not stop until the void collapsed. Even the god world was almost destroyed in that battle. The Immortal King's battle song burned his own body, and his god blood dyed the void red. It allowed the god world's side to barely repel all the experts of the demon world, even though they had 3 times the number of the god world's heavenly gods. Today, There is still a small area of chaos left in the void battlefield that cannot be repaired. That area recorded the devastating battle that once took place. That battle was the battle that made the immortal king famous. It was also his last battle. Since then, the name Immortal King's Battle Song has spread across the god world. Even the demon world's legend has been left behind. However, the great battle that took place in that era destroyed the immortal king and the forces behind him. The Immortal King's Battle Song was also judged to be lost for a long time. After Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere fell into a trough. They had only heard about the immortal emperor's 9 songs, but none of them knew about one of the songs. They only knew that the 9 songs were divine arts in music, but they did not know that there was such a heroic story behind it. A battle song was indeed a battle song, something that happened in that distant era of war. You make it sound like it's real. Chu Yingzhen muttered in her soul. It's real. To you and to me, it's just a story. But it's something that actually happened. Yun Nuoshing had learned to be smart this time, she said in her soul, and sighed. In the past, when Quarter Moon was still weak, he descended at the beginning of the 62nd era. He was lucky enough to survive the great battle between the god world and the demon world. He recorded a lot of things that happened in the great battle. Even though no one knew about these stories, he only recorded them silently. At that time, the god realm was something unreachable to him. Who would have thought that many years later, he would become a god realm himself? Chu Yingzhan was speechless this time. She lowered her head and muttered to herself. Fortunately, this matter was over after a while, and no one looked into it. The atmosphere here became lively again. What was different from the beginning was that many people began to pay attention to Yun Nuoshing and her group. They wanted to see some characteristics of this group of people, but no one could recognize them. If there were people from the divine prefecture here, there should be someone who could recognize Yun Nuoshing. After all, her characteristics were too conspicuous. In the end, if the complete Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies does not meet the performance requirements of the 9 melodies, but wants to display its full power, there is bound to be a price to pay. The Immortal King himself was an exception. He sublimated himself to the limit and displayed more than 100% of his power. However, he also burned his life completely. That was why he won the decisive battle that time. Since ancient times, the celestial realm and the demon world have fought countless times, but the demon world has never won. This is partly because of their own reasons. However, behind every great war, there are also many heroic deeds that are worthy of praise and tears. Many of these are remembered, but even more are unknown and disappeared in the torrent of history. Even if some of them changed the direction of the whole world, they might not be remembered. When Yun Nuoshing said this, she could not help but sigh in her heart. You are also one of them. You saved the celestial realm twice, but in the end, you didn't even leave behind a fart, Chu Yingzhan said indifferently in her soul, holding her chin with her jade-like hand, as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly and said, Remember me for what? Quarter Moon did not save the celestial realm. He even contributed to the destruction of the celestial realm. When the 10,000 worlds attacked that time, he wiped out all the lives that were attached to the celestial realm, leaving only a continent here. But if he didn't do that at that time, the celestial realm would have been destroyed, wouldn't it? Yuan, she said. Yun Nuoshing fell silent. After a moment, she let out a long sigh and said, Who knows? Let's not talk about this. It's so annoying. After awkwardly stopping the topic, Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the first-generation emperor of War of Kuan Yuan. The strength of a divine king was considered quite strong among the younger generation of the celestial realm. He was the kind that could be ranked among the top. Yun Nuoshing's pair of strange eyes directly saw through his origin. He was a rare crystal energy carrier. His bones were a faint golden color, but there was nothing special about his bloodline. However, this also surprised Yun Nuoshing. Up until now, other than the people around him, he had only seen one crystal energy carrier, and that was the first generation emperor of War of Kuan Yuan. It seemed that this guy had a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Brother Emperor of War, it's almost time for that strange place. Do you also plan to challenge a deeper level this year? Someone suddenly said. Yun Nuoshing just wanted to change the topic. At this time, she could not help but ask, strange place? Well, it's not a secret. Many people know that Brother Emperor of War is a person with great perseverance. He once suffered in the Yin-Yang world for a month and transformed his energy carrier into a crystal. He also used this to let his divine essence be tainted with a wisp of blazing sun chi. The aura he released when facing enemies was comparable to the temperature of the low-ranked divine flames. Even his physical body was refined. Qingyu sighed softly. It's just a bluff. At that time, he was also harmed by others and was trapped in the Yin-Yang world for a month. It was a fate worse than death. The Emperor of War sighed and shook his head. That Yin-Yang world is just outside Aqua Cloud City. However, I suggest that you try it after your cultivation reaches novice divinity. Demigods' bodies have not been completely transformed by divinity and may not be able to endure the harshness of that place. But that's nothing. We cultivators are afraid of death and hardship in the path of cultivation. It's better to just cut ourselves off and become mortals. There are many natural places for tempering the body and spirit. The realm of the gods is vast, and there would always be places where energy gathers densely, giving birth to strange terrains. Those places can be found if you look carefully. The elders of various sects and clans are very experienced, and you might find a way out if you ask them. The Yin-Yang world is like a Tai Chi that divides two areas. The energy is yin and yang, and they are two extremes. The closer you are to the center, the more violent the energy is. If you are not careful, you will die inside. I have been there many times in the past few years, and now the Yin-Yang world's tempering effect on me has been greatly reduced. There is no more effect in the center. The Emperor of War's faint voice caused a flurry of discussion. Yun Nuoshing did not listen to anything else. When he heard the three words Yin-Yang world, he thought of something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. What did you think of? What a disgusting smile. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's somewhat wretched smile, Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched, and she could not help but ask, the three holy treasures of Yin-Yang world, have you heard of them? Yun Nuoshing grinned. Xian and the others looked at each other, shrugged, and shook their heads to show that they had never heard of them. Then, seeing Yun Nuoshing's sinister smile and keeping them in suspense, they all rolled up their sleeves at the same time. Ahem, calm down. Before he was beaten up, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly coughed, took a deep breath, and said, Yin-Yang world is composed of two types of energy, such as extreme heat and extreme cold, for example, light and darkness, fire and ice. The purest Yin-Yang world is composed of the orthodox Yin and Yang Qi, and its scale is determined by the density of the two types of energy. In a large Yin-Yang world, three kinds of things that even gods covet will be born. Yun Nuoshing raised 3 fingers. After pondering for a moment, he said, the first is the twin divine materials, the 12th level gods' exclusive materials, sun blood crystal, and extreme Yin ice crystal. The second is the twin divine flames, the 22nd on the divine flames list, the fire of the sun, and the 23rd on the divine flames list, the extreme Yin fire. The third, and also the most precious, twin chi, profound Yang chi, and profound yin qi. These two are even more precious than the two divine flames. Hearing the words that came out of Yun Nuoxing's mouth, everyone was very calm at first, but they slowly became sluggish toward the end, until they were completely dumbfounded. They all knew about the sun blood crystal and the extreme ice crystal, and they had even seen them before. Yun Nuoxing had them, so they ignored them. They all knew that these things were exclusive materials of the 12th level gods, and they could be used to forge eternal divine weapons, but they couldn't use them, nor could they covet them. As for the 22nd and 23rd divine flames on the divine flames list, even though they had reached the initial god realm, they still felt that this kind of plaything was still far away from them. Moreover, they weren't people who would force themselves to obtain divine flames. That level of divine flame could even burn Emperor God experts to ashes. As for the twin energy, none of them understood, and they didn't know what it was for. Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expression, Yun Nuoxing also felt a slight headache. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Have you heard of the 4 treasures of heaven and earth?" I know. Chu Yingzhan replied excitedly in his soul, "The 4 treasures of heaven and earth, the heart of earth, the eye of ocean, the breath of sky, and the sea of consciousness. These 4 mysterious things are collectively called the 4 treasures of heaven and earth, and they are the secret treasures of secret treasures. With one of them, you can transform to a very powerful level. As for how to transform, well, I don't have any of them, so I don't know." Yun Nuoxing wanted to say that he had 3 of them, but when he thought about Chu Yingzhan's reaction after being stimulated, he decided not to. Hence, he directly said, "The breath of sky is a kind of qi, and it's not inferior to the mysterious yang qi and mysterious yin qi that I just mentioned. So what's the use of it?" Yuanqi scratched his head. He had no idea what this so-called qi was used for. Yun Nuoxing fell silent. After a while, he turned his face away and said, "It strengthens the energy circulation in the body." Everyone was shocked. "Ah, I'm joking. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly waved his hand. He was a little distressed and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he still explained, "You know that you can continuously add formations to weapons to strengthen them when forging weapons, right?" Everyone nodded. Whether it's the mysterious yin qi, the mysterious yang qi, or the breath of sky, these strange qi things are a kind of strengthening formation, and the body is the weapon. By pinching them together, you can give the weapon a special power attribute and strengthen all aspects. You understand now? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched as he spouted nonsense. Then everyone had an, "Oh," they would have understood if he had said that earlier. Chapter 937. Everyone was not clear about the specifics, but at least they knew that this thing was not simple. For Yun Nuoxing to place it before the divine flame, one could see how precious it was. However, even that idiot himself could not explain it clearly. Perhaps they would only know the details when they saw it. After all, judging from Yun Nuoxing's behavior, it was obvious that she wanted to make a trip there as well. Yun Nuoxing and her group were talking excitedly, but they did not realize that the group of people by the divine lake was also getting excited. Their voices were a little noisy, and they had no choice but to raise their heads and look around. Then they saw a group of people surrounding the Kuan Yuan Emperor of War. In front of the latter, there was a figure looking at him quietly. When their eyes met, energy sparks bloomed. The person who suddenly came here was a woman. Her skin was fair, and she was as ethereal as a bright moon. Spots of brilliance sprinkled from her body, and her beautiful face was calm and indifferent. Mei Mao stared at the Kuan Yuan Emperor of War as if she was looking at her prey. Her expression was cold and unfriendly, and the slight curve of her red lips made this scene even more wild and cold. From the discussion of the group of people beside them, They learned that this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared was one of the people on the Kuan Yuan Supreme List, one of the 6 demon generals. Her name was Mo Zihan, and she was also known as the Emperor Strength. She controlled the metal element and the fire element. The latter was condensed after reaching the initial god level. This woman seemed to focus on the cultivation of strength. She could break through all techniques with her strength, hence her name. Moreover, this woman's energy carrier was also a crystal. In the early years, she had fought with the Emperor of War several times, but there was no clear winner. When the two met, they were like enemies and their eyes were exceptionally red. The younger generation of supreme martial artists all seem to use crystals as their energy carriers, Yun Nuoxing said, and turned her gaze to Yuan Shi and the others. Yuan Shi shrugged helplessly. It takes a lot of effort to change the energy carrier, and it's not that easy. Look at Jin Wang and the others. They're only in the solid state, while Palace Master Jin and Elder Jin are in the crystal state. Every major force has their own unique way to cultivate the carrier into a crystal, but it takes a lot of effort. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Chu Yingzhan, who was beside her, was also lying on the table gloomily. She said, "It's not that easy. Back then, I spent 5 years doing nothing but condensing energy, hoping to condense the carrier into a crystal. In the end, you all saw it. This thing is just a stinky rock." Chu Yingzhan propped herself up and asked Zian, "By the way, what's the difference between a crystal and a solid?" The crystal carrier is formed by the fusion of the will of elemental elements. It can't be formed by simply condensing energy. Zian gave a simple answer. Then he pondered for a while and said, "If we're talking about the energy capacity, it's about 15 times more than a solid. Mine is about 15 times more. What about brother?" Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing. "Me?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After a while, she said with a strange expression, "My crystal carrier is a little special. It has been recast many times due to many factors and conditions. Also, because of the elements." Before Yun Nuoxing could give an answer, Chu Yingzhan urged her, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and give an answer." "All right, it's about 200 times more than a normal crystal." Everyone. As you all know, a crystal is formed by the fusion of the will of elemental elements. I have 10 types, including the mutated ones. I have 12 types of elements. I've eaten some fairies' food before. Some of them are related to energy carriers. At that time, I even used the Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond to reconstruct my body. I also made some carriers while I was at it. Also, I'm cultivating the glazed mirror. The glazed mirror uses the glazed divine crystal to reconstruct my body, including my meridians and energy carriers. After Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, she didn't care about everyone's stunned expressions. She sighed heavily. "In other words, my cultivation speed has to be 200 times faster than all of you in order to maintain the same speed. Although the 12 elements, divine soul, and spirit have increased my cultivation speed by a lot, it's still not 200 times. That's why my cultivation speed is a little slower than all of you. Now I know why you're so crazy. This level of transformation, your energy capacity alone is more than all of us right now, right?" Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. Yun Nuoxing calculated with her fingers. After a moment, she nodded seriously. "It's about the same as your divine venerable level. If it's a crystal, it's about the same as your deity's 7 or 8 transformation. After all, the gap between demigod and beginner deity is a little too big. This guy is really not human." Chu Yingzhan and the others were speechless. After Yun Nuoxing and the others finished talking, Emperor Might and the Emperor of War, who were inexplicably in a standoff, relaxed. If the two really released their auras, Not many people here would be able to withstand it. Mo Zihan was not here to go tit for tat with him. She brought a piece of news that made her feel the pressure of this world, and her heart was particularly heavy. Mo Zihan took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the crowd, saying, "You may not know at this time, but I've received the latest news." During the Taiyuan Grand Conference, someone from the demon world came and issued a notice that they will return to the celestial realm in 10 years. Now, I've received reliable news that in a year the demon world will descend. Its location is just north of the northern wilderness, and it will extend all the way to the northern ice realm. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Obviously, they had not received this news before. Now that they heard it, their expressions became particularly serious. Yun Nuoshing and the others had already known about it. Or rather, he was the one who passed the news to the Golden Princess and the others, and the latter passed it on to the others. After a few days, the news finally reached the Kuan-Yuan region. Considering the vastness of the celestial realm, this speed was actually very fast. If it was an urgent matter, such as the demon world's appearance tomorrow, it would probably spread to every corner of the celestial realm in half a day. When the demon world descends, all the strong people in the world will not be able to protect themselves. The higher-ups will have their own battles, and the juniors will have their own battles. I'm afraid that a slight move in one part will affect the whole situation. The Emperor of War muttered. Mo Zihan shook her head and said, "During the Taiyuan Grand Assembly, the news spread that the demon world's descent is not for war. This time, it has appeared, and thousands of races coexist. They just want to go to the part of the land that I mentioned just now. The leader of the Phaseless cult has also agreed to this. That piece of land is not of much use to us humans." When the Emperor of War heard this, he frowned at first. However, after thinking about it carefully, he nodded slightly and said, "Is the news that the demon world will descend in a year's time accurate? Where did you hear it from?" "It's absolutely true. This news was passed to the Phaseless cult by a celestial master from the Nine Gods Temple. Then, the Phaseless cult spread the news." Mo Zihan nodded with a serious expression. Yun Nuoshing's head tilted to the side, and she almost slipped off her chair. Xian, Chu Yingzhan, and the others also covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. However, it was indeed more appropriate for a celestial master to say this. Celestial masters were originally people who were related to the mysteries of the heavens. Most of the mysterious things that came out of their mouths were very convincing, no matter how unbelievable it was. Demon world, demon race. Although I don't know why, when these words are mentioned, I feel like my blood is burning. I feel like I hate them. Someone couldn't help but clench his fist, and the expression on his face was slightly distorted. You might have heard too much about the demon world from your sect. The celestial realm and the demon world have been at war for so many years. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll just hit them in the face." That person smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This is not my subjective opinion. I just got angry for no reason and wanted to fight them." Hearing this, everyone present felt a little awkward. They had never seen such a strange symptom before. Maybe it's the brand of your bloodline. A clear and indifferent voice attracted everyone's attention. They all turned their heads and focused their gazes on Yun Nuoshing and the others who had been sitting there without moving from the beginning to the end, causing everyone to be stunned. That person just said that the celestial realm and the demon world have been at war for so many years, and the interval between each battle is not very long. At least one battle every 10 million years, and at most 1 or 2 eras. Yun Nuoshing elegantly raised his teacup and said faintly, "Maybe it's because your family has been at war with the demon race in the past, and it was a very long battle that involved the entire family. Because of that, when your family talks about the demon race, you will have an automatic reaction. This kind of action has been branded into your bloodline and has become a kind of instinct. Even if the situation changes with the passage of time and your bloodline has become strange, the brand will not change. As long as you are still a member of that family, you can go back and look at your family's genealogy and compare it with the history of this era. Who knows? There might be records of your family fighting against the demon race. The scene became quiet again. Xian couldn't help but poke Yun Nuoxing's waist with his finger and said softly, "You're talking so much. Is it okay to attract people's attention?" "Don't worry, no one will recognize me." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and said, "I'm imitating Ming's nature of blurred recognition. Although you don't think much of it, because you're all familiar with me, it's very easy for people who don't know me to forget me when they see me." Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this. Ming tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing carefully. It was only then that he realized that his face was indeed a little blurry when he looked at it. Qinyu slowly got up and walked towards Yun Nuoxing and the others. She smiled and cupped her hands and said, "This little sister is very knowledgeable. May I know where you are all from?" Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He really wasn't used to it, but he couldn't do anything about his appearance. Even if he wasn't used to it, he could only accept it. It's fine if you're called that many times. Yuan, Shi, and Nightmare also had strange expressions on their faces. Are we included in that group, or are we just ignored? Just treat it as if you're ignored. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. There were 10 people sitting here. Was he going to call all of them in one go? "Oh." Yun Nuoxing returned the greeting with a gentle smile on his face. That beautiful and refined smile made some of the men stagnate. "My name is Yu Xian. We're from the Divine Prefecture." After thinking about it, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was better to say that he was from the Divine Prefecture. More than half of them were originally from the Divine Prefecture, other than Yu, who was from the Demon World, and Chu Yingzhan, who was from the Azure Emperor City of the Kuan-Yuan region. The others were all from the Divine Prefecture. In the end, he added, "We're here to have fun." As for the name, Xian, Yuan, Shi, and the others in his soul were already in an uproar. They looked at him with all kinds of expressions. They even suspected that this guy was addicted to pretending to be a girl. "Sister Yu Xian, you seem to know a lot about the war between the God realm and the demon world." Qinyu smiled casually. Although she appeared to be very polite, everyone knew that the power behind her was not simple. "Not really. I know a little. I've stepped into countless dilapidated battlefields, left behind in the God realm. I've seen the ruins of the gods. I've seen the capital of life turn into dust. I've seen the prosperous cities forever isolated from the world, the oceans turned to dust. And time dried up. Those ruins that no one cared about, they silently told us everything that had happened in the past." Yun Nuoxing raised his cup to her and drank it in one gulp. Although it was just tea, he had the ethereal aura of a fairy. It was given by the lapis lazuli, which made him look very distant. His soft voice immediately brought everyone into a state of reminiscence. "Fairy, do you know why the demon race fought?" The Emperor of War clasped his hands and asked with a smile. "There's no other reason. It's just to survive." Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes as if he had entered a state of deep thought. "The demon world is chaotic. There are no stars, no sun, and the sky is dark and gloomy. Although it's larger than the God realm, it's ruthlessly divided into thousands of pieces by the strong. It's like floating islands that are separated from each other. The demon world's environment is not suitable for ordinary people to live in. The mortals who live there only have less than 30 years of lifespan. Countless demon race members desperately cultivate in order to survive. Only cultivation can prolong their miserable lives. One day, they found a purer and cleaner world. That world has the normal laws of heaven and earth, and it's suitable for most living beings to live in. So, the demon race launched an attack. That world is our God realm. Everyone was astonished. They were very shocked. So that's what happened. You think it's very inconceivable. The reason for most of the wars is so simple that it makes one's hair stand up in anger. They want to survive. The demon race members wanted a better place to live, so they attacked the God realm. The weak people wanted to live and not be bullied. After millions of years, they became a high and mighty God emperor powerhouse. The original reason for all of these things is that they want to live. It's just that the demon race has been attacking the God realm for so many years, but they never got what they wanted. The people of our God realm also became angry because of their invasion. In the end, it became an old grudge, generation after generation. The war involved the whole world, the whole era, until the last person. No one side will compromise. The God realm thought that the people of the demon world came to burn, kill, and plunder. The demon world thought that the people of the God realm wanted to exterminate them. This war is also because of this simple reason, and it has been fought from that ancient era until today. I seem to have heard this from some old scholars. At that time, many people scoffed at it and thought that it was nonsense. The Emperor of War was slightly stunned. It's true. It's just that the things that happened were very far away from us, and there are many factors involved. The farther away the things are, the more distorted it will be when it reaches our ears. Yin Nuashing said faintly, as the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. The war between the God realm and the demon world started so long ago, and it has been fought until today. However, the God realm is still the God realm. Is it because the people of the demon world have never won? Someone asked carefully. Yin Nuashing shook her head and sighed. It's the opposite. The God realm almost always loses miserably every time. Everyone was stunned. The demon race was so powerful. The God realm had never won a single battle. But the God realm was still in good condition, and there were no traces of the demon race. Even now, there are traces of the demon race in the God realm. Even if there are traces of them, you wouldn't know because their numbers are too small. How many races are there in the God realm? There are all kinds of strange life forms, and the human race also has some strange branch races. The demon race will hide their special characteristics slightly, and I guarantee that no one will recognize them. Yin Nuashing said faintly, a few years ago, I caught a demon race member. Well, in the end, I threw him into the mountains to feed the demonic beasts. Everyone blushed with shame. The folklore of the devil world. Let's call it folklore for the time being. If you don't cultivate, you won't be able to survive. Even among the mortals, there are many people who are in control of power. The people of devil world are born as devil world experts, but they have to gradually master their own power until they completely master the power of devil world. This step is countless times easier than us cultivating to devil world. Hiss. Being born as demon rank experts, this customs is really strong. Everyone felt their teeth ache. Because of all these reasons, the quality and quantity of experts in the demon world are better than the relatively peaceful God realm. This is the case for both the upper echelons and the core forces. The God realm is still able to survive. Until now, I have to say that they are very lucky. Of course, the God realm is lucky because of their luck. Yin Nuashing pondered for a while, then added, our God realm has those super divine weapons. Everyone immediately understood that he was referring to those on the divine weapon ranking. Not only the divine sword record, there were also other divine weapons. Among them, only the divine sword record was qualified as a record purely because there were too many divine swords, and they were too powerful. Only then did they qualify as a record. Furthermore, they were the 12 most mysterious divine weapons, and very few people had seen them before. Other than the divine sword record, the divine weapon ranking has a total of 36 divine weapons recorded. Now, some of them are hidden in the famed mountains and forbidden lands, using the energy there to repair themselves. Divine weapons have self-awareness, and self-repair requires a huge amount of energy. After they are repaired, they will not leave on their own and will hide in some places. As for why, they are damaged. Combined with what I said about the God realm being lucky, do you think it's something? Yun Nuoshing said while holding his chin. Everyone shuddered. In the past, when the God realm and the demon world were at war, did someone use a divine weapon to fight against the demon race experts? The battle caused the sky to shatter and the earth to shatter until even the divine weapon was damaged. It's more or less what you think. Yun Nuoshing said, faintly, let's talk about the recent events. A few eras ago, during the battle between the God realm and the demon world, the owner of the Sword of Time was an expert who was infinitely close to the God realm. In the largest scale battle, he used a power that was beyond his control, causing the Sword of Time to go berserk and almost cut off part of the River of Time. In that great battle, the might of the Sword of Time killed 100 demon gods of the demon race. Unfortunately, the Sword of Time also collapsed because of that. As a god emperor, killing 100 demon gods by himself, even if they were experts who were infinitely close to the god emperor level, could be said to be a glorious achievement. It would leave an extremely brilliant mark in history. It's just that this time, the demon world has appeared, and it's the end of this era. Yun Nuoshing frowned. Everyone could see some worry on his face. Little sister, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was a little hesitant, Qing Yu couldn't help but smile and say. The others also nodded. Say, for the God realm to be able to give birth to such a miraculous thing, with the size and other conditions of the demon world, other than the natural order of the world, it's not inferior to the God realm. How could they not have such a divine weapon? However, I've visited many places in the God realm and entered the void, but I've never seen any terrifying damage left behind by the demon race's experts. All of the damages were caused by the God realm's experts using divine weapons. My clan's master of divination told me that although the demon race's experts came with the title of 10,000 races coexistence, they came prepared. This time, no one in the God realm will be able to stay out of harm's way. The battle that's supposed to happen will not disappear. Everyone's heart trembled again, but after a moment they felt relieved. No one would investigate the reason for the battle between the demon world and the God realm. Even if they knew the reason, it wouldn't change the fact that the two realms were going to fight each other. To the people of the two realms, peaceful coexistence was nothing more than nonsense. It was better for the experts of the God realm to be prepared. The changes in the stars point to the omen of disaster. The star of calamity has descended, and the great era is coming. The descendants of the gods will also appear with the awakening of the great era. In the future, there will be endless turbulence, and the boundary between chaos and balance will be broken. When the time comes, the world will be in chaos, and chaos will reign supreme. This world will never be peaceful, Yun Nuoshing murmured and passed the sentence to everyone's ears. The descendants of the gods. Everyone's expression slightly trembled. Even the Emperor of War, Kuan Yuan, and the others narrowed their eyes. In the God realm, the gods had yet to appear, and the emperors were the most important. Would the chaos this time make those dormant gods appear in this world again? No one can stay out of harm's way, and no one can watch with folded arms. This world will never be peaceful. This sentence appeared in everyone's mind at the same time, and they couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 938. After a few words, Everyone was filled with all kinds of emotions. First, there was the announcement of the 9 divine temples that the demon world would appear a year later. Then, there was the strange words of this little sister who seemed to be knowledgeable about the past and present. This made everyone's emotions surge, and their gazes turn strange. What was going to happen would happen in the end. There was no way to escape from it. The grudge between the 2 worlds had lasted from the ancient era until today. No one knew how many heavenly gods had fallen. In this era, no one knew how many powerful people, how many supreme geniuses would fall in this chaotic whirlpool. The outstanding talents of each race, the geniuses of each race, and many other talented people would be overshadowed by the upcoming gray world. The demon world would definitely not lack such people. Why are you trying to scare people like that? Looking at the lakeside, many people gradually left with complicated emotions. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Let's see how they react. Yun Nuoxing was still holding her chin. She held the teacup in her hand and kept looking at it. Then, she tilted the teacup and poured the tea on the ground. She said faintly, "In the past, the god world really didn't win many times. In this era, they won once. At that time, the 9 shrine gave birth to a young god. The world respected the god world, the demon world, and the demon world went into hibernation and retreated pathetically. In the future, many people will die. Everyone present couldn't sit still anymore. They all said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. The things they learned today made them feel very heavy. They had to spread the news as soon as possible. Over at the god world, isn't there also internal and external troubles?" Yun Nuoxing gently placed the teacup back on the table and said, "It's human nature to be like this. Even in the face of a calamity, they are still calculating their own little bits and pieces. The demon world is also facing internal and external troubles, but they are all fighting for their own living space. War has always been a gamble. In terms of fighting style, the demon race is much stronger." He sighed and rubbed Yu Er's head. Yu Er happily turned her head and rubbed it against Yun Nuoxing's hand. She agreed with his words. Yes, yes, they fight very fiercely. They are all very good at fighting with their lives on the line. However, they don't seem to be as good as Brother Yun. Brother Yun's way of fighting with his life will probably scare Father and the others to death. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened, while Xian and the others muttered softly, "See, even the demons are afraid of the way you play with your life." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yun Nuoxing held Yu Er's face in his hands and kneaded it into all kinds of funny shapes. When he heard the little girl mumbling incoherently, he couldn't help but laugh. He patted her round face and said, "Let's go. The banquet is over." The group left the celestial lake and flew towards the 9 hanging Milky Way in the sky. They rushed straight into it, and when the silver light flashed, they narrowed their eyes. When they opened them again, the 9 hanging silver curtains had appeared in front of them. The night was still deep, and it wasn't dawn yet. Yun Nuoxing didn't stay for long. He threw out the Nether Void sword and led the group away in a flash. After circling around Spirit State City, Yun Nuoxing finally found the entrance. The lake was still the same lake, and the grassland was still as green. The sky was full of stars, and they were reflected in the vast sea. It was as if they could see the Milky Way, with specks of starlight. The huge black metal pillar was covered with dense golden runes, dyeing it golden all over. In the sky, the edge of a huge magic array appeared. It wasn't the same as what they saw in the 9 divine temples, because there was only one pillar of creation here. Only a part of the magic array appeared. But even so, it was still so mysterious that it made everyone feel dizzy just by looking at it. It wasn't something they could understand. The Saint Spirit magic array of the Kuan-Yuan region was damaged in a similar way as the Great Chaos magic array. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the bright golden magic array in the sky and nodded. But he didn't let Yishi do anything. He sat there and wrote and drew. Yishi was confused. It seemed that the magic array of the Kuan-Yuan region wasn't as easily repaired as the one in the Divine Prefecture. Buzz. Suddenly, the pillar of creation made a crisp buzzing sound. The golden runes that covered the entire pillar gradually dimmed, but they didn't disappear completely. In the golden magic array in the sky, the transparent crack didn't fade away as expected. The fan-shaped magic array also gradually dimmed, as if its energy had disappeared. Yun Nuoshing clapped his hands. He wasn't surprised by this change. He just said, "That's all. If we want to repair the magic array, we have to activate the other pillars of creation. Now, we're just adjusting it to a silent state. When the other pillars of creation are activated, it will be activated together and self-repair. That part of the ancient law fragments will be integrated into the last pillar of creation that we adjusted." "You can do that." Yishi scratched his head. This was beyond the scope of magic arrays. "Yes." As if seeing Yishi's confusion, Yun Nuoshing smiled. "This isn't an ordinary magic array. The Great Guardian Magic Array is a magic array of the laws of heaven and earth. It's equivalent to the laws and order of the realm of the gods. You can't look at it like an ordinary magic array." Yun Nuoshing stood up and opened his arms. "This is a miracle, a man-made miracle." Yishi rolled her eyes. She stroked her black hair and said, "Who would be so intoxicated by praising themselves?" Yun Nuoshing laughed. "This isn't just mine. It's everyone's credit. It's the model of the laws of heaven and earth that the 10 of us gods worked together to change. I'm just the one who proposed the plan. In the end, it's everyone who perfected it." "Big Brother Nuo, do you miss them?" Yishi seemed to be able to sense the loneliness in Yun Nuoshing's heart. "Yes." Yun Nuoshing's expression trembled slightly. His eyes dimmed slightly. However, a short moment later, he smiled again. It was just that his smile was somewhat forced. "I'm still alive. I'll live on together with them. They're hidden in the cycle of reincarnation. One day, I'll find them all." That supreme heavenly God was able to find her friend's reincarnation. So why can't I? "I'm also a heavenly God." Yishi looked at the forced smile on his face. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she nodded. Perhaps this was the best consolation that he could give himself. In the end, the supreme ancient God who had passed away wasn't able to leave with the sorrow in his heart. She silently listened to him. She didn't say anything in response. She merely moved closer to him. Her small hands tightly gripped his clothes as she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "I won't let anything happen to you." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "It's nothing." After the pillar of creation in the spirit state city was dealt with, Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't stay for long. They hurriedly rushed to the next place. According to their route, the next place should be Wind Cloud City. It was very close, and it was only a day's journey. However, they encountered some small situations along the way. "Oh, this place isn't simple." Thousands of kilometers high in the sky, Yun Nuoshing sat on the edge of the Nether Void Sword. His 2 legs dangled in the air as he looked down at the majestic mountain range below him. "That's not simple." Chu Yingzhan nodded. "As well." She pointed down and said, "Don't you see the black smoke rising from that place?" They were far away from the Spirit State City and closer to Wind Cloud City. They were both in the northern part of the Kuan-Yuan region. When the Nether Void Sword flew past at high speed, it suddenly felt something and hurriedly stopped. Almost half of the speed of light suddenly disappeared. Yun Nuoshing and the others on the sword only jolted slightly. After that, they hurriedly stood up and saw the mountain range below that was covered in black smoke. At first glance, they thought it was a forest fire. However, when they felt the powerful energy in the mountain range, they didn't think it was as simple as a forest fire. With a wave of his hand, Yun Nuoshing gently brushed away a cloud of black smoke. He put his finger on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He waved his hand and said, "Nether Void Sword, go around it." "What's wrong? Is this place very dangerous?" Yuan Shi and the others were a little surprised. They actually wanted to go around it. The damned black smoke had almost turned into a black cloud. It had spread to a radius of thousands of miles. Not far away, there was a twisted column of smoke rising from the mountain range below. The underground dragon vein has been destroyed. Someone or some kind of creature is violently absorbing the pure energy of the dragon vein. The energy within a radius of thousands of miles will be sucked dry. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and made the nether void sword go around it. 2 rays of light surged in her eyes as she stared down. That dragon vein, TSK, the ancestral dragon vein. What a waste! An ancestral dragon vein can be used to establish a large force. Its energy won't show any signs of weakening for hundreds of millions of years. It will only become more and more vigorous. You should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, Chu Yingzhan said, conflicted. When she heard the words waste, goosebumps appeared all over her body. As a collector, how could she allow such a thing to happen under her watch? Little Star said to go around it. Do you think we can afford to provoke that thing down there? Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others were speechless. Chu Yingzhan laughed dryly. That creature has disturbed the ancestral dragon vein. Perhaps the ancestral dragon vein will escape. Before that, it will riot a little. Nether Void Sword, retreat quickly. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly waved her hand to increase their speed. In a flash, they went around the area where the black smoke was billowing. Chu Yingzhan wanted to ask something, but when she saw Yun Nuoshing's faint, solemn expression, she thought about it and shut her mouth. When they were far away from that place, everyone stood up and looked behind them. The black cloud was still within their sight, but that hair-raising aura was no longer felt. Suddenly, an azure pillar of light shot up into the sky from where the black smoke was. It rushed into the sky and scattered the black cloud. Countless azure cracks lit up on the ground, as if something was about to erupt. The powerful energy shocked everyone thousands of miles away in the sky. Boom! After a long time, a shocking sound was heard. The Nether Void Sword stopped in the sky and propped up an energy barrier. On the ground, azure cracks spread out in all directions. Light shot up into the sky, and vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. In a burst of intense white light, everyone hurriedly narrowed their eyes. They could vaguely see an illusory dragon swaying its slender body and rushing into the distance. Moreover, the earth that was blooming with azure light collapsed with a rumbling sound. Mountains collapsed, the earth was torn apart, and the ground sank dozens of meters. When the light weakened, everyone hurriedly opened their eyes. At a glance, they saw billowing smoke and dust. The earth was torn apart, and the mountains were in a mess. There were cracks that were a few meters wide on the ground. It was so messy that it looked like the earth had been dazzled by Yun Nuoshing. Little Star, what did you do? It's not good to set fire to the mountains. Yuan, she said solemnly as he patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Yun Nuoshing staggered and almost fell off the sword. She was speechless. How did she get implicated even when she was doing nothing? What does it have to do with me? The ancestral dragon's vein was disturbed and ran away. The energy density within thousands of miles will gradually decrease with the departure of the ancestral dragon's vein. That creature is still struggling at death's door. What level is it? Everyone was curious. It's a hibernating god. He should be in a deep sleep, or he might be seriously injured. His life source is very dim. Perhaps he's nearing the end of his life. Regardless, he's about to die, Yin Nuoxing said lightly. Aren't we going to take a look? What's there to look at? Even if he's in a dying state, he can slaughter an entire city of emperor gods with just a flick of his finger. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, why do you think the gods of this era are all hibernating? Yuanxi asked in confusion. There are many large factions and religions now, and there should be old monsters of the god realm in them. From what we know of the Nine Gods Palace, the previous palace master and the previous palace master were all god realm masters. Where did they go? Yin Nuoxing stood up, looked up at the sky, and said, "This world. I don't know what the outside world is like, but the laws and order of the god realm are very weak now. It has been like this for a long time. According to the history books I found, since the beginning of the 120th era, the number of god realm masters has been decreasing. However, there hasn't been many heavenly god realm masters in this era, right?" Yuanxi and the others thought for a while and nodded. Since the 120th era, which was the beginning of this era, no heavenly god realm masters had appeared. Even if there were, they would only appear once every few eras. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that there was one heavenly god per generation? It was purely because there were too few heavenly gods. However, according to the relevant records, in the previous era, the ancient era, although there weren't as many heavenly gods as there were in the ancient era, there was still a certain number of them. However, in this era, not many heavenly gods had appeared, and even if they did, they would disappear very quickly. This situation became even more obvious after the 135th era, when there were no heavenly gods at all. Counting back, the last heavenly god appeared in the 133rd era, and there was no news of him anymore. He disappeared the next day. After that, the god realm masters went into hibernation or disappeared completely. Before they knew about quarter moon's matter, everyone thought that heavenly gods were the strongest and that they would at most die of old age one day. Who would have thought that there would be a life form even more powerful than heavenly gods that could kill heavenly gods? However, putting this matter aside, where did the heavenly gods of this era go? There were records of at least 3 heavenly gods in this era. The first one was born in the 122nd era, the second one was born in the 127th era, and the last one was born in the 133rd era. However, these 3 heavenly gods disappeared not long after they became heavenly gods. Yuanxi was puzzled. "Little star, you said before how long a heavenly god's lifespan is." "The lifespan of an emperor god alone is 10 eras, and a god realm master can live for an era. Of course, whether they can survive the great samsara is another matter. Gods who don't know the method can't survive the great samsara, and they can't escape death in the end. As for heavenly gods," Yin Nuoxing hesitated for a moment before she said, "the lifespan of a heavenly god is equivalent to infinite. Even the great samsara can't destroy them unless they want to die, rush into the center of the great samsara, leave the protection of the realm of the gods, and don't defend themselves or even transform into Tao. Otherwise, a heavenly god won't die so easily." Then where do you think the 3 heavenly gods of this era went? Why did those gods disappear? Why did they go into hibernation? Yuanxi scratched his ears and cheeks in confusion. "The laws of heaven and earth have changed. This world isn't suitable for those experts, and it's rather weak. Sister Shui also chose to seal her origin. She didn't expose her god's origin, so that she wouldn't be suppressed by this world. The gods who couldn't stand the weak laws of heaven and earth have all left in groups. They went to the stars or even to other worlds. Perhaps the other worlds would be better. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Do you still remember what I said earlier? The three elements of beginning that make up this world. Laws, order, and energy, right?" Everyone asked. Yun Nuashing nodded. The realm of the gods is known as the first major world of the eight elements realm. It has been so since ancient times, since the mythological era. It has given birth to countless experts and countless experts, but also consumed countless elements of beginning. Even if the great samsara resets them at the end of each era, the three elements of beginning of this world are getting weaker and weaker with each generation. It's just like how when we cultivate, if we unleash too much of our potential, we won't have enough energy to sustain it. At this moment, our world is in a state of insufficient energy, and it's caused by the great explosion of potential that has lasted for several eras. Even so, there are still as many god emperors in this world as there are grains of sand in the ocean. There are also a few deities, but they can't stand the laws of this world, so they have no choice but to go into hibernation or leave for other worlds with more balanced elements of beginning. Even if the void of the eight elements realm is purer than the other primordial worlds, with the strength of the king of the underworld, they can still travel through the star field and even cross the world barrier. Yun Nuashing said, "The rebound from the reversal of the laws at the end of this era is the strongest, and the great samsara at the end of this era is the most special. However, my research is still a little shallow, so I can't completely prove it. I just have a feeling that the great samsara at the end of the 139th era and the rebirth of the 140th era will be a brand new era. Is there anyone alive to see it?" Yun Nuashing suddenly looked at everyone, and they were all stunned. "Oh, of course we have to go take a look. I'm looking forward to the new era that our heavenly God is talking about." "Yuan," she said loudly as he rolled up his sleeves. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh at his yearning. "Then let's set a small goal first. We'll talk about it after we become deities," Yun Nuashing said as she twirled her fingers and smiled. Everyone's legs turned to jelly, and they all sat down on the netherworld ruins sword. "What's wrong? Don't have confidence." Yun Nuashing glanced at them and said indifferently, "There's still 1,000 years until the laws of heaven and earth undergo a great reversal. It'll be like a complete eruption of despair. When that time comes, not to mention god emperors, there will be a bunch of deities. Don't you have the confidence to become deities?" Who said that?" Yuanshi refuted loudly. He clenched his trembling fists and said, "I'm just too excited." Yun Nuashing and Nightmare smacked their lips and looked at him from the corner of their eyes. "Oh, you two bastards are looking down on me, right? I have a deity spirit body. I'll be the first one to reach the deity stage. When that time comes, I'll leave you far behind." "Yuan," she said angrily as he stomped his feet, "you can talk nonsense when you can defeat the boss." Nightmare pursed his lips. Yuanshi was speechless. His whole body turned gray as he squatted in a corner and kept drawing circles. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 939. The earth was in tatters, and the rumbling sound of the mountains collapsing reverberated in this chaotic and disorderly place. The azure energy smoke burned the trees and ignited blue sparks. The thick black smoke dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying power that suppressed this land also disappeared. Swoosh! In the sky, a stream of light flashed. Yun Nuashing jumped down from the giant sword. Everyone jumped down from the sword and landed on the ground softly. There was still a blazing aura rising from the ground. It was as if the entire area was burned by fire. But strangely, the elemental energy here had always maintained a strange balance. Even if the place was abnormally hot, the fire elemental energy did not increase at all. Squatting down, Yun Nuoshing pinched a handful of soil with 2 fingers and rubbed it lightly with his fingertips. He sensed for a moment and turned around to shake his head at everyone. He left. He left with the ancestral dragon's vein. He left less than a minute ago. What a pity. I thought we could see a god. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips and kicked the ground lightly. Boom. The blue energy suddenly bloomed, and a pit exploded in the ground. Everyone was shocked and retreated, getting into a battle stance and preparing to fight. I didn't do it. Chu Yingzhan was also shocked. She quickly hid behind Yun Nuoshing and looked at the pit that was 10 feet wide because of her casual rubbing on the ground. She quickly cleared herself of suspicion. The residual energy here is still very rich. It's in a flammable and explosive state. It's the energy left behind by the ancestral dragon's vein. It was left behind when it escaped. Boom. Before Yun Nuoshing could finish speaking, there was another violent explosion. The rolling shockwave made Yun Nuoshing stagger. Her long hair was blown to the left of her body. Everyone stared blankly. Who was so unlucky to step on a landmine? Well, I just felt itchy when I saw it. Nightmare scratched his head and smiled. Xian Kong, thank you. After walking around the area, he found a huge pit. If those thick cracks were a spider web, then this pit was the center of the spider web. From time to time, blue sparks would spew out from the 10 feet wide pit. It was unknown how deep the pit was, but it was like a volcano that was still angry. It was still spewing out magma. The ground around the crater had collapsed like a funnel. Blue energy sparks were released from the crater from time to time. What a waste. The energy here can feed an entire city of people. Yun Nuoshing put her hands on her hips and said, unhappily, this is probably the place where the ancestral dragon vein escaped. It's just that there's a lot of residual energy here. The ancestral dragon vein's vitality must have been greatly damaged. Severely injured? Is there such a thing as a dragon vein? Ming said in surprise. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and said, then it's the energy leakage. That god scared the ancestral dragon vein, so much that it forgot to restrain itself when it escaped. It escaped without a care, just like a frightened small beast. As it ran, it spat out a lot of essence. Tisk. Well, it's a pity to leave this energy here for nothing. I'll just… Yun Nuoshing was just about to take action to collect the pure energy in this area when he was suddenly stunned. His sharp eyes caught onto something as he looked straight at the huge pit. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and waved at the crater. From the bottom of the crater, a fist-sized azure blue bead floated out slowly and landed in front of her under Yun Nuoshing's control. This was a round azure blue bead. It was solid and opaque. Other than its roundness, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Its surface was very shiny. Yun Nuoshing flicked her finger, and the azure blue bead made a crisp, tinkling sound. She waved her hand above it and sensed it for a while. Then her face twitched slightly, and she said speechlessly, "That guy spat out the dragon core." Dragon core, the amalgamation of the essence of the ancestral dragon vein. Chu Yingzhan, the crazy collector, immediately understood what it was. She was shocked and then stared at the dragon core with sparkling eyes. On the market, a thumb-sized dragon core would probably cost 50 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals. Yuan, she did a little calculation. This is such a big piece. It's probably a piece of celestial-grade Xian crystal for free. How panicked was that guy when he ran away? Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had seen many ancestral dragon veins run away when they were frightened, but she had never seen such a person throw away the dragon core that was hard to nurture. Moreover, it was such a big one. She didn't know how long it had been nurtured. Idiot, cough, cough. Do you have any use for this dragon core? Chu Yingzhan covered her mouth and coughed softly. Mei Mao blinked hard as if she was saying to Yun Nuoshing, "Don't think about whether it's useful or not. Hurry up and give it to me. Looking at this shiny thing, I can't help myself. Little turtle." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and knocked her head with his knife. Then he held the dragon core in his palm. With a thought, the energy that was still emitting blue sparks flew out from the ground and flew toward the dragon core in his palm as if they had received an order. The remaining energy could naturally be absorbed by the dragon core, which saved her a lot of effort. What do you plan to do with it? Seeing him deep in thought, Chu Yingzhan knew that her plan had failed. She angrily glared at him and even ground her 2 rows of silver teeth. Seeing her grinding her teeth, Yun Nuoshing shuddered and his face twitched. He waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the sky. Everyone quickly followed. When they returned to the Netherworld Ruin Sword, they controlled it and continued to fly toward Wind Cloud City. Only then did she carefully examine the dragon core in her hand and ponder for a long time. The dragon core is a rare thing. Don't you think it's a waste to leave it in a corner to collect dust? Yun Nuoshing glanced at Chu Yingzhan. Don't you think it's a waste to use such a rare treasure so casually? Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and didn't look him in the eye. This thing can modify energy carriers. She held the dragon core in her hands and lightly tossed it. This thing was still a little heavy. Even if it's at the level of a crystal, it can continue to be modified, expanded, and purified. Hearing this, everyone couldn't remain calm. Yun Nuoshing was able to overpower people who were at a higher level than him. A large part of the reason was that his energy carrier was extraordinary. Divine weapons were not included. Those were all outside of the norm. Once he threw them out, they could destroy the world. The capacity of his energy carrier was 200 times that of a normal crystal. If it was a solid, it would be 3,000 times that of a normal crystal. How exaggerated was that? In terms of energy capacity, a demigod's energy capacity was equivalent to an ultimate god's energy capacity. Moreover, his energy was the astral energy that had mutated countless times. Among the world's origin energy, it was second only to the divine power of a later god. It was a grade higher than the divine essence of a beginner god. Moreover, it had mutated and become stronger many times. It was no wonder that others could fight beyond their level. Everyone's eyes almost glowed when they heard that it could upgrade the energy carrier to a higher level. Seeing the colorful light in everyone's eyes, Yun Nuoshing was also embarrassed. He waved his hand, pondered for a while, and said, "Let's talk about it when we come back from the Yin-Yang world. Since we have this thing, we can't give up the Tianxian Yang essence and Taishan Yin essence in the Yin-Yang world." After calming down, everyone was confused when they heard Yun Nuoshing mention the 2 new things. So what are these 2 things? They're the carriers of the Xianyang Qi and the Xianing Qi that I told you before. They're in the 2 areas of the Yin-Yang world. Yun Nuoshing smiled. If we want to improve our energy carriers, we can't let people, that in the Yin-Yang world this time. Everyone looked at him with disdain. After a small interlude, they quickly returned to their original path. It was just that they didn't see the dormant god, which made everyone feel a little regretful. It took them less than half a day to get to Wind Cloud City, and it didn't take them much time to find the secret place. Just like how they dealt with the pillars of creation in Spirit State City, they dealt with it casually this time. They kept the golden runes and the pillars of creation in a silent state, and waited for all the pillars of creation to be activated before they operated at the same time. For such a large-scale project, it was impossible to operate one pillar of creation alone. However, these pillars of creation were so far away that Yun Nuoshing himself had forgotten which pillars of creation were arranged. Such a big project, the guardian formation of the divine realm. How can you forget such an important thing? Chu Yingzhan said contemptuously, I think it should be during the reincarnation. Well, my memory is blurry. Yun Nuoshing's explanation was very weak, but he had forgotten. As for how he had forgotten anyway. It was useless to investigate how he had forgotten. Wind Cloud City was quite a distance away from Water Cloud City, so they naturally used cultivation to pass the time. Other than Chu Yingzhan and Yun Nuoshing as usual, the others were peacefully cultivating the divine-grade mystic techniques that they had just obtained some time ago. After all, other than Yu, and Little Moon, everyone else was tragically sealed, and their strength wouldn't be able to move for a long time. On the way, Yun Nuoshing was practicing the Phoenix's Calamity Divine Song. In the end, Chu Yingzhan ran over to him and asked for the control of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, which made him confused. However, this place was maintained by the formation, so no matter how many somersaults she performed, the people on the Netherworld Ruin Sword would not be thrown out. So he let her be. In the end, this girl really took the Netherworld Ruin Sword and performed 10 consecutive somersaults in midair, and after playing for half an hour, she felt bored and stopped playing. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. If you have the ability to play around, why don't you fly to the destination? At this moment, he also remembered that last time when they went to the eye of the storm in the East Sea, this crazy girl also rushed to drive the boat for a while, but she felt bored and stopped playing, although the Netherworld Ruin Sword actually didn't need to be controlled. Water Cloud City. Everyone had forgotten the original purpose of this city's construction. It was a very ancient city, and its history could be deduced from the previous era. Of course, compared to the divine prefectures, 4 great holy cities, Water Cloud City was just a new city. The Inyang sky was in the ancient mountain range outside this city, and that mountain range was also known as the Inyang Mountain Range. The Inyang sky actually existed in secret places all over the divine realm, but there weren't many of them, and the only one that could be famous was probably this large Inyang sky. The 2 opposing energies in the Inyang mountain range were so dense that they could be clearly felt from thousands of miles away. The Inyang sky was actually a very dangerous natural terrain. If one barged in casually, one wouldn't be able to come out without the strength of a post-god level master. The 2 completely repulsive energies were trapped in a corner by the terrain and couldn't be emitted. They were madly repelling and stimulating each other, stirring up a mess inside. In such a chaotic situation, even the Emperor of the Gods wouldn't dare to rush in carelessly. During a certain period of time, the 2 energies in the Inyang sky would weaken slightly, just like the ebb of the sea. They would shrink back to the 3 convergence points of the Inyang sky. One was the curved mountain range that divided the 2 energies, and the other 2 were at the 2 eyes of the Inyang diagram. The remaining energy in other places was still huge, but it was relatively safe. The energy born after the mutually reinforcing and repulsive energies stimulated each other was quite helpful for body tempering and energy condensation. However, the 3 convergence points were still terrifying. During ebb, an indescribable amount of energy still gathered there. The function of body tempering and energy tempering in the Inyang sky made countless experts of the younger generation scramble for it. The Emperor of War, Kuan Yuan, had also come here many times to temper his body. Unfortunately, the effect of tempering in the Inyang sky would gradually weaken. The Emperor of War had also said that other than the central area, the other places would not be of much help to him. Moreover, people with too high a cultivation base would not be of much use to this place. Therefore, this place had become the favorite place of the younger generation, especially body cultivators, and those who needed to temper their energy. At this time, when the tide was about to ebb in the yin-yang sky, the popularity of this area had reached a terrifying level. When Yun Nuoshing and the others arrived at the water cloud city, they who were looking down from the sky could fully understand what it meant to have a human head moving, looking down from the sky. Both inside and outside the city were crowded. At a glance, there was only a black mass of human heads moving. Some people were flying around in the sky. Seeing the terrifying number of people below, they were all conflicted about whether they should go down or not. In any case, Yun Nuoshing's face turned pale when she saw the dense number of people. That's the Yinyang mountain range. I see it. It's very spectacular. Yuan Shi looked into the distance and pointed to a place in the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw the spectacular scene he was talking about. Yun Nuoshing had the eye of the ocean, so she could see it more clearly. It was an area covered by two different colored dark clouds. In the clouds, there seemed to be a high-frequency thunderstorm, flashing with a terrifying light. In fact, it was the scene of two opposing energies repulsing each other and exploding. Just by looking at it, Yun Nuoshing could not help but nod when she saw the energy flow there with the evil spirit eye and the eye of the ocean. The energy there was so chaotic that it could be called disorderly. The whole mountain range seemed to be buried with 1,000 volcanoes, but those volcanoes were erupting pure energy, and it was two opposing energies. From the ground to the sky, the two energies began to entangle and kill each other. No matter which side won, the remaining energy turned white and then fell from the sky like snow. Dense ice crystals fell from the two dark clouds, falling into the soil or melting into the air, making the energy in this space even richer. It's the purest yin-yang sky. Yun Nuoshing praised. It was not the yin-yang sky made up of two opposing energies, but the purest yin-yang sky made up of yin and yang energies. Boss, there seems to be a group of people gathered in Shuiyun City. They all seem to be heading for the yin-yang sky. Nightmare stared at Shuiyun City, and there are fewer people now. Do you want to go down and take a look? Yun Nuoshing glanced over and also discovered that Shuiyun City was no longer as crowded as it had been earlier. The people seemed to have hidden themselves. After all, this was a large city. The small number of people had only blocked the way for a short while. It would ease up after a while. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and said, "With my strength, I can rush in directly against the pressure of the yin-yang sky. But in that case, the tempering effect will definitely be out of the question. That won't do. We have to try the yin-yang sky. It's a rare place to temper one's body and energy. Little star, you don't need it, but we do." Yuan Shi shook his head vigorously. "Okay, then let's go to Shuiyun City and wait." From the looks of it, Yun Nuoshing looked at the yin-yang sky again. After looking at it for a while, he said, "The tide will recede in about a day. That's the best time to enter the yin-yang sky. As for how long it will last, I'm not too sure." "Little star, where is the pillar of creation?" Xian pulled his hand. She still remembered the main purpose of coming here. "Unfortunately, it's in the yin-yang sky." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He also saw the secret space at a glance just now. The main reason was that he was the heir of that space, so it was easy for him to find where the pillar of creation was hidden. Other people might not be able to find it even if they were dead. Even if the space was within half a meter, they might not be able to find it. However, he could find it easily and enter it conveniently. It just so happens that we're also going to enter the yin-yang sky. It's convenient. Ming covered his mouth and chuckled. Yun Nuoshing also smiled. He waved his hand and put away the Netherworld Ruins sword. Then, a group of people descended from the sky. Water Cloud City was a large city, and its size was still very majestic and lofty. It was just that it didn't look that impressive from a bird's eye view. Moreover, they were at a height of 1,000 miles. At this moment, the group of people were like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, slowly sinking into the city. The city that was very vast in their eyes was also slowly magnified in their eyes. Gradually, their figures became smaller than ants. They didn't attract the slightest bit of attention in this city. After all, this city was really too big. The group of people landed on a very wide red brick street that was bustling with people. They only felt that the density of people here was slightly lower, but they didn't expect that there would still be so many people. When they suddenly appeared, many people were shocked. When they calmed down and looked at this group of people who suddenly appeared again, everyone's gazes changed. Passionate, stunned, or admiring gazes were cast on everyone. Yun Nuoshing expressed that he was already mentally tired. In any case, he would not feel surprised when these gazes fell on him. Blurred cognition made it easy for people who saw him to forget his face, but it did not mean that they could not see him. Moreover, people with some strength could easily ignore him. After all, he only imitated Ming's, and it was not as powerful as that girl's. At this moment, there were not many people. Well, there were also many people looking at that girl, which made him feel a little better for some reason. On the other hand, the only two males in this group attracted a large number of hostile gazes. Regarding this, Yuanxi expressed her helplessness, while Mo Yen directly ignored this large number of gazes. You guys, sigh. Why am I always the unlucky one? Yuanxi sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm not being looked at as a man anymore. Do you want to give it a try? Yun Nuoshing spread his hands helplessly. At this moment, little Purple Soul, who was hanging in Ming's arms, suddenly jumped into his arms and circled around his neck. She giggled and said, Big brother, those people are looking at you with green eyes. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. Yuanxi burst out laughing. What goes around comes around, Nuoshing. Chapter 940. According to the guidance of the smell. Chu Yingzhan glanced around the city and released her soul detection without any hesitation, causing a group of people on the street to stop. When they saw that it was a beautiful girl, their eyes changed a little. Some people even put on radiant smiles and wanted to talk to her. Of course, if the color-haired beauty in the lead did not release the aura that could almost freeze the space, many people would have gone up to talk to her. Over there are a lot of young people gathering over there. They must have come to the Yinyang world. Idiot, let's go. Chu Yingzhan laughed, waved her hand, and took the lead to run forward. Yun Nuoshing raised his slightly black face and stared at her with pretended cold and ruthless eyes. He gave off a black, cold aura and said, How much trouble do you want to cause me? You released your soul detection so arrogantly as if you were announcing your existence. Do you want to attract the whole city's people? However, even though he was grumbling, his footsteps were not slow. Not long after, he caught up with Chu Yingzhan. Behind him, a large group of people also followed. Only when they were far away did the people on the street let out a sigh of relief. In this cold winter, their faces were actually covered in sweat. That girl's aura is too cold. I've seen some god experts who majored in the water element and even the ice element, but their aura is not as cold as hers. We can't afford to offend her. Could it be that a young supreme master on the supreme list is coming to the Yinyang world? It's like an ice cave. The people on the street shook their heads with bitter smiles. Looking at the direction they were walking, it seemed that many young people had gathered in a place where the news of the opening of the Yinyang world would be released immediately. Occasionally, other news would be released, all related to the Yinyang world. It seemed that this group of people was also heading for that place. The water cloud city is going to be lively again. Everyone thought calmly. The group of people from the Yun Nuwa planet walked along the bustling street. No matter how lively it was, wherever they passed by, there would be an awkward silence without exception. Moreover, the degree of coldness here was comparable to the extreme of the southern ice realm. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but pinch Yun Nuoshing and grumble, "Hey, idiot! Can you stop using the air conditioner? It's so cold." Yun Nuoshing pretended to sneer. She raised her darkened face and pointed behind her with her colorful eyes. "Why don't you take a look at how attractive you are? Little star, that's enough. There aren't many people paying attention to Chu Yingzhan anymore. You, on the other hand, will attract a lot of attention if you release your aura like this." Xian wore a resigned smile on her face. Yun Nuoshing's aura suddenly shrank back, making everyone smile even more bitterly. A green pavilion appeared in their sight where they were standing. Everyone raised their heads. This pavilion was not very tall. It was only 4 stories high, but it was very spacious. Its edges were decorated with golden patterns that looked like totems. It was somewhat mysterious and luxurious. It was difficult for Yun Nuoshing and the others to comment on the appearance of the pavilion. It was not that they had never seen buildings more luxurious and exaggerated than this. For example, the palaces of the gods and the dojos of the gods. In short, in terms of the luxury of the buildings, this green pavilion was only at the level of barely acceptable in their eyes. Anyway, if they followed Yun Nuoshing, their eyesight would be raised to a strange level if nothing unexpected happened. What they cared about was the abundant aura inside, the aura of the people gathered here, and those who were coming here was very strong. Many of them were extremely exuberant and full of vitality. At first glance, they could tell that they were young people. It seemed that many people knew about the Inyang world, and most of them were the younger generation of the Kuan-Yuan region. After all, Yuan Shi and the others had never heard of such a place before. It seemed that the fame of the Inyang world had not spread to the Divine Prefecture. More people in the Kuan-Yuan region knew about it. Yun Nuoshing looked at Yuan Shi and the others. She flicked her long hair, looking very elegant. She took the lead and walked into the green pavilion. No matter how strong the aura inside was, she had been to a place where there were many emperor gods and had seen gods sitting in rows. How could this scene scare her? This green pavilion had 3 entrances and exits, and it covered a very large area. Looking up, they could see that there were obvious levels in the pavilion. There were many figures on each level, and they were scattered in groups. Here, it seemed that no one deliberately restrained their energy fluctuations. The higher the level, the more amazing the energy fluctuations of the people here were. On the 4th level, there were even middle-level gods. There is only one god underworld expert, and there are less than 100 people below, all the way to the Son of God. It's almost the same as not having any. There is no one stronger. Yun Nuoshing said faintly in her soul, "No, it's about the same for you, but for us, we still have to be vigilant." Everyone smiled bitterly and replied helplessly, "Speaking of which, we didn't sense your soul fluctuations. Idiot, you can't sense it if you integrate your soul detection into the void, right?" Yun Nuoshing said, rolling her eyes. Everyone was speechless. Don't think that everyone can be like you, okay? When Yun Nuoshing and the others walked into the green pavilion, many people glanced at them. From the 1st level to the 4th level, there were people who were secretly surprised, but they quickly returned to normal. Then, all kinds of gazes were cast at this group of people from every corner. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, Yun Nuoshing, whose hair, eyebrows, and eyes were dyed in gorgeous colors. Moreover, the colors seem to be flowing. The veins on your head are exploding. Yuan, she said calmly in her soul. Calm down. Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth. Next time, I won't walk in front. I don't think it has anything to do with whether you walk in front or not. Everyone was helpless. However, among these gazes, there seemed to be one that wasn't very friendly. Everyone felt that unfriendly gaze, but they didn't say anything. Moreover, the target of this gaze surprised them. They originally thought that some enemy had recognized Yun Nuashing, but they didn't expect that gaze to be directed at Chu Yingzhan. Yun Nuashing looked around and casually found a quiet place to sit down. He did not pay attention to the gazes that were directed at him from all directions. In fact, when he felt the gazes that were vaguely hostile, his heart suddenly became incomparably calm. If it had to be said, Ziyin and the others felt as if they had switched to a different state, a different attitude towards things. Your enemy? You have a grudge. When did this happen? Yun Nuashing calmly glanced at Chu Yingzhan and asked bluntly. Chu Yingzhan's pretty face trembled. Her usual crazy energy had disappeared at this moment. She sat quietly on the chair, with her hands folded in front of her. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her pretty face was calm. She looked like a young lady from a big family. If they hadn't known her for a period of time, they would have been deceived by her current appearance. Yuer carefully shook Chu Yingzhan's arm and softly muttered, Big Sister Chu, Big Sister Chu? Little Moon also nodded lightly. Big Sister Yingzhan, if you have something to say, just say it. Yun Nuashing blinked and supported her head with her left hand. Originally, she just wanted to find a place to quietly wait for the energy tide of the Yinyang world to recede. She wanted to just wait in the sky, but who knew that Yuan, she, and the others would run in? Now that she came to this place, she didn't expect to encounter something. In that case, he didn't seem to understand Chu Yingzhan at all. After all, this girl was always crazy and didn't mention her own matters. He didn't want to ask too much. However, although he didn't say anything, he would always help if there was a problem. AI. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand in distress and said, What enemies? Well, there are some old grudges. My family is still very famous in the Kuan-Yuan region, although it can't be compared with your 9 divine palaces. If I expose my identity, generally no one dares to touch me. It's just that my father knows that I often run outside and made an agreement with me. It's okay to run outside and go crazy, but I'm not allowed to use my family's identity and forces. This is also a kind of test. After all, the realm of the gods is not as safe as the 7 elements realm where I used to be. Once I use the power of my forces, I have to go home. I don't know when I'll come back. After that, Chu Yingzhan scratched her head in distress and stuck out her tongue at Yun Nuashing. I don't want to stay in that place and not go anywhere. So, even if my family is very famous, no one knows where I belong. Yun Nuashing listened quietly and nodded to everyone's surprise. Everyone thought that he would reprimand this inhumane rule. The realm of the gods is not like the lower realm. To put it bluntly, even if those who come from the lower realm have some achievements in the realm of the gods, even if they have a little fame in the realm of the gods, and even if they become gods, they must not act recklessly. This world is unimaginably huge. You may accidentally provoke an existence that you can't afford to provoke. There's nothing wrong with acting cautiously and being in awe. However, your father is too cautious. Well, in general, it's not bad. This is also a kind of training for you. If you don't encounter a matter of life and death that you can't solve, there's really no need to bring out your background. After Yun Nuashing finished speaking softly, Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. After a while, the latter couldn't help but poke his arm with her elbow and teased, I thought you were going to say that this world is mine, and I can do whatever I want. Isn't your 9 god temple very powerful? Yun Nuoshing almost choked to death when he heard this. He twitched his eyes and rolled his eyes. In this life, before I met the Nine-God Temple, I had always been like this. Even when I met the Nine-God Temple, I was still very suspicious. That's right. When Big Brother fell, Su Ming was with him. Even if it was severely damaged, it was still a good divine weapon. Little Moon covered her mouth and giggled, winking mischievously at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. Everyone sighed, indicating that they were almost fooled by his words. Be serious, so? Yun Nuoshing coughed and looked at Chu Yingzhan. So? Chu Yingzhan was also startled. After a while, she remembered what they were talking about. She curled her lips and said, I met that guy when I was traveling in the Kuan region. As soon as we met, he snatched the thing that I found first. He even said something like power talks, reason must be put aside, and only the weak talk reason. I was so angry that my head hurt. At this point, Chu Yingzhan's beautiful eyebrows raised, and her silver teeth were tightly clenched together. Why do I feel like you were the one who was taken advantage of? Then why did he look at you with such hostility? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched, and he continued to ask, Well, Chu Yingzhan scratched the back of her head and smiled embarrassedly. Once, when we were in a secret realm, I tricked his group, 23 people, no more, no less. I threatened them that if they didn't hand over their things, I would throw them all into the volcano. Then I robbed them and made them come here for nothing this month. Take it as compensation for robbing my things last time. Hey. After saying that, she knocked on her own head and smiled cutely. Everyone was speechless. What kind of compensation was this? This was a blatant case of taking advantage of others. No wonder they were targeted. That gaze was as if they had eaten a fly. It was red with a tinge of green, and green with a tinge of black. At this time, the place where the gaze came from was surrounded by many figures. They were talking and laughing in low voices from time to time, and they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. From the looks that were cast on this group of people, there was a hint of awe and fear. Obviously, this group of people was quite famous among the younger generation of the Kuan region. This group of people seemed to be centered around the 3 people sitting at the very front. The person who was hostile towards Chu Yingzhan was also one of the 3 people. He was a man with a delicate and pretty face. His face was filled with bitterness and hatred, and there was a bit of laziness and cynicism between his brows. At first glance, he looked like a hedonistic son of some large family. However, his attire was quite decent, and there was no arrogant aura about him. Looking at his seat, he seemed to be slightly lower than the other 2 people. In front of him, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was valiant, and the woman was pretty. She also had an extraordinary aura. The beautiful figure was wearing a light yellow dress. She had an extremely beautiful face. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. She looked around the pavilion at will, making people panic. She did not know how many people were staring at her. It was just like a group of people who were infatuated with her. The man was wearing a purple gold robe. His face was handsome, and he looked somewhat resolute. His eyebrows were naturally knitted together, and he had a heroic aura. He sat there casually, exuding a strong aura that made people not dare to look at him casually. He and the woman beside him were polar opposites. One was extremely attractive, while the other made people not dare to look at him. He had his eyes closed all this time. At this moment, when he sensed that the person with a bitter expression was looking at him, he opened his eyes with interest. In his black eyes, there was a hint of coldness as he stared downwards. He also noticed Yun Nuoshing and the others. He frowned and asked, Lu Bai, do you know someone I haven't seen before? I can't say that I know him, but we have some old grudges. The person who was referred to as Lu Bai waved his hand and pointed at Chu Yingzhan. A few years ago, a demoness came out from the Azure Emperor city and turned the entire Luoyan pavilion upside down. She almost caused the Yuan Immortal Secret Realm to collapse. She also went to the Spirit Martial City in the center of the Kuan Origin region and caused 4 major powers to be badly battered. But after that, she disappeared. It's said that she fled to another region. There are many people in the Kuan Origin region who are still thinking about her. It's that little sister. I remember her as well. The girl in the yellow dress was also interested at this moment. She spoke in a soft and unhurried tone. She caused a ruckus all the way from the Azure Emperor city. She toyed with a second-rate power with the strength of a demigod. In the end, that second-rate power had no choice but to let go of their former grudges and settle down. They didn't have to worry that the gate of their power would be gone when they woke up. This little sister disappeared from the Kuan Origin region 3 years ago, causing many people to gnash their teeth in hatred. But where are these little sisters and brothers from? They look unfamiliar. Which hidden power in the Kuan Origin region sent them? The girl in the yellow dress lazily leaned against the soft back of the chair. Mei Mao indifferently glanced at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Her gaze lingered on Yun Nuoshing for a moment before she shifted her gaze away. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "This little sister is a little strange." Well, she was once driven out of the Kuan Origin region and fled like a stray dog. I didn't expect her to have the courage to come back here. She even brought 2 or 3 kittens and puppies with her. Lu Bai smiled faintly. The people gathered in the Inyang world are all people of great power. It's better for some Tom, Dick, and Harry to have some self-awareness. The Inyang world doesn't lack the bones of these unknown people. If you don't want to lose your life, you should learn to be smarter. Then, countless onlookers looked at the people at the table below from all directions. What the hell have you done that angered both man and God? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes fiercely. To think that he was worried that this crazy girl would be bullied or something, according to the situation. This girl was already being merciful by not causing the Kuan Yuan region to collapse. This. Chu Yingzhen blushed slightly and scratched her head in embarrassment. I was still young. Young and ignorant. Demigod is still young? It happened 3 years ago, right? Everyone couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. With this girl's character, it would be strange if she didn't cause trouble. However, they didn't expect her to have such a bad reputation in the Kuan Origin region. The 2 figures sitting in front exchanged glances, but did not stop her. Seeing this, Lu Bai couldn't help but smile faintly. He raised his head and drank a cup of tea. Then, he looked at the person next to him. When the person saw Lu Bai's gaze, he nodded in understanding. Then, he grinned and swayed his body. He drew an arc in the air and slowly landed in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Then, he stretched out his hand and patted Chu Yingzhan. Young Master Lu would like to invite Miss Demoness to come with me. Chu Yingzhan was sitting next to Yun Nuoshing. Both of them had their backs facing this person. Just as his palm passed by Yun Nuoshing and was about to touch Chu Yingzhan's shoulder, Yun Nuoshing did not turn around. Instead, she held her chin with her left hand and waved her right hand behind her. Then, crack! In the hall, there was an extremely loud sound of ice being condensed. At the place where Yun Nuoshing's right palm was pointing, a large piece of beautiful hexagonal ice crystal suddenly burst out. The closer it was to the center, the thinner it was. It was like an ice crystal spear, and the spear knocked the figure out of the pavilion. Boom! The sound of the wall shattering startled the people outside the pavilion. The crowd hurriedly retreated a long distance. They looked around in bewilderment, only to see a 100-meter-long black ice crystal spear gradually emerge from the smoke. As for that figure, he had already disappeared from their sight. The black-colored ice cubes. More specifically, there was an extremely frightening black-colored energy flowing within the ice cubes. Just a tiny bit of the ice elemental energy had already frozen the ground along the path of the ice crystal into ice cubes. The temperature within the building had also abruptly dropped by a lot. Everyone could even see that the moisture in the air seemed to have been frozen into ice crystals that fell to the ground. She expressionlessly retracted her palm. That black ice crystal spear also quietly dissipated. During the process of dissipating, it did not leak any energy. It only left a large patch of ice marks on the ground. That spear brushed past a few groups of people, giving them quite a fright. However, they were also the ones who saw it the most. At this moment, they were thinking that if the tip of that ice crystal spear was sharp, this pavilion would probably be stained with blood today. Even if Yun Nuoshing was merciful and did not use the tip of the spear, that person was still seriously injured. His figure disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Looking along the huge hole, they could only see rows and rows of holes. Yuan Shi and the rest clapped expressionlessly in their souls. Little Star is still Little Star after all. She is still as domineering as ever. Chapter 941. Without any precaution or mental preparation, that person disappeared from their sight. The crowd did not even see how Yun Nuoshing attacked. When they finally reacted, a black ice spear emitting a bone-chilling aura appeared in their line of sight. It was so cold that countless people in the pavilion were stunned. Some people looked at the figures on the third floor with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Some people respected them, and some people were unhappy with them. Now that they saw Lu Bai being humiliated, their gazes became even more playful. The surrounding people, who originally did not intend to watch, also became interested. They all became onlookers and quietly watched the situation unfold. While the crowd looked at Lu Bai and the others with ridicule, there were also many people who stared at Yun Nuoshing with vigilance. Many people felt a strong threat from that black ice spear. This time, he had only launched half of his attack, and the other half had probably been withdrawn. If he had really unleashed it, this place would not be like this anymore. The two people in front of Lu Bai also straightened up and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Lu Bai also put away his contempt. It seemed that the witch had found a helper from who knows where, and he seemed to be a little powerful. Lu Bai took a step forward and walked to the edge. Half of his body was clearly visible to the crowd. He cupped his fists at Yun Nuoshing and the others and smiled, faintly. He said unhurriedly, "I am Lu Bai of the Lu family of Lingwu City. May I know where this friend is from?" The Lu family of Lingwu City was a family in the central city of the Kuan-Yuan region. Although it was not a superforce, it was not too bad. In Shuiyun City, it was an existence that could dominate a region. Moreover, that person just now seemed to be talking about young Master Lu. In other words, this Lu Bai might have a high position in the Lu family. Judging from the many people who were observing the situation, many people had heard of his name. Yun Nuoshing opened her mouth and let out a small yawn. Her pretty face was filled with a bored expression. Just as she was about to casually reply, Yuan Shi, who was beside her, smiled wickedly and said, "Just a few kittens and puppies. What's there to talk about?" Yun Nuoshing and the others chuckled in their souls. Little Cat, the young master of the Yuan family of the Divine Land, Yuanshi rolled his eyes. Aren't you the young hall master of the Nine Deities Palace? A little kitten too? Lu Bai's expression froze, and the people around him started to pay more attention to the situation. This was going to be fun. Lu Bai was the one who was talking about Little Kitty and Puppy. Now, the person he sent out was killed by Little Kitty and Puppy before he could even say a word. Lu Bai's face turned gloomy. Just as he was about to say something, the nightmare spoke first. Hey, you idiot! I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're disturbing our rest. My lady might bite you. Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with black lines, and everyone's expression was also sluggish. Seeing that the former did not say anything, as if he had tacitly agreed, the word arrogance was immediately imprinted on him. In fact, he just did not know what to say, and remained silent. His few lines had already been suppressed to death by the two troublemakers, Yuan Shi and Mo Yen. The teacup in his hand also emitted a cracking sound. A moment later, even that sound disappeared. Some white powder quietly drifted down from his tightly clenched fist, after which he clapped his hands with an icy expression and slowly stood up. He looked at Chu Yingzhan and said, "Although I do not know where you found this group of helpers, do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Kuan Yuan region with just them?" Chu Yingzhan's expression was extremely cold. She stared at Chu Yingzhan and said, "Although I do not know where you found this group of helpers, do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Kuan Yuan region with just them?" As he stood up slowly, a somewhat oppressive aura slowly flowed out of his body. The atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly froze, and everyone's expression froze. Was this guy going to make a move? A son of God, probably at the 5th level, calculating based on age and time. How did you trick a beginner god? Yun Nuoshing looked indifferently at Chu Yingzhan. When she was at the demigod level, she had made a son of God suffer. Although he did not know how she did it, it was not very strange. When he was in Yuanguang, he knew a few people who had killed a son of God when they were at the peak of the demigod level. He guessed that they were the kind who risked their lives. As for those sons of God, who were killed by demigods at the peak of the demigod level, he was not too clear about the difference between them and this young supreme version of a son of God. Anyway, to Yun Nuoshing, there was not much difference between the sons of God, who had not reached the middle or high level. The only difference was that killing a son of God required a flick of the finger, while killing a god emperor required a flick of the hand. Chu Yingzhan pondered for a moment and counted in detail with her slender fingers. Sneak attack, cheating, hidden trap, backstabbing, bludgeoning, sneak attack, groin kick, poking eyes, pepper spray, sowing discord. After hearing this, Yun Nuoshing and the others broke out in cold sweat. They looked at her as if they had seen a ghost, and then quietly moved their seats. This guy, what was this called? Lu Bai was a son of God, and he was beaten to the ground by a little girl at the demigod level in all kinds of unimaginable ways. If this happened to them, it would be a dark history that they would not want to recall for the rest of their lives. It was no wonder that their faces were dark. If they did not vent their anger, they would be suffocated to death. Lu Bai looked down at Chu Yingzhan with his cold eyes, and the majestic power spread from above to below. The space seemed to have solidified, and waves of divine energy pressure fell from the sky, making many people feel a little heavy. However, when this pressure fell on Yun Nuoshing and the others, it was as if nothing happened. The space within 3 feet of them was completely stable. Not to mention the pressure, even the air did not change at all. The group of people still looked calm. Interesting. Lu Bai sneered, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand and was about to attack. Although it is not interesting, if you don't remove the pressure, I don't mind reasoning with you. Yun Nuoshing's clear voice quietly spread throughout the pavilion. This was the first time she had spoken here, and it made everyone slightly stunned. They all turned their eyes, only to see Yun Nuoshing slowly raising her left hand and making a gesture of snapping her fingers. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this action? However, Xian and the others reacted quickly. They hurriedly took out something from their space containers to cover their heads. With your strength of a demigod. Lu Bai laughed angrily. He waved his hand, and his divine energy fluctuated. He pressed his hand down from above. Ta! The moment Lu Bai waved his hand, Yun Nuoshing gently rubbed her two fingers together. A soft, snapping sound spread through the space, and a few ripples appeared in the space. Then, the entire space quieted down, and a wisp of snowflakes fell from the sky. This was the true meaning of silence. This entire space was completely silent. There was no longer any energy fluctuation. Even the whistling sound of the wind from the energy had strangely stilled. The atmosphere of the scene had also completely stilled. Everyone lifted their heads, only to see that a black ice block had appeared at the edge of the third level. It was an ice block that was filled with black energy. The ice block was only the size of a person. It was already the 12th lunar month of winter, and snow began to fall around the ice block. It was as if the ice block was in a completely different environment from the surroundings. Ah, it's another instant kill. You lose. 10 gold coins. Thank you. Nightmare stretched out her hand to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand and threw out 10 gold coins. He couldn't help but lament. Sigh. Little Star always kills in an instant every time she makes a move. There's no creativity at all. The two of them weren't conversing in their souls. They were speaking directly in this deathly silent space, causing everyone to shudder and quickly come back to their senses. The two people sitting in front of Lu Bai also quickly stood up. The valiant man straightened his body, and a low voice came from the third floor. Friend, you're going a little overboard. What's wrong with that? I'm talking to him in a very serious manner. Speak with strength. Speak with reason. Isn't that what he said? Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. She stood up and poured tea for herself and everyone else. After a while, she felt that the energy density in the surroundings was increasing. She sighed deeply and raised her head against the sunlight coming from the pavilion. She looked at the valiant man and felt that his energy was circulating. She said softly, I advise you to give up too. The valiant man had just started circulating his energy. When he heard this, he frowned. He lowered his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who had an unbelievably beautiful face. He wasn't affected at all. I've already stopped twice and spared their lives. You should be thanking me. They've already worn away the little bit of patience I have. If only I had any. Yun Nuoshing crossed her hands in front of her. Her colorful eyelashes trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at him. What she said made the people around her dumbfounded. Yun Nuoshing looked around and said indifferently, for the third time, I won't hold back. I won't care if there are other people here. No one here can take a blow from me and still sit safe and sound, including a certain senior here. This is a warning. As for who I'm targeting, it's up to you. Originally, I was just quietly hiding here, waiting for the opening of the Yin-Yang world. I didn't intend to communicate with you. It was you who came to me. After these words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Many people frowned slightly. This guy was too arrogant. On the contrary, they felt that this guy shouldn't have much energy left after killing 2 Son of God experts, speaking of which, in terms of etiquette alone compared to the Emperor of War and Emperor Might of this generation, you guys are really bad. Yun Nuoshing said something that was unclear. Then she sat down calmly and resumed her boring posture of holding her cheek with her left hand. She then added in her heart, "Well, I don't have much etiquette either." Yuan Shi and the others didn't think much of this sentence, but the others narrowed their eyes slightly when they heard it. They looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others with some hesitation. Did this guy know the two people on the Supreme List? Even if he didn't know them, he should have at least seen them and communicated with them. Otherwise, why would he talk about etiquette? The valiant man looked at Yun Nuoxing with a frown. The energy in his body calmed down at this moment. He turned his eyes and looked at the yellow-dressed woman beside him. The latter shook her head slightly at him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He walked to the black ice block and was about to say something to Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing snapped her fingers again, and the ice block disappeared in an instant. Even the falling snowflakes disappeared completely, as if they had never existed in the first place. Lu Bai fell out of the black ice with his eyes closed. His skin was pale from the cold, and he was almost frozen into ice. However, the valiant man caught him and tested a few spots on his body. He was slightly relieved when he found that Lu Bai was still alive but in a deep coma. If Lu Bai had died here, it would have been troublesome. Seeing the valiant man sit back down without saying a word, as if he had swallowed his words, Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that if the valiant man said anything more, Yun Nuoxing would tear down this place in a fit of anger. Xian patted Yun Nuoxing reproachfully and said, Why do you always pose in such a scary way?" Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and muttered, "All the people gathered here are young people. We are already attracting a lot of attention. This crazy girl has some old grudges with others. If we don't handle it well, we might get one or two people involved. It's better to be fierce. Look, it's not so annoying now. I don't like this kind of atmosphere." Ming nodded and said, "My brother is very fierce. It's just that this place is a little quiet." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. This was just a side effect. It was not a big problem. Then he felt a strange gaze, and he couldn't help but raise his head. He saw that on the top floor there was an old man looking at him thoughtfully, which made him a little speechless. The old man was the senior that he had accidentally mentioned. At this moment, this high-level god was looking at him curiously. When he saw that he was looking at him, he nodded slightly. Yun Nuoxing also nodded and gave him an apologetic look. Then she lowered her head and saw that everyone was looking at her. She spread out her hands and said, "The senior who was unjustly implicated." Everyone responded with an, "Oh," and turned their gazes away. What do you think of the younger generation of the Kuan Yuan region? Most of the young experts are gathered here. Well, I guess you won't see anyone on the Supreme List, Chu Yingzhan said with a smile. Yuan Shi and the others looked around thoughtfully and found it difficult to ask. However, tugged at her sleeve with a strange look and said, "Sister Chu, it's not convenient to answer this question in front of Brother Yun." Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. With this pervert sitting here, how could he take a fancy to the younger generation?" Everyone laughed dryly. "It's good that you understand." After a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion returned to normal. This time, more people were looking at Yun Nuoxing and the others, but many of them were doubtful and suspicious. Obviously, Yun Nuoxing's words just now had made many people suspicious. However, after seeing that the valiant man had swallowed his anger, everyone stopped thinking about it and looked away, lest they be frozen into popsicles in the next second. Lu Bai had not woken up yet. It would be bad if he was frozen and missed the opening of the Yin-Yang world. As for those gazes, Yun Nuoxing could ignore most of them. If no one came to talk to him, he would be happy to be free. As for the battle just now, there were still many people whispering to each other. To him, not even a single thread of energy was consumed. "Hey, idiot, let me ask you a question." Chu Yingzhan touched his arm and said in his soul, "After you become a demigod, what level of enemy can you kill with all your strength?" As soon as this question came out, Xian and the others also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the answer to this question. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect her to ask such a strange question. After a moment, he showed a thoughtful expression. He calculated silently in his heart for a while, and then said, "Not counting the artifact, if I go all out, I can probably kill a strong emperor of the netherworld. High-level gods are still very powerful for me now." Everyone was speechless. He said he could kill them in the beginning and said they were still very powerful in the end. Why did it sound so harsh? Do you have any idea how many major realms you've crossed? If I count the divine weapon, it won't be a problem to kill early and middle god emperors easily. As for late god emperors, maybe it won't be a problem either. But for god emperors who have entered the 1,000-layered 100 revolutions, it will take a lot of effort, just a bit of effort. But to kill a god, even one who has just entered the first realm, there is a prerequisite. He has to stand there and wait for me to attack, and then defend. "Maybe I can kill him," Yun Nuoxing said, as he twirled his fingers. When everyone heard this, they were not too surprised. Before he had advanced to the demigod level, he had already killed a quasi-god level master. Now, he had advanced from the second seal of the demigod level to the peak of the demigod level. His combat power was even more exaggerated. However, knowing that he could not deal with a quasi-god level master, they could not help but sigh. How powerful was the gap between the Emperor God level and the quasi-god level? Ha! Unable to do anything? After hearing everyone's question, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He then hurriedly waved his hands. "How can I be helpless? After all, I was once a heavenly god. Even if I'm only a weak demigod now, I still have some methods to deal with late god rank experts. Well, it's not very safe. It's more like playing with my life. I have at least 3 methods to deal with that situation. If that situation really happens," Yun Nuoxing said as he stretched out 3 fingers, then spread his hands. "It's very dangerous. If there are no accidents, he probably won't use his full strength," Xian said softly. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Now, in the world of the gods, there should be very few situations that would make him use his full strength. But it was hard to say. He kept bumping into the forbidden areas all day long. It was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter a situation that would require him to use his full strength. A soft sound of a bell and drum quietly spread throughout the pavilion. As the sound rang out, many people stopped talking and looked around thoughtfully. Then, a look of joy flashed across their faces. It was finally time. Their eyes impatiently turned to the top floor of the pavilion. There, an old figure with white hair and a beard that reached his waist slowly walked out. However, the old man's back was very straight. He was dressed in a white robe and had a rather sage-like aura. As he appeared, the gazes of countless people turned slightly hot. "Ha! It seems that a rather impressive little fellow has come to my water cloud pavilion." The old figure looked at the young figures in the pavilion and smiled slightly. His gaze lingered on Yun Nuoxing and the others, who appeared particularly indifferent. Then he said, "My name is Qing Bu, the pavilion master of the water cloud pavilion. I'm in charge of sending out information about the Yinyang world this time." The young experts in the pavilion stood up and cupped their hands. The Water Cloud Pavilion had a certain reputation in the northeast region of the Kuan-Yuan region. A large part of the reason was that they were close to the Yinyang world. Their pavilion master was an emperor of the underworld expert. Just in the northeast region of the Kuan-Yuan region, They were a first-class force. There were not many forces comparable to them in this region. However, if they were placed on the stage of the world of the gods, they could barely be regarded as a second-class force. Many people were taken aback by Qingbu's words. They looked down at Yun Nuo planet and saw Qingbu nodding at him in a friendly manner. Many people's expressions hardened. Who was this fellow? Even the pavilion master of the Water Cloud Pavilion was so polite to him. Did you recognize him? Xian and the others asked in their souls. Well, as a high-level god, as long as he's not the kind who doesn't pay attention to the outside world and only wants to cultivate in seclusion every day, it's not surprising that he can recognize me. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Senior Qingbu, when can we enter the Yinyang world this time? We only received the news that it's about to open. Please give us some guidance. The valiant man cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. The intelligence of the Yinyang world was jointly handled by several forces in the Water Cloud City. Every year, they would take turns. When the Yinyang world was about to open, they would be the first to send experts who could withstand the power of the Yinyang world at its peak to conduct an investigation inside. This year, it was the Water Cloud Pavilion's turn to be fully responsible for this matter. The forces in charge of the intelligence of the Yinyang world occupied a certain amount of opportunities and advantages. As for these matters, everyone had a tacit understanding. Qingbu stroked his white beard and nodded. With a wave of his hand, a map condensed by divine vitality was projected in the air of the pavilion. No matter which angle one looked at it, it was the same. On the map, a very well-shaped circle appeared. A brown mountain range cut the circle in half like a snake. Although it was not a perfect arc, it could be seen that it was a Tai Chi diagram. On the map, every place had a super high energy reaction. The snake-shaped arc and the other two eyes had an even stronger reaction. It was so bright that it seemed to be burning. In the Yinyang world this time, the ebb tide will start from these 2 points in the middle. The 2 types of energy will retreat to the 2 sides, the upper and lower ends, and the middle of the Yinyang mountain range will be the place where the energy will converge. Like a wind cave, the energy from all directions will converge there. The 2 completely opposite energies will constantly stimulate each other. If swept in, even an emperor god expert will gradually be exhausted to death. Qingbu looked at the map condensed by divine vitality and said, the ebb tide will last for a day. After the energy tide retracts, it will last for about half a month. In the Yinyang world, there are hidden dangers that will obstruct you in various ways. We don't know the specifics. Even in the Yinyang world, the places near the ground are in a sealed state. The experts of the Water Cloud Pavilion look down from the sky and don't know what's below. Everything will have to wait until the official opening. The map, condensed by divine vitality, gradually changed under Qingbu's control. The energy that covered the entire circular map began to shrink from the center of the circle to the upper and lower ends. After shrinking to a certain range, it solidified. The edges of the 2 ends still had a high energy reaction, but it gradually weakened toward the center. Is there less than half of the safe zone in the Yinyang world this year? Looking at the map, everyone's expression was a little ugly. On the map, the high energy reaction covered almost half of the map. This time, the energy retraction didn't seem to be strong. Although this wasn't worth recording for Yun Nuoxing, he had sat here for half a day. He might as well record it down, as he was bored. Anyway, he could come and go freely in the Yinyang world. If it wasn't for the fact that he could use it to temper his body, he would have rushed in long ago when the safe period arrived. After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was nothing. He got up and waved to everyone. Let's go. It's time to move. Chapter 942. The water cloud pavilion behind them was still a little noisy. Yun Nuoshing and the others had already retreated from the water cloud pavilion. When they left, they attracted some attention, apart from which Chu, who many people knew was from the Kuan Yuan region. The rest of the people in this group were all very mysterious and unfamiliar, especially the demigod, Level, who was covered in colorful clothes. His strength seemed to be only at the demigod level, but he had casually killed 2 elementary god levels and even dared to warn everyone in the pavilion. Even the pavilion master of the water cloud pavilion treated him with respect. Who was that person? Just this alone was enough to make everyone extremely vigilant. After the group left the water cloud pavilion, they flew towards the Inyang mountain range at full speed. With Yun Nuoshing around, even in the eyes of beginner gods, the extreme flash of the light element was just a flash of light. If they didn't pay full attention, they wouldn't be able to see anyone passing by. At most, they would only feel that their eyes were blurred. In the Inyang mountain range, 2 kinds of energy rolled and collided in this huge mountain range, making rolling thunder. At this time, it was not time for the Inyang world to open, so there were very few people around. There were only a few people, and their auras were not as strong as those of the younger generation in the water cloud pavilion. It seems that the Inyang world has attracted a lot of people. Seeing people stop outside the mountain range, Yuanshi looked around for a while and said, "Have you figured out the situation of the Inyang world?" Xian looked at Yun Nuoshing and asked softly. Yun Nuoshing nodded, looking at the place where the energy thunder kept rolling, and said, "Well, on the surface it should be similar to what you know. The energy on the ground is completely divided. The left side is Yin, and the right side is Yang." Looking around and feeling that the direction was not right, Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and controlled the Netherworld Ruin Sword to circle around the Inyang mountain range. The evil spirit I also emitted a bright light, staring at the mountain range where the terrifying energy was rolling. After a certain moment, she stopped the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then pointed forward and said, "This dividing line divides the Inyang mountain range into 2 halves from top to bottom. The left side is Yin, and the right side is Yang, which can also be said to be Taiyin and Taiyang. The 2 eyes on this line are Xiaoyang and Xiaoyin. Well, this is what we know on the surface. Is there a specific difference?" Chu Yingzhan asked anxiously after hearing some clues. "Well, I can't tell you the details." Yun Nuoshing put her hands in her pockets. She thought for a while and said, "Originally in the Xiaoyin area, there was less Yin and more Yang. Conversely, in the Xiaoyin area, there was less Yang and more Yin. In this place, in the Xiaoyin area, there was no Yin at all. It was all exuberant Yang. It was the same for the Xiaoyin area. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction." Qin Yin said indifferently, "Well, I don't know either. I don't know much about Tai Chi in the ancient era. It was not popular. It seems that there was only some weak research in the ancient era. The Inyang mountain range is indeed in the shape of Tai Chi." Yun Nuoshing said. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and frowned, saying, "It seems that there were many people who studied it during the mythological era. Well, in the end, there was nothing left from that lost era. In the ancient era, it was very difficult to excavate the remains of the mythological era. There was not much left in the study of Tai Chi. It is even harder to study it in this era. Speaking of which, Taiyuan territory and Jiyuan territory, aren't they Taiji, Kuan Yuan territory, and Gan Yuan territory combined? Aren't they Qian Kuan? Yuan, she seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly looked at Yun Nuo planet. It's useless. The number of people who have discovered this is too many to count. During the ancient era, a group of heavenly gods had nothing better to do and studied the god realm from top to bottom, from inside to outside. but I couldn't find anything special about the god realm. It's just a name, so don't worry too much about it. Besides, the shape doesn't look like it either." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand casually. Yuanshi thought for a while and said, "That seems to be true." Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment. She stretched out a finger and sighed, saying, "In the ancient era, the heavenly veins are poor for 3 generations. Tai Chi destroys a lifetime. Is this why there are not many heavenly veins masters, and no one studies Tai Chi?" Everyone was speechless. "Well, as far as I know, heavenly veins masters are quite rich. However, I have seen many poor heavenly veins masters. They often engage in underground projects and have to buy all kinds of strange things. In fact, they spend a lot of money." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. "Underground projects? Digging graves?" Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. Dragon veins, and things related to mysterious crystals." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. The so-called underground projects referred to the heavenly veins masters drilling in and out of the ground. They often came out of the ground with dirty faces. This major profession gave birth to many minor professions, but they could only learn a little of the heavenly veins master skills. A few years ago in Divine Sky City, Yun Nuoxing and the others had seen a lot of heavenly veins masters. Isn't it said that heavenly veins masters can shift the position of the stars? Chu Yingzhan said. Then they have to be heavenly veins masters in great success, or at least at the level of Emperor God. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. There were 2 branches of heavenly veins masters, celestial masters and heavenly veins masters. There was no specific classification. The level of these 2 professions was basically based on the level of cultivation. To be specific, there were several dividing lines. However, no one in this group was a heavenly veins master, so no one could tell the difference. Even Yun Nuoxing did not know. He did not have much information about heavenly veins masters in his head. He had not studied them before, nor had he studied them now, even though he had a little inheritance of heavenly veins masters. However, these were not related to where they were now, so they did not pay much attention to it. After chatting for a while, they changed the topic. It's about 2 hours before the tide ebbs. The space of the Pillar of Creation is in the middle of the mountain range, which is also the center of the yin-yang world. It's an absolutely safe space. Let's go there first. Yun Nuoxing pointed in the direction of the center and said. Yuanshi spread out his hands. "You have the final say." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, energy barriers suddenly appeared on the netherworld sword, enveloping the group. Yun Nuoxing slowly spread his 6 wings, and the 9th heaven spirit concealment array also appeared on the netherworld sword at his will. He switched to the defensive mode on the outermost layer. It seemed that the yin-yang world also gave him a lot of pressure. He had already activated such a heavy defense before entering. However, after those defenses appeared, everyone felt a lot more at ease. Unless they were bombarded by a divine emperor with all their strength, there should not be any loopholes in the defense. The netherworld sword swayed and led everyone into the surging energy field. They broke in along the side of the moon and did not choose the mountain range in the center. That was where the 2 types of energy completely repulsed and fused. The energy was very violent. Even though Yun Nuoxing had several layers of powerful energy barriers, he did not want to waste too much energy to resist. If he entered from one side, the pressure would be reduced a lot. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing observed with his evil spirit eye that in the energy field, the higher they went, the more chaotic the energy was. On the contrary, at the bottom, the energy tended to be calm. Rumble, when the netherworld sword carried everyone into the yin-yang sky, the outer layers of the barriers suddenly became bright. The color in their line of sight faded slightly, and all they could see was a mist. The bright barriers lit up the surroundings like bright lamps. The temperature suddenly dropped a level. This is the inside, right? Is this the energy? I've never sensed this kind of energy before. It's so strange. Yuan Shi released a weak soul force between the layers of barriers. He did not dare to rush out at once. The high-energy reaction outside made his nerves sound an alarm. The moment he rushed out, it would probably backfire on him. What a strange energy! Xian and the others also sensed it and exclaimed, "It's cold and very soft. My body is responding to it and asking me to jump over. I've never had such a reaction before. It seems to be very eager for the energy there." Yu shook Yun Nuoxing's arm and said with an inexplicable excitement, "The yin energy is suitable for women to refine their bodies, while the yang energy is suitable for men to refine their bodies." Well, this is a normal situation. Yun Nuoxing lay on the netherworld sword and kept looking down. He said, "The yin and yang energy is not an ordinary energy used to refine your bodies. You can experience its beauty later, but not now. The energy outside is too violent. You can't bear it if you go out directly. I can't bear it either." Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing's eyes fixed on a place. He waved his hand to stop the netherworld sword. Seeing him like this, the others also came up and followed his line of sight. "What's wrong? What did you see?" "There's life inside. It seems to be the original life of this place, a life born from the yin energy." Yun Nuoxing raised his head and said, "There's life in this damn place." The others were shocked. The first condition for a place to give birth to life was to be calm. In this place, there were high energy reactions as far as the eye could see. What filled one's vision was either rolling energy or exploding energy lightning. How could there be life in such a place? The energy reaction at the bottom tends to be calm. There's a layer of barrier. Oh, I get it. That barrier is keeping the violent energy outside. The energy inside is very calm. This area is pure yin energy. If you look higher, in the thick clouds above the yin-yang sky, there are two types of energy mixed together. The falling energy snowflakes and ice crystals are also mixed with the two types of energy. Only inside the barrier is a single type of energy that is absolutely pure and calm. Yun Nuoxing slowly stood up and looked around. This area is not small. It will probably be exposed when the tide recedes. What kind of life forms are they? Xian looked down, but couldn't see anything. He could only ask. Ordinary life forms, mutated demon beasts, and so on. Anyway, there's no one here. Moreover, you've seen the most miraculous life forms in this world. Do you feel that it's unbelievable that there's life forms here? Yun Nuoxing smiled. The most miraculous life forms? Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Zero G Kuan. The two of them, one is a life form of time, the other is a life form of the void. They represent the sea of time and the endless void. Yun Nuoxing said calmly, "Don't tell me you forgot." I didn't forget. It's just that. It doesn't feel real. It's too miraculous. It doesn't feel real in front of us. Yuan Shi scratched his head and laughed dryly. The position is too high. It brings a clear sense of distance, Ming said. Yun Nuoxing had a strange expression. Then he pointed at himself. Everyone was stunned and waved their hands speechlessly. "You're a weirdo. That's another matter." In the yin-yang world, the thick energy fog blocked most of the vision and senses. Here, the senses of ordinary people couldn't even extend for 1,000 meters. Yun Nuoxing's was more or less blocked, but it wasn't limited to 1,000 meters. His soul power merged with the void and sensed in this space through that pure place. It extended very far. Moreover, the yin-yang world seemed very monotonous. Perhaps important things, such as life forms, were hidden behind that layer of safety barrier. They were flying in the air, so they couldn't see anything. In the lunar region, they followed the clearly visible mountain range 1,000 meters to the right. The energy there was so vigorous that it was almost like rows of volcanoes connected together, erupting nonstop all day long. Everyone could feel the powerful energy there without Yun Nuoxing's reminder. Can we really enter that place? Chu Yingzhan's face twitched. The court hadn't ended yet, and there was already such a powerful energy reaction there. When the tide receded, most of the energy in the Yinyang world would shrink back to the nest. Wouldn't that place be even more violent? If I could enter a few years ago, I won't have a problem with the current me. Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips. The super defense built by his pile of divine artifacts wasn't to be trifled with, but it was only defense. It was useless to rush in. If they couldn't come into contact with the energy, they could only watch helplessly if they ran to such a dangerous place. The hiding place of the Pillar of Creation would always be a place that others couldn't see, but if someone had the key, it would be quite easy to enter. For example, now, everyone only saw Yun Nuoxing controlling the Netherworld Ruin sword to fly toward the mountain range. Then, at a certain moment, a blue sky and white clouds suddenly appeared in their line of sight. There was also a huge black metal pillar whose top could never be seen, like a starry sky beacon. Wow, there's such an abyss of suffering outside, but it's still so peaceful here. Yuanshi couldn't help but smack his lips when he accidentally entered this place of eternal tranquility. Just now, he felt that there were energy reactions in all directions, and now the world had quieted down. In the sky, there was a corner of a huge matrix. It was as if it had foreseen their arrival. The matrix had been floating there all this time. The top of the matrix seemed to be connected to the Pillar of Creation. A huge energy ripple appeared on the matrix and spread into the distance. The Pillar of Creation was also covered with golden runes. Has it been fixed? Seeing that it seemed to have been fixed, everyone was stunned. Could it be that someone had arrived here before them and fixed it while they were at it? Aha, that's impossible. This is probably a preparatory state. Previously, 2 of the pillars of creation were adjusted, and the rest are probably linked. This is good too. When we find them one by one, we won't have to check every single one. Yun Nuoxing chuckled. Everyone let out a long, "Oh," then sat down in a row on the grass. It was as if they were still in the same position and angle. They raised their heads and watched Yun Nuoxing rush toward the Pillar of Creation, releasing a strange energy and fiddling with something that they couldn't understand. After a while, everyone saw a brilliant golden light flash from the Pillar of Creation and disappear in a flash. The golden runes also lit up for a moment, then went silent. The magic formation in the sky was the same. Then everyone saw Yun Nuoxing, who was brimming with light elements, emerge from the space beside them. It's done. Yuanshi looked up and rolled his eyes. It's only been an hour. It's faster than before. The repair will be faster and faster. The linked reaction of the Pillar of Creation is moving spontaneously. I've just repaired the light element seal on this Pillar of Creation, and the seal has aged. The light element in this world has begun to weaken. After the dark element has been erased from the rules, will the light element also disappear with the world? Yun Nuoxing sighed. Everyone was silent. This was the rules of the world, and it was the choice of the world. There was no other way. Chu Yingzhan immediately reacted. She saw everyone's inexplicably sorrowful expressions, and in the blink of an eye, she saw Yun Nuoxing smirking there. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she suddenly thought of something that's not right. 1,000 years later, the rules have changed, Everyone was stunned. After the rules were reversed, it seemed that everything would come back to life, right? When they turned around and saw Yun Nuoshing looking at them with a mischievous smile, everyone understood. Then they looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They were fooled by this girl again. Well, the dark element has completely become history. Even if the rules are reversed, it won't come back to life because it was erased by someone. But let's not talk about this now. Yun Nuoshing smiled and waved her hand, looking left and right at Xian, and the others. Yun Nuoshing put her hands on her hips and said, "Well, there are more girls in our group." "That's," Chu Yingzhan muttered softly. "This is your big harem." "Ouch, ouch." Yun Nuoshing used a knife to wake the girl up from her daydreaming. Chu Yingzhan immediately exploded and rushed in front of Yun Nuoshing and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" With a slap, he pushed that beautiful face away from him. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and said, "Who told you to let your imagination run wild all day? Little Star wants to split up and temper her body separately?" Xian blinked. She remembered that Yun Nuoshing said that Yin energy was suitable for women and Yang energy was suitable for men. She immediately thought of this. Yun Nuoshing blinked and didn't immediately respond. He paced back and forth with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Occasionally, he would snap his fingers to indicate that he had thought of something, but then he would shake his head, as if he didn't think it was feasible. Everyone knew what he was thinking just by looking at his movements. Half an hour later, Yun Nuoshing didn't stop after snapping his fingers. Everyone looked up and saw her smile with a row of shiny teeth. "I have an idea." Well, the initial idea was to split up, but it's not easy to do so, right? Even if I give the Netherworld Ruin Sword to one of you, you won't be able to use half of its power. Half of the power won't be able to withstand the violent energy outside, Yun Nuoshing said. Shouldn't we wait until the tide recedes? Won't the energy be safer then? Yuanshi scratched his head and said, "You can take your girls over there. The two of us can handle it ourselves." The bottom level is indeed safer. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and smiled, faintly. "But don't you think that the tempering effect will be better in a place with a high energy density?" Everyone stumbled and almost fell to the ground. They knew she was going to say that. Yuanshi spread his hands. What was that saying again? All they had to do now was smile. Chapter 943. Emerging from the absolute peace of the Pillar of Creation, which was forever unaffected by the outside world, the energy barrier expanded again in an instant, isolating the still violent energy outside. Yun Nuoshing, who was holding up the barrier, had long hair that was originally dazzling in color. At this moment, everyone realized that when this guy was holding up the barrier, his hair seemed to be especially bright. Me? I'm already refining and absorbing the energy outside. When everyone asked, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment, then calmly replied. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Yun Nuoshing flung her long hair back with both hands, then reached out and pointed at the multiple layers of barriers that surrounded them. 5 layers of barriers, 1 layer of lifebound formation. While the 9 heavens spirit concealing formation isolates the energy, it continuously transmits energy to me. No. Didn't you say that the energy is suitable for women? Yuanshi's eyes widened. This place was on the side of the moon, right? TSK. This pervert. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and distanced herself from her with a look of disdain. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I think you must have thought of something very rude. Yun Nuoshing stared at her with a black face and waved her hand. At the end of the day, the Yin energy is just a type of energy, and it's more suitable for women. However, you didn't say that men can't use it, right? It's just a matter of utilization and compatibility. Some people who cultivate mystic techniques are inclined towards the yin attribute, so of course they're suitable for the yin energy. Also, why can't men who cultivate the water element use the energy here? Everyone's cheeks twitched, and they felt that they couldn't refute her. In terms of energy, Yun Nuoshing was an energy master because of her physique. Furthermore, she had her past memories, so that was even more exaggerated. In terms of knowledge of energy and other aspects, she was far ahead of them. You just said that there's a way to dilute the energy outside and directly use this violent energy? Yuanshi raised his head and looked at the thick clouds in the sky. Every flash of lightning made his heart tremble slightly. He thought of what Yun Nuoshing had said. Although he was looking forward to it and knew that this guy was omnipotent, he was still a little worried. Of course there's a way. After thinking about it for a long time, I still think that method is more appropriate, just that it's a bit noisy. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She looked around and said, "There's still half a day before the tide recedes. This can be considered a small seclusion. Although I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion, I'll just pick a place with the densest energy. This way, I won't have to worry about the formation not being able to sustain itself." Brother, when the tide recedes, the energy of yin-yang heaven will recede toward the upper and lower ends. At that time, the energy concentration at the apex will reach its maximum, Ming said. Yun Nuoshing nodded. So there are only two places to choose from. One is at the end of the moon, and the other is at the end of the sun. However, because it's at the apex, the two types of energy will converge there at the same time. The ice crystal particles produced from the fusion are actually a kind of pure energy crystal. If you just absorb those, the effect will not be small. But before I go into seclusion, I have to go to Shaoyin and Shaoyang to get the Taishan Yin essence and Tianxian Yang essence. At the same time, I'll condense your carriers into crystals here. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment. Then let's go to Shaoyin first. We'll go to Shaoyang later. Then we'll go into seclusion at the apex of Taishan for a while, Yuanshi said, and chuckled. After all, there are more girls in our team. Chu Yingzhan nodded. Yes, it's all his harem. It hurts. Touching the hand knife that caused sparks to fly, Yun Nuoshing looked suspiciously at Chu Yingzhan, who was jumping up and down with her head in her hands. Was this crazy girl's head made of metal? Why was it so hard? Because there weren't any big movements, and they didn't use much energy. They didn't rest and flew directly to Shaoyin. When the energy tide receded, the energy density there would increase exponentially and become a terrifying hell. Even emperor gods wouldn't dare to casually step into that place. However, everyone thought that since the court hadn't ended yet, that place should perhaps not be that scary. However, when everyone arrived at the place where the eye was located, they realized that they had guessed wrongly. Sure enough, what they saw on paper and what they saw in reality were two completely different things. How was this Shaoyin? In this place, the yin energy was so concentrated that it almost solidified out of thin air. Yun Nuoshing almost went blind when he used his evil spirit eye to look at it. That kind of huge amount made the illusory energy seem to have the concept of mass. The space seemed to be somewhat distorted by the pressure of this energy, slowly twisting towards the eye, like a huge whirlpool. Does this place lead to hell? Yuanshi's face twitched. There was actually a pool of water in this place. It was a huge pool of water with a diameter of 100 miles. Or, rather, it was a huge lake that was light black in color. Looking down from the center, it was as black as an abyss. It was an energy pool that was completely condensed from yin energy. It was so concentrated that it was liquid by the side of the lake. The energy would condense into thumb-sized, transparent white crystals that would fall to the ground. The energy in this place was already overflowing. It was already at this stage before the tide receded. If the lake water were to boil, it would really look like hell at first glance. It's so cold. Little Moon shivered and rubbed her arms. After thinking for a while, she moved closer to Yun Nuoxing's embrace and rubbed against it twice. Only then did she feel a little warmer, rubbing the little head that was rubbing against his chest. Yun Nuoxing let out a breath of air. That breath of air directly turned into a block of ice and froze in the air. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched when they saw this. This place was too exaggerated. Phew, if it weren't for the special rules of the realm of the gods, this temperature would be enough to freeze the space. Of course, I'm referring to the normal state of space. The space in the realm of the gods is not normal, so it won't be so easy to freeze it. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, he took out another divine artifact and added a barrier. Only then did everyone feel the temperature rise a little. Let's go down, Yun Nuoxing informed everyone. Everyone nodded. He took a deep breath and then controlled the Netherruin sword to turn around. A sharp sword aura bloomed, and wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the light black lake water seemed to part. The energy that was blown away by the sword aura crackled all around. Then, everyone saw thumb-sized transparent ice crystals continuously appear in the air and fall into the lake, creating circles of ripples. This cold energy, is this energy really that powerful? Xian and Mei Mao looked serious. Could this kind of energy really be used to temper one's body and not to freeze one into an ice sculpture? Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, and 5 types of divine flames surged out of his body. They turned into 5 small rings of fire and enveloped the barrier. Everyone felt the temperature around them recover a little. It seemed that Yun Nuoxing also felt that this place was very scary. He was close to putting all his effort into the defense. After making the final layer of defense, Yun Nuoxing let out a light breath. With a wave of his hand, the Netherruin sword carried everyone into the lake. Chi, an ear-piercing sound rang in everyone's ears. In front of them, several types of extreme energy reacted. The energy surged and exploded, creating a bizarre scene. However, the darkness in front of them didn't change much. The extremely cold energy that seeped in through the layers of defense made everyone feel that the energy circulating in their bodies showed signs of stagnation. Everyone's expressions turned serious. They also circulated their energy to prevent themselves from being frozen into ice. It feels like this is the 9th level of the underworld. Qinyan couldn't help but say, as she circulated her energy to protect herself. The 9th level of the underworld is much calmer than this place. Yun Nuoxing also couldn't help but say. Xian observed her surroundings with some unease. She rubbed her somewhat numb, jade-like hands. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes paused. Her voice was somewhat nervous as she said, "Little Xingxing, your hair has frozen." Yun Nuoxing paused. He turned around and swung his long hair. Indeed, he felt something heavy hanging behind his head. He didn't know when, but every strand of his hair had turned into strips of ice. He didn't even realize it. He activated the divine flames in his body slightly and melted the layers of ice. Fortunately, it was just ordinary ice. It didn't cause his energy to stagnate. Oh, the 9 Heavens Spirit Concealment Formation's feedback energy is too strong. It's frozen. Yun Nuoxing brushed his colorful hair. He felt that it was going to freeze again. He couldn't be bothered with it. The ice wouldn't disturb him. It's fine. Don't worry. The nether void sword turned into a streak of golden light and quickly swept down to the bottom. The Nether Void Sword was violently resisting the other forces here. Ice constantly appeared on the outermost energy barrier and melted wherever the Nether Void Sword passed. It left behind a large hole. Large amounts of ice crystals immediately appeared in the hole. A few seconds later, the lake water swept over and sank the ice crystals into the water, disappearing without a trace. This lake was also ridiculously deep. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a well. It was a well of unknown depth. As everyone went deeper, the Nether Void Sword became more and more vigorous. Yun Nuoshing had to use more divine artifacts to strengthen his defenses. It wasn't that the energy outside was strong enough for him to fully defend himself. The pervasive Nether Void Sword was the reason why Yun Nuoshing's expression was so grave. The Nether Void Sword could enter through several layers of barriers. In the end, he had no choice but to use a formation and several divine artifacts to create a barrier of laws to resist the extreme cold. It's so deep. Does this place really lead to the 9th level of the underworld? Yuanshi looked at the pitch-black bottom of the lake and couldn't help but frown. He looked around and saw that the others were also helping to defend, but most of the effort was done by Yun Nuoshing. He was certain that if they passed through the energy barrier, they would immediately be frozen into chunks of popsicles. They couldn't see anything in the pitch-black bottom of the lake. They could only see the energy barrier and the Nether Void Sword cutting through the water and drifting backward. Everyone turned to look around. In a daze, they seemed to see a pale, yellow river surging from the distance. It was unknown how wide the river was, but it was practically a sea. Everyone was shocked. In the long river, there were giants whose bodies were as big as mountains. They held broken weapons in their hands and staggered in the long river. Their roars almost shattered the void. In the long river, there was also a large group of strange-looking creatures. Even the humanoid creatures looked very strange. There were also figures that looked like gods and devils. They were struggling in the long river, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. In the sky above the long river, the river of stars shattered. Incomparably huge stars exploded one after another, becoming brilliant fireworks in the starry sky. The stars dimmed, and tens of thousands of stars fell. They couldn't see the source of the river, but if they looked around, they could see the end. It was pitch black, as if it was an endless void. Perhaps it was really a black hole that had swallowed the river, the shattered stars, and the figures that looked like gods and devils. There wasn't even a trace of light. Everyone was shaken. They felt that they had seen something incredible. It wasn't something they could know. They should close their eyes, but the river had an inexplicable attraction that made them unable to close their eyes. Don't look. A gentle voice that contained a mysterious power woke them up from their inexplicable state. They abruptly regained their senses. The light yellow river was still in front of them, but they immediately reacted and shifted their gazes away. Cold sweat covered their faces. After a long time, Yuanshi panted, his voice trembling. "What's that?" 30,000 creatures crossing the yellow spring. Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. The 3 here didn't mean the number 3. It meant a lot, or countless. The 3,000 great worlds, the end of all the realms in the universe, the eternal reincarnation station. Yun Nuoshing lifted her head and looked at the slowly moving picture in her sight. Then she closed her eyes and said indifferently, "I've been there many times. The 9th netherworld, or the underworld." Everyone's hearts trembled. Did such a place really exist? The underworld is the home of all living things. Reincarnation is the journey of all living things. Generation after generation of gods and devils, the endless journey. The river Styx saves all living things, obliterates the dead, and goes to the afterlife. They multiply and multiply endlessly in the cycle of reincarnation, returning or starting all over again. One day, all the realms in the universe will be overturned, and those who have passed away will be reborn on the broken bones. Yun Nuoshing murmured, and her words sent chills down everyone's spines. Finally, she snapped her fingers and smiled at everyone. Excerpts from the introduction of the quotations from the mythological era. Everyone fell on the netherworld ruins, soared with a boom. Their foreheads couldn't be any darker. We have to speed up. This place seems to be connected to the underworld. If we're not careful, we might fall in. Yun Nuoshing looked at the towering river Styx and said to everyone, with a wave of her hand, the netherworld ruins soared sped down. It's almost time to reach the bottom. Although this place shouldn't be as close to the bottom of the god realm as the Eastern Sea, this lake should be connected to an extremely deep underground. In fact, at the bottom of the god realm, one will come into contact with a layer of laws. That layer is the bottom of the god realm. The space beyond that layer is impossible to explore. That layer of laws is so strong that even celestial gods can't do anything about it. Quarter moon, and the others also studied it back then. Yun Nuoshing stretched out her hand and condensed energy into a huge floating island. Then she pointed at the bottom of the floating island and said, "It's about a third of the bottom. The tip of the island is completely undetectable. There's no way to explore it from the inside out. It's also one of the greatest secrets of the god realm. Since ancient times, no one has been able to uncover it. The same goes for the pillar of creation." As Yun Nuoshing spoke, the netherworld ruins soared gradually slowed down. Their surroundings were still pitch black, but something had appeared in front of them. It was a rocky ground, uneven and filled with broken stones. There was also a layer of pale, white ice covering the ground and the broken stones. "The profound essence is here." Devil Nightmare shook its head left and right, but it was pitch black here, and it was difficult to see everything in one breath. The Netherruin sword carried them around the bottom, but what surprised everyone was that they did not see the great mysterious essence that Yun Nuo had mentioned. "I see profound ice crystals. So they're produced in a place like this?" Holding the fish that he had just scooped up, it was still emitting biting cold air, causing a thin layer of ice to appear on his palm. Yuanshi quickly put it down and waved her hand, circulating her divine essence, causing the layer of ice to gradually melt. "It's the size of a human head. It's at least 100,000 kilograms. Nightmare looked left and right at the profound ice crystal. It was about the size of a human head and was still emitting cold energy. Bing Air stretched out her hand and shook it. A moment later, she quickly withdrew her hand and shook it. "It's so cold." Yun Nuoshing, who was still searching for the profound essence, seemed to understand something. She couldn't help but smack her lips. "Tisk, it's hiding. It's hiding." Everyone came back to their senses and remembered that they were looking for the profound essence. When they heard this, they were stunned. That thing could run away. Well, something like that. Knowing what everyone was puzzled about, Yun Nuoshing nodded. "It's the condensed medium of the profound essence. It's almost like a fairy, due to its uniqueness. Although it doesn't have intelligence, it has some instincts to seek luck and avoid danger. It's like a reflex. This is troublesome. It's not good to stay in this place for too long. The low temperature caused by the cold energy is difficult to remove. Wait for another 30 days. Yun Nuoshing said. She suddenly saw the profound ice crystal from the corner of her eyes. She was stunned for a moment and stood up excitedly. "Oh, it can be like this." Everyone was stunned when they saw her talking to herself. She suddenly became excited. "Fishing." Yun Nuoshing chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the lunar platform that had been cast into the shape of an imprint platform appeared beside him. That even more terrifying cold energy caused everyone to tremble as they took a few steps back. Every time this thing appeared, the surrounding temperature would drop by several levels. Yun Nuoshing weighed the profoundine platform and nodded. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she threw it out of the barrier. Rumble, the profoundine platform's extremely heavy weight smashed into the bottom of the lake. The layer of white ice shattered with a crack. A shock wave could be clearly seen in the lake and spread in all directions at the bottom of the lake. The layer of white ice was completely destroyed. Even the sand and dust at the bottom of the lake were swept up, blurring the line of sight below. Fishing, everyone's cheeks twitched when they thought of what he had just said. So, when he said fishing, he meant smashing down with the profoundine platform, which fish was so strong that it could maintain its fish form after being smashed by the profoundine platform. However, everyone knew that when he said fishing, he didn't really mean fishing. He wanted to fish out the profoundine essence. Although he said fishing, the method he used was smashing. The rumbling sound continued for several minutes at the bottom of the lake. Everyone waited patiently for 10 minutes. When all the sand and dust had settled to the bottom of the lake and was about to be sealed in ice again, a blue light shone out from the darkness. That light was the lunar platform. It had smashed into the bottom of the lake, creating a large crater. Perhaps due to the influence of the coldine energy in the surroundings, the lunar platform released a dazzling halo of light. Everyone could sense that it was constantly absorbing the energy within. And then Yun Nuoshing's body trembled. Her cheeks twitched. She said, "The profoundine platform is absorbing the energy here and feeding it back to me." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Spiritual divine body. That's too much of a cheat. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. That was not the main point. She turned and looked at the profoundine platform. At this moment, it had already become a glowing stamp. On the stamp, there was something that had not been seen before. It was a long, pale white rock. It was like a mini mountain that was placed horizontally. On the pale white mountain, there were thumb-sized yellow crystals embedded. Even in the lake, they could see transparent air currents coming out of the holes in the rock and circling around it. "I got it. It's the profoundine essence." Yun Nuoshing grinned. She waved her hand and made the profoundine platform fly back. She gently placed it on the Netherworld Ruins sword. Everyone gathered in front of the profoundine platform. Looking at the arm-sized rock, they could not help but ask, "This is the profoundine essence. It doesn't have that kind of yin energy. This aura is very gentle." Xian stretched out her hand curiously and waved it around the transparent air currents released by the profoundine essence. Her hand was slightly cold. She felt that she had touched cold air, but it was not as cold as the lake water outside the barrier. It was very soft, like silk. That's the profoundine chi. Yun Nuoshing smiled. As she spoke, she gently broke off a few thumb-sized yellow crystals from the profoundine essence. She said, "Merge the profoundine chi into your own divine energy. Just like how you use your willpower to change your own energy and aura, you just have to carefully change your divine energy." "What is that?" Chu Yingzhan looked at the yellow crystals she broke off and asked, "In essence crystals, the essence of a fairy's item." Yun Nuoshing opened her hand and counted. There were a total of 6 crystals. The 6 crystals were displayed like high-quality gemstones. They were very beautiful. "What's the use of them?" Blinked her large eyes, looking expectant. "Yes, I think maybe we can do this." Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and mumbled. Then, Under everyone's puzzled gazes, she ran to the profound platform and sat down cross-legged. She took out a bunch of unknown things and asked the girls for the things they carried with them. As for the latter, except for Chu Yingzhan, who was shouting pervert as she took it out, everything else was normal. They watched in confusion as Yun Nuoshing extracted and condensed the yin qi outside, as if she was taking materials from the ground. Then, she used something to fiddle with the 6 yin essence crystals. Clanking sounds rang out. In short, 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief. She waved to everyone to indicate that she was done. Then, everyone gathered over. Jewelry? Everyone was stunned when they saw what she had placed on the profound yin platform. She had divided the 6 yin essence crystals into 8 equal portions. 2 of them were slightly larger, but they weren't small. Then, she used the yin qi and yin energy outside to condense them into crystals and sealed the yin essence crystals inside. Finally, she either embedded them or hung them on a few items to make necklaces or bracelets. As for this thing, since it's a bit complicated and hard to explain, I'll use the simplest way to explain it. This thing can increase your cultivation speed and subtly increase your potential. It's quite effective even for gods, so that's how it works, Yun Nuoshing said, as she hung the necklace on Xian's necklace, and hurriedly put on the jewelry for Ming, Little Moon, and Little Purple Soul. What a simple sentence. Yuan Shi and Mo Yan's cheeks twitched upon hearing this. Just this sentence alone was enough to make this thing's value skyrocket, especially that last part,